Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! Better give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey! Donkey! Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply. Patronizing. Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink? Dissolve the apartheid regime.
So what would you like to see happen, Hasan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HASANABI broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day. Very, very special day. It's you already know why it's a special day. I think a lot of people are freaking out over it already. Here, this is my little pin to showcase my pride for why it's a special day. It's your dog's birthday. It's a special day because it's St. Patrick's Day. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and ambies, we're live and alive on this beautiful day. That's right. It's Tuesday, March 17th, 2026. And you already know it's a proud day here for all of the fake Irish and the real ones. You're not wearing green. I'm not wearing green. But we're alive, ladies and gentlemen. We're live and alive, ladies and gentlemen. Condemns the Oran. I'm condemning the Oran for not having a clear-cut position, well-defined position that recognizes the dignity and sovereignty of the Irish. You can punch me all day, every day, for not wearing green on this beautiful day. But ladies and gentlemen, We're live, we're alive. And I will be telling you my personal news. I declare Hasan honorary Irish. Some of my favorite people, best white people around, not the Irish Americans. I'll be honest, Irish Americans, they can go in either direction, but Irish people are some of the best white people, probably the unconditionally best white people around. Phineas, I mean, Phineas is goated too, but he's not the normal Irish American. And it's ironic because, like, the Irish will be the first to tell you that the Irish Americans are a different breed. In any case, yes, the fucking Connor O'Malley video. I know, I already watched it, and it's really funny. You guys are so fucking annoying. I can't even do a goddamn intro without every single person being like, no, you have to watch the Connor O'Malley video right now. Just shut up. Just shut up your mouth. Shut up your fucking stupid mouth and watch the Connor O'Malley video right now, or I'll kill myself. I have a gun in my mouth right now. You have to watch the Connor O'Malley video. Okay? God damn, dude. Stop. Yes, it's on the docket. Okay? Anyway, personal news-wise, not much is going on in my world. Not much is going on in my life, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. I ended the broadcast after monitoring the motherfucking situation. Another 8-hour, half-day Hossie broadcast. You already know. My Irish ancestors came over here and did organized crime and didn't become cops. Do I get a pass? Sure. But yeah, yo, this shit got me feeling.
I'm Brian, kill me.
Yeah, this shit got me feeling like.
I'm Brian, kill me.
You know? Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, we got some new sounds in here. We got some new sounds, you know? Yeah, as far as personal news goes, as far as like things that are going on in my life, there's not really much happening because I'm a chud-ass loser, as you guys know. I'm a freaking loser. I'm a loser, dog. I got nothing going on. And I've also been like legitimately bummed about, you know, everything that we're fucking doing to Cuba. But I'm going to try to keep the vibes going, you know. I'm going to try to keep the vibes going to the best of my ability. But my great-grandfather was in the 1916 IRA and then the mob in Chicago, lol. That's what I'm talking about. But don't you leave in a few days? I do. Yes, I do. I do leave in a few days. But yeah, there's not really anything going on. I didn't even watch nothing. I watched a little bit of One Piece live action last night before I fell asleep. Dropped the skincare routine because your skin looked amazing. In those Getty pics with no makeup, I don't have a skincare routine. I literally don't do anything for my skincare. So I don't even moisturize. It's fucked up. But you're going to be bummed with the connection issues. It's not your fault. Wait, in Cuba? Yeah, I know already. I know. Hasan, we're not fucking with you. They made it isekai Xi Jinping for Hasan. Released that Twitch 2026. Could I have 10,000 mansions sheltering all the poor scholars and making them rejoice? We'll use it to build a better home for everyone. Everyone can live in a sturdy house, one that neither storms nor blizzards can destroy. Release that witch. What is this, like a socialist isekai? Is that what this is? Going live, early bricks notifications. I know. The fuck you doing with that skin and lashes, punk? I can't wait for you to go to Cuba, even though it's like this. Yeah. The Irish Cuba connection. On this day in 1965, Che Guevara visited Limerick and socialized with locals in Hanratty's and the White House bar as his flight was held up in Shannon Airport. In my son's veins, flowed the blood of Irish rebels. Che's father, Ernesto Guevara Lynch.
Porque tengo que ir, Argelia.
Because he has to go.
Dude. Limerick. Look, listen. I will say this. Cubans have that revolutionary spirit, which I really respect, and so do the Irish. Okay? They really do. And there's something beautiful about meeting people that share your values, like right off the jump. You know what I mean? Meeting people and recognizing that international solidarity, recognizing that you're not talking to a fucking reactionary loser off the jump, that you have to like, you have to couch all of your opinions and all of your values with like, you have to just like explain to them why you think people that are in the periphery don't deserve to be murdered, slaughtered, dominated by imperial forces. It's a fucking very freeing, very liberating experience. I highly recommend it for everybody. It's one of the best parts about traveling. So yeah. 1 month from now, I'll be on my first ever solo trip in China. I'm going for 2 weeks. Hell yeah. It's cool. You like think about how you feel when you see the Iranian diaspora or the Venezuelan diaspora or the Cuban diaspora demand that like their people get fucking killed and slaughtered and destroyed, right? And now think about the reversal of that, right? Like you have a conversation with a person from a totally different background and they get it. They understand it. They understand what's going on. Best part of traveling is watching Guy Fieri in the hotel room. Well, that too, obviously. That's probably one of the best. Yeah. When is your China trip this year? In April, I'm going to be in China again, most likely. But I don't know if Donald Trump's going to be there any longer. Donald Trump is not going to China, probably, because China won't help open the Strait of Hormuz. We got a blast off meme? Do we? Do we have it? Okay. Okay, let's just blast off real quick because we got a big day today. Lots to talk about. Operation Epic Fortnite Chungus is spectacular disaster. Epsteins, Fury, Day17 Strait of Hormuz remains closed. Ali Larijani killed. Counterterror head resigns. Trump wants Cuba as grid collapses. Illinois primary later. Get in now. Yeah. Operation Big Chungus Among Us, you know, whatever you want to call it. Okay. Funny how it's also Day17 of Gaming Frogs asking for Resident Evil gameplay. That's crazy. I wonder what the significance of 17 days is. Perhaps it's because America has launched World War III, and perhaps America has launched World War III while Resident Evil came out, and I, as a anti-imperialist content creator, perhaps the largest anti-imperialist content creator in North America, feel a sense of feel an obligation, a sense of duty, a sense of purpose to actively use the heightened contradictions as they worsen to get people on board with how damaging American militarism actually is, especially at a moment where we are reaching some success. We're reaching the masses in ways that we never have before. Maybe it's actually because I'm too afraid. Maybe that's the reason. Maybe I'm too afraid of Resident Evil 9. That's what it is, right? Could be either or, okay? Could be either or. Could be either or. Change the camera angle back to normal, man. No. I like this camera angle quite a bit. I think you guys have probably noticed that I like this camera angle quite a bit. So I don't foresee myself I don't foresee myself changing that. All right, well, we'll get started with Irish unification, which will happen in my lifetime. I believe it. I know it. But of course, before we get to Irish unification, let's talk about who is in favor of it and who's not. Zoran, also known as Zogran Masadani, as St. Patrick's Day Parade, Mayor Mamdani says of United Ireland, as someone who believes in the principle of self-determination, I think that we should be something extended, should also be something extended to the Irish. Sounds like he favors a referendum. Indeed, I do, Governor Hochul says when asked if she supports a reunited Ireland. Elaborating on his comments from earlier about Irish solidarity with Palestine, Mamdani says what we've seen time and time again is that it has been the Irish who have been standing up whenever there has been a person or a people oppressed. Okay? Getting outflanked by Kathy Hochul on this issue is so funny, especially because, like, in American history, as far as like the Irish efforts, as far as Irish efforts goes, like there are American Republican congresspersons that were actively fundraising to get weapons for the IRA. Okay. This is one of the only instances where Americans have been cool and on the correct side of a people's emancipatory movement. Okay. Partially because it's against England and against British Empire, partially because there's a lot of Irish diaspora here in the United States of America. But it is very funny. It is very funny that this was terribly embarrassing to take from Zoran. First of all, it's the most inconsequential one. It's not serious. I'm not being serious at all when I make fun of him for this. Okay? I'm not even in any way, shape, or form being sincere with my criticisms. This is totally just like a joke. However, he's the fucking mayor. No. Because it's an inconsequential thing. It's so inconsequential that Donald Trump is in favor of it, and so is Kathy Hochul, and I believe it was Matt Iglesias who said this is the most right-wing position that a New York mayor has ever taken. Okay? And he's right. Zoran Mamdani's initial point on Irish reunification was technically more right-wing than any prior New York political figure. Yeah, look, it's not even a joke. And it's only because this is the one instance where Americans universally consider this to be a done thing. Like, they're like, yes, liberate Ireland, unite Ireland. There's only one Ireland. No holds barred. That's why it's funny. It's one of those things where, like, every single person is in unison, totally on the side of, like, the Irish emancipatory movement in the United States of America, except Zoran is doing this like, oh, I don't want to fuck this up. Oh, I don't know.
And then on Ireland, you've talked about the importance of self-determination and international law. Do you support a united Ireland?
It's funny.
Wow. I got to be honest, I haven't thought enough on that question. I have to say, though, that I am incredibly appreciative of the privilege to lead a city where...
Bro, I mean, there's this, by the way, this doesn't mean anything. This is not real, okay? Before people get like in their fucking feelings, okay? Before people get in their feelings, he just doesn't know anything. That's it. He's a very smart guy. He's a very good mayor, okay? And I think a lot of people assume, like, when someone is primed on Gaza, when someone is, like, very aware of American imperialism and, like, Palestine, Western imperialism in Gaza, that, like, they know everything about, the ways in which empires work or, revolutionary or emancipatory movements overseas. No, he just doesn't fucking know what to say. It's the same principle behind him being asked about Venezuela and then him going, yeah, Venezuela and Cuba both are run by corrupt, tyrannical dictators. It's like, no, he just doesn't fucking know shit. Like, that's it. And a lot of people think like, no, these guys are, I mean, the guy running for mayor should know all this stuff, which I think someone like Zoran should know this stuff, but like clearly it's an irrelevant point. Like, this is not a significant point for the New York mayor. For me, I find this more illustrative of just the way he operates, where he's like, one, there are blind spots in his education when it comes to internationalism, which is very clear, right? And two, he always is like scared. He's just like very scared to say something that's going to come across as offensive. And it's funny because it's like, dude, it's okay. It's okay. Okay. Zoran, Sons of Ulster, Mamdani. Zoran Unionist Mamdani. It's just like, again, it's just, for me, it's just not a significant issue at all. It's so inconsequential and so insignificant that like even Kathy Hochul is like, yeah, of course, unite Ireland. Like, you know what I mean? It's not a thing.
Irish Americans have played such a critical role in this city. We know that when it comes...
Dude, he's like, a united Ireland reminds me of a united Ireland reminds me of the initiatives that I've taken place in this beautiful city, the greatest city of all time, New York City, of uniting all of the tenants in their united struggle against bad landlords. It reminds me of the affordability agenda. He's just, everything goes back to the affordability agenda with this motherfucker, bro. I swear to God. If I can unite the 5 boroughs in fighting for an affordability agenda, I believe Ireland can also be united in fighting against British Empire. The ESA should do better political education for their members. I think like they do all right. They have different caucuses. This is like, you know, I think like anti-Zionism has become like an individual thing, and then like anti-war or like internationalism is totally separate. And remember, it's just the average person's knowledge on this stuff is so bad. Yeah, he had 2 follow-ups here. Let's see.
The story.
Yet?
Sorry?
Have you had a chance to think more about a united Ireland?
There's always more to learn, but I can tell you as someone who believes deeply in the principle of self-determination that I think that should also be extended to the Irish. And I think when it comes...
Bro, it's like it's like Kat Abou-Ghazaleh. Bro, they're going to cook his ass. The first moment that they ask him about Taiwan, he's going nuclear first strike. It's so over. I swear to God. Oh, buddy. Oh, brother.
to the future of Ireland, the best people to listen to are the
Heart of Empire is corrupting. No, you guys operate on this boundary that this is like a principled, well thought out stance that Zoran arrived at off of his own interpretation of historical events and you know the emancipatory effort of the Irish is just him trying to be safe, brother. He doesn't know. He just doesn't know anything. It's understandable. You forget. I think many of you partially take for granted this space that I have created for you, and you don't have any understanding of what the average person's opinion on this shit is. Not only that, but also you don't remember a time when you didn't know anything about the history of Ireland, right? You came in here, you learned about it because I've covered it quite a bit. I went to Ireland, and now you assume every American should have the exact same fucking knowledge on these issues. That's it. And then you assume like, oh, he's pulling a Barack Obama. I think like the arguments are much easier to understand. For the average person, he's the mayor of New York. What the fuck does he know about Irish history, you know? That's it. You were backing provisional IRA before the Ireland trip. Yes, because this is my fascination. This is my interest. Also, you have to remember, I wasn't raised in the United States of America. When you're not raised in the United States of America, your starting position is very different. A lot of people in here don't realize that I'm giving them a perspective that might be commonly shared by a lot of people that's outside of the United States of America. I didn't grow up in the fucking imperial core. I grew up in a vassal state. But when you grow up not in the imperial core, you develop a very different understanding of American interventions, things of that nature, and you might even be fascinated with like different groups that have actively fought back against Western imperialism, and that's it. That's where it comes from. At the end of the day, Zoran got his education in New York City. Zoran is an American, okay, through and fucking through. He has a little bit of that internationalist framework, given who his father is, given who his mother is, given his lived experience as well. But like, you got to remember, like, there's gonna be shortcomings here. It's fine. This is not like a sincere framework that he's operating off of. It's just him trying to be as safe as possible without knowing, when he doesn't have all of the information. He just tries to play it safe, which I respect. I get it. Like, especially because this is the most inconsequential thing. I'm just joking. I'm memeing. I need everybody to understand. When I'm clowning on this take, that's coming from jokes.
Pleasure of doing so as the mayor of this city, and I look forward to having that pleasure for weeks and months and years to come.
So you're going to sign the buffer zone?
Are you going to sign the buffer zone bill? Why won't you answer?
What's 26 plus 6?
Anyway, I've seen several people with vastly different political ideologies tweet this with vague posts about how the answer is obvious, and I cannot for the life of me imagine why the mayor of New York or any non-limey should give a shit about this. Yeah, I think it's utterly irrelevant because it's like a established rallying cry. It's almost safe. It's one of the safest cool foreign policy positions that like every American politician can get on board with. I think if any American politician were to come out and just be like, oh, I don't know about a united Ireland, people would be like, get the fuck out. What are you talking about? It's one of those things. It's like, it's a given. Yeah, it'd be silly to assume Hochul and others have a firmly held belief / philosophy behind their support of this. Exactly. Like, that's my point, right? Ostenox popped off on this. The bit where we ask him increasingly unrelated foreign policy questions is really funny, especially because he cannot become U.S. president. I love that. Out here posting like this. Sounds like people are fishing for something to be mad about. It is crazy that like everything he says, look, I'm going to be very honest with you. Okay. I'm going to be very honest with you. I'm going to reveal something. Zoran very clearly has tremendous international presence. Okay. I think he recognizes that. Right. And because of that, things that he says about American foreign policy are actually very relevant. And I think he recognizes that as well. I worry sometimes about how he considers international policy and an internationalist framework to be somewhat of a distraction. I worry about that quite a bit. And the reason why I say that is because, like, people do take his word. People do care about his perspective. They see him as the guy, whether he wants to be that guy or not. Whether he just wants to fucking keep his head down and be a great mayor or not, it doesn't matter, right? And I personally want him to come out with a clear statement on what the American government is doing to Cuba, which might actually offend the Trump administration a little bit, which he might not want to do because he has a lot of, he's backing the admin right now for a lot of these like development projects. But I know that Zoran has the capability of massaging that narrative in a way where it doesn't offend Trump's sensibilities too much. Maybe you just partition it with like Marco Rubio. Maybe you blame Marco Rubio or whatever. But I want him to come out and make a statement about Cuba. And I've told him this. Okay? Like, there is a way to do it. There's a way to craft it in a way that won't offend Donald Trump. But I think it's important for this exact reason, because even when it's like silly shit, like a united Ireland, right? Even when it's a silly thing like the United Ireland, like it dominates the media for days on end. Anything he says dominates the media for days on end. That's very powerful. You got to use that power for good. You got to use that power to elevate people that are suffering under the thumb of the American empire, the evils of American empire, whether they be people in Palestine or whether they be people in Cuba, right? So hopefully he'll, we'll be able to get like AOC and Zoran Mamdani and other prominent figures that are supposed to be the leaders of this progressive movement to come out and release some statements in coordination with the flotilla, especially considering that there are a lot of prominent international, like prominent politicians from Europe that will also be participating in this, because this is something that we've been putting together for quite a while, for a couple months now. And a lot of work went into it. And it's not just like, like from your perspective, it might just look like me, I'm just going with my friends or whatever, but that's not the case. This is like a huge aid mission, right? Code Pink and the Answer Coalition has put together hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of solar panels and other forms of aid, medical aid, food aid, things of that nature. There are people flying in from all around the world, people coming with boats, people coming by plane. And it's pretty serious business. It's also pretty devastating what we've done to Cuba. So I think like it's important to get some of our leaders, some of our leaders in the progressive movement in America to also highlight this plight, and highlight what our government has done to the Cuban state, to the Cuban people. So yeah. Is there any way you can get some barrels of oil in there? I wish. Zoran filling all holes except the hole in Ireland. Why is he still working with Trump, a kid eater pedo? Why does he continue to work with Trump after the files, dude? I don't know, man. Maybe because he's the fucking mayor of New York. And that's the president of the United States of America. It's like saying, why is the Cuban government trying to communicate with the pedophile? What are you supposed to do? What the fuck? Like, people are desperate, okay? They are trying to do everything they can. Yeah, it's like this is the dumbest version of why are you platforming Trump? He's the fucking mayor of New York, man. He has an obligation to his people. He has projects that need funding. He's going to work with Kathy Hochul, and he's doing a pretty solid job at that so far, even though it's, it's been difficult. He has a $12 billion budget shortfall that he has to overcome as the mayor due to the previous administration's idiotic maneuvering and outright corruption. And you're out here confused about why, things are going the way that they're going. It's ridiculous, right? Damn, that sucks. I mean, this is a genuine question. How will the aid get distributed without the oil? Is there a plan for this? Nah, dude, we just didn't even think about that. We didn't even think about that. Fuck, we're just going to dump it on the ground when we get there. We're going to be like, here, solar panel. We're just winging it, dude. There's no coordination. I need you guys to understand something. In order to do this, in order to pull off something like this, we have to work with the Treasury. You understand that, right? We got to get OFAC clearance, for example. Like, you have to work with the American government. You have to work with the Cuban government. You can't conduct an aid mission like this, like, randomly. So we're working on it. And, we've been doing all of that. It all has to be above board. It all has to be legal. It all has to work within the complex legal system that the American government has designed in an effort to make it as difficult as humanly possible to fucking help Cuban people. Yeah, right? You can try, but you might get shot after being mistaken for insane expat terrorists. Yeah, no, that's not happening. All right, so of course you don't have the balls to do guerrilla aid mission to Cuba. What? Okay. Does that need you need a passport? What? Yeah, I think a lot of people don't understand. Like, you can still fly to Havana right now from Miami if you wanted to. You can fly to Cuba directly right now. Anyway, he tied it back to Gaza a little bit. Mamdani rips genocide in Palestine during St. Patrick's Day event.
I say this as over the past few years, as we've witnessed a genocide unfold before our eyes, there has been deafening silence from so many. For those who have long cared about universal human rights and the extension of them to Palestinians, silence, however, is nothing new, for Palestinians are so often left to weep alone. Yet former President Robinson has never been silent. Not when she was president, not when she was High Commissioner for Human Rights, and not in the decades since. As she once said, commemoration is a moral act.
Did you unfollow Zoran on IG? What? No.
Things. Unwavering, sincere, and chief among them, Irish. Irish solidarity is no coincidence. Who can better understand those who weep than those who have been made to weep for so long? The story of the Irish, both in Ireland and in New York City, is at one time a story of oppression, of subjugation, and of discrimination. As we know, it was on Irish soil that the British Empire developed their colonial project. So much of the exploitation later imposed elsewhere across the world was first honed in the plantations of Ireland. And yet when I think of the Irish, I do not think first of oppression. I think of resistance. I think of unity. I think of corned beef and 96-minute Troy Parrott goals and the Pogues' fairy tale of New York. Above all, I think of that solidarity.
I feel so dumb. I was wondering why everyone's asking, but it's fucking St. Patrick's Day. Yeah. The Global South and the Irish united and being fucked over by the British. Yeah. That's why Irish people automatically are some of the most fucking base people you've ever met. Some of the best white people you've ever met. Because their history and their background is of an oppressed peoples. That's it. Like, they've been genocided, they've been dominated, and they have fought back against the British Empire. Together with the left party, we shipped a couple containers of agricultural equipment to Cuba in the last 3 years. Please snipe. I know people that organize humanitarian aid in the German party, the left. Yeah. Irish people know famine. Irish people know genocide. Irish people know being dominated by British Empire, by Western colonialism, Western imperialism. And that is why, because of that revolutionary history, the average Irish person has a very different understanding of imperialism in general. It's not an accident that like Irish people are so quote unquote woke when it comes to the issue of Palestine, so woke when it comes to apartheid South Africa. It genuinely comes from the revolutionary history of Ireland. It's one that here in the United States of America, we try to LARP as well, considering that our revolutionary war against British Empire also led to the formation of the American state. The difference between us and the Irish, however, is that we also did a shit ton of indigenous genocide, the erasure of the indigenous peoples. We also continued to implement and defend chattel slavery. We participated in 400 years of colonial rape and plunder of Africa. And that is the reason why Americans have a very different approach to this issue and have become an empire itself rather than continue having anti-imperialist sentiment.
The story of the Irish, both in Ireland and in New York City, is at one time a story of oppression, of subjugation, and of discrimination. As we know, it was on Irish soil that the British Empire developed their colonial project. So much of the exploitation later imposed elsewhere across the world was first honed in the plantations of Ireland. And yet when I think of the Irish, I do not think first of oppression. I think of resistance. I think of unity. I think of corned beef and 96-minute Troy Parrott goals and the Pogue's Fairy Tale of New York. Above all, I think of that solidarity. When Irish immigrants arrived in New York City, they were so often barred from employment and from housing. Signs plastered across storefronts read, "Help wanted, no Irish need apply." And yet while Irish New Yorkers were, in the poetry of Evan Boland, long suffering in the bruise-colored dusk of the New World, they did not grow discouraged. They banded together. They organized. They formed labor movements that endure to this day. It was Irish hands that helped to build so much of the city that we recognize today. The skyscrapers that pierce clouds, the tunnels carved through bedrock. And we can see an example of that legacy in the incredible labor leaders that we have with us today, both in this room and beyond this room. And as we celebrate St. Patrick's Day together, and as I belatedly acknowledge our State Senator Brian Kavanaugh as well, we celebrate not just a day of revelry, but a day of continued obligation to one another, to a better world, to all those who still weep. And I want to thank President Robinson again for joining us. I want to thank the people of Ireland who have taken a past of suffering and used it to fight for a future of justice. And I want to thank every Irish New Yorker for helping make this city into what it is today.
Ireland might be even more pro-Palestine than Zohran Mamdani is. I know for a fact that that is the case, yes. Mayor Zohran Mamdani on Tuesday compared the plight of the Irish to the genocide in Palestine as he used the St. Patrick's Day celebration to rip the deafening silence from so many on the Israel-Hamas war. Ireland might be even more pro-Palestine than Zohran is. I mean, of course. That's without a doubt. Yes, Irish people are more pro-Palestine than the average American. Abso-fucking-lutely, without a doubt. That's not even a question. Didn't you go to Belfast Aviv? Wait, what? Belfast Aviv? Listen. There's the Irish people in Dublin, and then there's the Irish people in Belfast. Okay? The Irish people in Belfast, up until recently, lived under conditions not dissimilar to the occupation of Palestinians in the West Bank. Sometimes these were forces of empire that worked alongside one another. Okay, whether it be the Black and Tans or the Israeli occupational forces. The idea, I will never allow people to tarnish the good reputation of people of Belfast, okay? Never, not even once. the average person living in the north of Ireland is more radical, has more radicalism in their fucking pinky finger than the most aggressive communist you've ever met in your life living in the United States of America. 100%. 100%. Yeah, the black and tans were sent to Palestine in the 1920s. It's the same folks. Anyway. Mamdani blasts Trump administration's catastrophic and illegal strikes in Iran. That's good. I mean, he pushes back when he needs to, so I hope he can say something about Cuba as well. BPAC Tracker is roasting you for being sponsored for your Belfast Aviv trip. BPAC Tracker. The fact that Mamdani can comfortably just deflect on a question of Irish unification says more about how the Irish vote has just disappeared this century. It used to be a real thing you had to consider in New York. Giuliani hosted Jerry Adams. Yeah, that's true. It's true. Irish unity was a non-starter for many Americans, especially American politicians in New York. The fact that like there isn't this isn't like a sincere question from a nationally prominent mayor of New York cuts away at like a lot of generational history of New York politics that made it so that this was like, again, that would be considered an unconscionable mistake in a different generation. Like having a wishy-washy approach to it. That's precisely the reason why all these older politicians that are to the right of Zoran Mamdani outflanked Zoran by saying, yes, of course, Irish unity now. That's the point I was trying to make, including Donald Trump, apparently. Let's take a look.
Great job. Deputy First Minister of Northern Ireland, and they get along so well. I saw that. You get along very well together. That's the way it's supposed to be, huh? I don't know if I should be promoting merger. I love mergers, but I didn't know. We're going to get in a little trouble. We're going to get in more trouble with that than the beauty. But Emma, Little, Pengali, thank you very much, Emma. Thank you very much. Steve.
Deputy First Minister of Northern Ireland, and you get along so well. I don't know if I should be promoting mergers. I love mergers, but we're going to get in a little trouble. We're going to get in more trouble with that. Anyway, it is wild how right-wingers can be right on Irish unity and just not understand the Israel occupation. Yeah. I've been learning Irish for a couple of months so I can better listen to Kneecap Smugglers and Scholars of Banger. I feel like I don't see the same diaspora narrative for the Irish as you do for Iranians and Cubans, for example. Is that right, and why? No. For the longest time during their period of the Troubles, the Irish diaspora, like Irish Americans, were very aggressively pushing not only for political cover and political support, but also not only were they pushing for political support for the IRA, but they were also literally funding. They were offering material support to an established terrorist group. The IRA was, by the British occupation's assessments, a full-blown, fully fleshed terrorist group. American politicians were fundraising to offer material support to what the British government considered a terrorist organization. This is real. Republican politicians in the state of New York were literally trafficking guns. Where do you think this comes from? Have you never heard this? My little Armalite? Do you think Ireland has an indigenous Armalite industry? Where do they get the Armalite?
A clip of ammunition for me little Armalite. I was stopped by a soldier, he said you are a swine. He hit me with his rifle and he kicked me in the groin. I begged and I pleaded, oh my manners were polite, but all the time I'm thinking of me little Armalite. And
yeah. My great-great-grandfather gave a part of his check from the steel mill to the IRA through his Catholic church law. Yeah. Churches, bars in New York and all around the country where there are, you know, Irish people would literally have straight up tip jars at the bar. They would take the money. They would take the money and literally purchase weapons and then illegally traffic weapons to Ireland. It's not like this is one of the instances where like Americans universally were on the right side of politics of an oppressed peoples, you know, because it was anti-English, anti-British. New York Mayor Mamdani meets with Sinn Féin TD Louise O'Reilly at the Irish American Labor Coalition of St. Patrick's Day and quotes James Connolly, the cause of Ireland is the cause of labor and the cause of labor is the cause of Ireland. Yeah. So, the IRGC Basij Force Commander Golam Zara Soleimani killed, I know, and Ali Larijani as well. Also, Ro Khanna is mad. Facts, like you using a clip of an anti-Semite in a video you posted, or you applauding a group that is trying to drive pro-Israel Democrats out of politics, or you sitting with a podcast that says Zionists are neo-Nazis, or you speaking at a conference where they laughed at 10-7. AIPAC is coming after Ro Khanna pretty aggressively, but I think this literally boosts his profile. This nonsense is no longer going to fly. Every Democrat should denounce this and defend Chris Van Hollen and Ro Khanna, two public servants with integrity who have always repudiated hate while defending the rights of all. Okay? Facts don't matter to Greenblatt, says Ro Khanna. He is a Trump apologist who attacked Obama's nuclear deal, defends Elon, and is basically a shill for the Trump administration and Netanyahu. Sad to see. He has zero respect among any House Democrats anymore. Okay? To which AIPAC replied with, facts like you using a clip of an anti-Semite in a video you posted, or you applauding a group that is trying to drive pro-Israel Democrats out of politics, or you sitting with a podcast which is Zionists or neo-Nazis, that's me. He's talking about me, which is true, by the way. Zionism is Nazism. So yes, sucks to suck, but it's the truth. Or you speaking at a conference where they laughed at 10-7, all the shit, right? They're hitting our boy. Critical support to Ro Khanna, as always. Critical support to anybody that is duking out with AIPAC. I will always stand with them, okay? If AIPAC has made you into their enemy, then you are my friend, okay? AIPAC is my enemy. I will defend you, no matter what. Anyway. Hello. Anyway, you can point out that the I in AIPAC stands for Israel, but that's missing the point. The implicit belief here is that Israel is America, maybe even a super America, more America than the rest, and the offense here is implying that it's a separate nation. Yeah. Avi Meyer, founder of Jerusalem Journal, was criticizing me because I said every top Democrat has an opportunity to let their position be known here. This kind of foreign interference is no longer welcome, right? Because a source close to AIPAC says the group's main goal in Chicago is stopping who it sees as 6 potential squad members: Robert Peters, Keena Collins, Junaid Ahmed, Yasmin Ben Cole, Kat Abghazali, and Boshra Amawala, right? Kat and Bushra are running in the same race. They're bringing Bushra up because they understand that they are very unpopular and that this will actually create support for Bushra, who unfortunately has no capacity to win this race at this point. And it can't be that Ro Khanna can't be the only person that's like constantly railing against fucking the ADL and AIPAC and shit, right? Like, it's really busted. It's really busted that the rest of the Democratic caucuses are not rising up at a time when there is unprecedented popularity, both against Israel and all expressions of Israel first politics in the form of the ADL, in the form of AIPAC. It's totally ridiculous. Totally unacceptable. When will AIPAC and ADL be merging? Greenblatt, you've sucked up enough to Trump. You can probably get the merger approved in this administration. Yeah. What happens if Bushra somehow wins? That would be fantastic. It's just not going to happen. We got Hassan Heads door knocking for Cat. Today's going to be a good day. Yeah, this is a big run. This is a big race. I mean, Daniel Biss has literally all of the institutional support, like tremendous institutional support. So, by the way, this has been pretty funny. Speaking of people who are also dogs for the Israeli state and for Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is a dog of Israel as well. Asmin Grift, Asmin Cattle, Asmin Goy, Asmin whatever you want to fucking call it, right? Israel's strongest soldier is back at it again. Now, this is pretty undeniable. Okay, as Mein Kampf is also great. Obviously, that's another good one. But it's cool because here's Asmongold saying in 2024 Israel's wars are not our wars. In 2025 saying I don't support bombing Iran, and in 2026 saying this is awesome. Iran needs to be bombed more. I replied with a photo of a shock collar with the Israeli flag on the side of it saying Asmin Grift. And all the based like right-wing guys have to still they're in this weird predicament now where they have to defend Asmongold and they have to shit on me. But Asmongold is defending Israel. So they're like, he found the collar image from his past Amazon orders. And it's not working because even people on even people in the replies are like, well, Asmongold is he's inconsistent on this. So even people on the right who are supposed to be like based and edgy recognize that they can't like defend Israel and they can't defend Asmongold defending Israel and Israel's interests. And this is what happens when you are actually consistent and not like an inconsistent fucking grifter. Here's the new rendition of that. What is this? Ugh, God, that photo is so awful.
Israel's wars are not our wars. True. Oh my God. I think that we play too big of a role in other countries' military shit. Like, we're too interventionary. We get too involved into other people's business. It's a waste of our money. The people there probably fucking hate us. Where's really the upside here, right? I think that the level that we try to play nation building, especially in places like this, like Libya, for example, back in the day, or Iraq. No, absolutely not. Yeah, it's too much, man.
We're not going to have World War III, but I will prevent World
In my opinion, keeping us out of World War III means not sending over bombs and starting wars in the Middle East. Like, that's just me. I also wouldn't support any sort of collateral damage, bombing things like the U.S. bombing things that are inside of urban areas. I don't support any sort of boots on the ground. I don't support I don't even support the U.S. like going directly to war with Iran's military. I think any further military intervention stands to alienate the Iranian people, and it stands to destabilize the country. And you can see how CNN passively manufactures consent to to bomb Iran by assuming that Iran is attacking civilian places only. Like, for example, one of the biggest military installations inside of Israel is in the middle of the city. And do you guys see how the media is pushing the war by saying that Iran is this existential threat and we need to fight for America? This is upsetting for me. Big deal. Like, I mean, if this was the U.S. bombing Iran, I'd be saying, fuck. I am so happy this has happened. I am just dramatically, tremendously happy this has happened. I was a big supporter of us bombing them before, and now we're bombing them again, and this is just amazing.
This is an operation against the world's largest sponsor of terror.
That's right. This is amazing. Every third world shithole that promotes these terrorist ideologies, death cult fucking religion, is getting demolished. Oh, a school got bombed? It's collateral damage in a war, and it's inevitable, number one. And number two, you know, if they didn't want that to happen, maybe they shouldn't have been funding terror groups and antagonizing a world superpower like America.
Yeah, based.
Man, how about that? This is great.
I straight up, if I had to sit there and watch like the ugliest, silliest fucking White House clip compilations and sit there and act like this is like super cool, I would probably kill myself. I would probably I'm
Brian Kill Me.
I would probably Brian Kill Me. Okay. It's just like, yeah, these videos, they're so base, right? I mean, they're fucking base, right, guys? How about that? Yeah.
Great.
Anyway, he made a response to this video. Yeah, what is it? Is it him going, yeah, you guys are Israel obsessed. You got to stop. Yeah. There is no response to this, right? There is no response to this because it's so transparent what is going on, right? It's so obvious what's going on. He is just regurgitating whatever Trump is saying because he doesn't have any real opinions, right? He doesn't have any real opinions at all. He's just, you know, when Trump is saying no war, just peace.
Not war, not war, not war, just peace.
When Trump is like that, he's saying the same shit, right? When Trump turns around and bombs Iran, and then he's also in favor of bombing Iran. It's that simple. It's that simple. No convictions whatsoever, but also no ability to read the room either, right? Because like there are right-wing content creators and even people in the cabinet, like J.D. Vance, has a better understanding of where things are going. And therefore, J.D. Vance is trying to like avoid being seen as being responsible for this war, right? Like he's already throwing out his frustrations with like going to war with Iran and blah blah blah, all this shit. Like there's already been like Politico coverage on this. Tucker Carlson has dropped the administration on this issue. Megyn Kelly has dropped the administration on this issue. Like there are a lot of people that recognize how unpopular this is going to be. It's already unpopular and it's going to be even more unpopular, right? And Asmongold doesn't realize any of that because he doesn't have the knowledge. He doesn't have the wherewithal. He doesn't have the ability to read the room. He's just responding to the fucking administration and like regurgitating propaganda coming from the admin and trying to appeal to the lowest common denominator. He's just a dumb fucking rat. Exactly. And that's it. If you take him seriously, if you consider him to be like a serious thinker, you're a fucking idiot. You're basically exposing yourself, and I will continue laughing at you forever. But that's it. That's it. Yes, we got the early in-person votes. I know. Kat Al-Ghazali is cooking with the early in-person votes, okay? Cooking. He's really just doing the opposite of what you do. That's his doctrine. No, it's not necessarily the opposite because there are instances where we find ourselves in agreement. The reason why is because there are certain things that Trump says about like non-interventionism, for example, that almost lean into my side of politics, right? And when Trump is saying he's not an interventionist and Asmongold is saying he's not an interventionist because Trump is saying it, then all of a sudden it comes across like we are in agreement with one another. But it's simple. He just doesn't, he is an immoral person. He's a bad person. He's not even a contrarian. He's a bad person. He's not very intelligent. And the reality of the matter is the market demands someone who is a stupid little grifter. So that's part of the reason why he still sees a decent amount of success. It's that simple. That's it. Many people are grifters. Many people are bad faith. Many people are immoral. But you can still be a grifter and you know, land on the right side of issues because you read the room better, right? Asmongold doesn't. I think he's not even banking on the inability of the right to punish him later down the line for his advocacy in going to war with Iran at the behest of Israel. Right? He's just farming. And he's pretty open about it, too. He just straight up says it. It's not like he hides it. He openly says he is farming. And people don't necessarily care. Okay. Have you covered the Joe Kent resignation? Not yet. I'm going to get to that right now. But first, let's get to the insane sketch that came out of U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu pushing back on the death rumors and putting together a wonderful little sketch. Everything that Benjamin Netanyahu participates in is pretty insane. It like looks insane for normies. And this is not even a little... I mean, this is not the exception, okay? It is the rule. This is a very weird video.
Prime Minister,
I gotta
I
pee.
want you to know the president asked me to come and make sure you were okay.
Yes, Mike. Yes, I'm alive.
I checked that, and I'm happy to see that. But he wanted to make sure because, you know, you guys get along too well.
I know, and we shake hands with 5 fingers in each hand. You know, but I have to tell you, I'm alive, but I have this card.
Oh.
And yeah, don't read it. So it's a punch card.
Mm-hmm.
Today I erased 2 names on the punch cards, and you see how many more to go on this batch.
You know what the good news is? My name is not on the punch card.
Your name is on the list of the good guys.
Thank you.
And what the president, the U.S. forces are doing is incredible. We're very proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. And getting rid of these lunatics who would like to develop nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them to every American city after wiping out Israel. They ain't going to do that. We're wiping them out.
I love it. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks. Take care.
Thank you.
Air and missile attacks from both sides continued overnight. The U.S. Embassy in Iraq was among the targets. Meanwhile, there is breaking news from Israel, which claims to have killed 2 of Iran's top leaders. Imtiaz Taib is near the Strait of Hormuz in the United Arab Emirates. Imtiaz, good morning. So what is Israel saying?
Good morning. Well, Iran has yet to confirm the death of one of its most senior power brokers. His name is Ali Larijani, who Israel says was killed alongside a top commander of the besieged militia. But if this is true, it raises much bigger questions about who is now shaping decisions in Tehran, including here on the Strait of Hormuz, now the epicenter of one of the most dangerous standoffs on Earth.
What? Yes, let me glaze all over myself and Trump and murder and genocide over such amazing good guys. Yeah, I gotta go. I gotta run this back.
Air and missile attack.
Okay, I gotta run this back because
Mr. Prime Minister,
this is, again, I was peeing. I've already watched it. Now, obviously, I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu is actually killed. Okay, I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu is dead. I think a lot of the people are losing their minds over the AI stuff. They think that like every video is an AI video. Okay. Unfortunately for everyone around the planet that would love to rejoice at the prospect of Adolf Hitler dying somehow, he's very much alive. Okay, so let's just put it out there. That's my take on it. That's my assessment. And it's an unfortunate truth that you must come to terms with, right? However, this video is still weird as fuck.
I wanted you to know the president asked me to come and make sure you were okay.
Yes, Mike. Yes, I'm alive.
I checked that, and I'm happy to see that. But he wanted to make sure because, you know, you guys get along too well.
I know, and we shake hands with 5 fingers in each hand. You know, but I have to tell you, I'm alive, but I have this card.
Oh.
And yeah.
Like he has an assassination list. He has an assassination list in his pocket, right? Like for this meme, the setup is he has a punch card. And in this punch card, he has a list of targets that he hasn't killed yet and targets that he has killed. This is also his announcement that he's killed Ali Larijani. And his announcement that he's killed the head of the Basij militia.
I don't read it. So it's a punch.
Yeah, and he goes, don't read it.
I have this card.
Oh.
And yeah, don't read it. So it's a punch card.
Mm-hmm.
Today I erased 2 names on the punch cards. And you see how many more to go on this batch.
You know what the good news is? My name is not on the punch card.
That's a crazy thing to say. Why would you say that? That is so weird, bro. I swear to God, that's just as weird as gifting American politicians like a golden beeper. Am I crazy? Like, is this because of my opinion? Is this because of my attitude? Is this because of my like biases against the genocidal entity? Or does this read as like very strange? It reminds me of when Charlie Kirk was assassinated by the state of Israel, is what some people say, not me. Or maybe I lean into it a little bit. Who knows? Fuck it. We're having fun. And he came out 2 seconds after that assassination and was like, Israel didn't kill Charlie Kirk. It's like, why did you say that? That's weird. That's a weird thing to say, big dog. That's strange.
Your name is on the list of the good guys.
Thank you.
And
like, this makes it seem like Israel has assassinated American political figures and will continue to assassinate American political figures. Okay? This part of the video, this part of the bit doesn't seem like a fucking bit. It seems like Mike Huckabee's like, oh, thank God. You're not going to kill me, right, Master? Master, you're not going to kill me, right?
What the president and the U.S. forces are doing is incredible. We're very proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. And getting rid of these lunatics who'd like to develop nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them to every American city after wiping out Israel. They ain't going to do that. We're wiping them out.
I love it. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks. Take care.
Thank you.
Air and missile attacks from both sides.
Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Like, I don't think this is an AI video. I think it's a real video. But, like, my takeaway from that video is, like, it's a thinly veiled threat. Like, it's very strange. AI script, maybe. Not everything has to be AI, man. I don't know what the fuck is your obsession with AI. Jesus Christ. It's AI, go back to the beginning. Oh my God. Chat are being fucking weirdos. Okay, dude. Benjamin Netanyahu's dead. It's an AI video, and Mike Huckabee is also in the AI video now. Everything is AI. Let's just live in a fucking la la land. where every video is AI. Benjamin Netanyahu is definitely dead, guys. You got it. It makes total sense. I give up. I give up. I can't deal with the cope. It's just so crazy. It's like people constantly fucking posting about like Tel Aviv being nuked. Okay. Oh, look at how Tel Aviv is cratered. Tel Aviv is cratered. Look at this very obviously AI video, right? Like, this is what they don't want you to see. It's Tel Aviv being cratered by a nuke, by an Iranian nuke. And everyone's like, yeah. Dude, you guys are being ridiculous. What good does it, like, what good does this do? You need to seek truth from facts, okay? This is not just a Chinese attitude. This needs to be the American attitude. This needs to be the attitude of everyone. We must seek truth from facts. It is a principled stance that I have taken from the beginning of my career as a political commentator. You guys also need to constantly do this, okay? You need to make sure that you have, you need to, oh, so no memeing, no jokes. I can't tell if some people are joking. I think some people do legitimately want to believe that Benjamin Netanyahu was assassinated. But yeah, Betelgeuse says, holy shit, I wasn't sure there were chatters that took us seriously, but someone was freaking the fuck out. Yeah. Like, there are people who legitimately lose their fucking minds. Hasan, you are dumb. R-word, he's fucking dead. He's dead. You don't understand AI. Those videos are all AI. Big dog, what the fuck? Boy, you need ayahuasca. Your ego is getting on my nerves. You fucking R-word. Fucking deep shit. You don't know anything. No, shut the fuck up, you stupid shit. You think that guy's memeing? Or you think that guy sincerely has lost his dang mind a little bit? It's the same. Like, there are people there are people that just believe that like Pizzagate is real, and they will never ever believe that it's you know, a little ridiculous, right? Like, no, the Pizzagate is real. Like, Jeffrey Epstein's files show that Pizzagate is real. Same with Benjamin Netanyahu's definitely dead. All these videos are AI. You're fucking stupid. You need to take ayahuasca. Wayfair is real. They're trafficking children from the Wayfair website, and you might accidentally get a child in your Wayfair purchase. You know, shit like that. I don't know. What is this? Check this one out, though. This is 100% proof of it. The Israeli scientist is currently working on Mecha Yahoo Mark 1 just so people online stop saying he's dead. True. This is real. This is real and true. Anyway. Breaking news. Iran claims they carried out an assassination inside of Iran's Fars news agency, citing unspecified sources, said an operation was carried out by Iranian special forces deep inside of occupied territories about an hour ago, targeting a senior Israeli security cabinet member. See, this is, you know, this could also be wrong, right? This could also be totally fucking bullshit. Because you have to remember, like, it's not like the Iranian state also doesn't have the capacity to stretch the truth, right? Like, we don't know. We need more information. We will get more information inevitably when you see another Israeli security cabinet meeting take place and one of the Israeli security cabinet members is mysteriously absent from that. Well, then that kind of actually gives credence to the statement, right? You have to analyze this stuff critically. You can't just like lean into it because it feels good. You understand? Counterpoint, when have they lied, though? I mean, they've made mistakes, and then they've tried to, like, patch it up. one of the instances I can remember is like, I mean, like right now, for example, Iran, of course, exaggerates their striking capabilities because there's an information war going on as well, right? On the one hand, Israel and America are obviously lying when they say they've completely destroyed Iranian strike capabilities. That's bullshit. We know that that's bullshit, right? The Strait of Hormuz is not open. They will also in times claim that, yeah, they claimed the Ayatollah was alive, even though he had died on the first strike for like, for 12 hours after he had very clearly died, right? So there's stuff like that they do. It's minor in comparison to like the faucet of misinformation that comes from the American and the Israeli side, but just like remember. They claimed that 500 U.S. soldiers had been killed, right? They claimed initially that 500 U.S. soldiers had been killed. That was also not correct. The real number is still, like the number of casualties is still much higher than the way that the American government initially reported it, where they were like, oh, just 6, maybe 10, maybe 20 soldiers have been killed so far. Like the number is higher, right? And the casualty numbers are at 200 that we know of. So it's probably higher now. But the first day they had claimed that there were 500 casualties. Right? Casualties imply wounded in action and killed in action, for the record, for those of you who don't know. So everyone plays this game, but you have to be a little bit more critical. You have to be critical, especially, what do I always tell you? If you see a narrative that is so perfectly in line with your beliefs, if you see something that is too good to be true, sometimes it might not be true. Okay, that should cause a little bit more critical thinking in your mind. No, casualties doesn't mean death. Casualties mean wounded in combat or killed in combat. Okay, killed in action, wounded in action. As in, they are no longer capable of returning to combat. Okay, that's what a casualty is. Or even if it's like civilians we're talking about. Casualty just means civilians that are either missing, civilians that have either been wounded, or civilians that have been killed. They're incapacitated. Having said that, however, as far as like offering weight to the statements coming from the IRGC or the Iranian side as opposed to the Israeli or American side, yes, I think the IRGC side, while they also embellish some facts from time to time, their statements are oftentimes on the closer to the side of the truth, right? But that doesn't mean you should unconditionally listen to every single thing that's coming out of the IRGC side and go, this is God's honest truth, and I believe it, and I want to believe it, so fuck you. Okay? Having said that, once again, we must seek truth from facts, as always. And there is one fact that is absolutely correct. The Strait of Hormuz is closed for every vessel, with the exception of those that the Iranian government is allowed safe passage through. This means that the Iranian government still very much controls the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? That's it. Israel now is saying that they've killed 2 senior Iranian leaders as strikes continue. Now, with the Israeli side lies about everything all the time. The American side lies about everything all the time, except for one thing, and that is high-profile assassinations. Okay? They were right about the Ayatollah. The Iranian side said that the Ayatollah was not killed, right, for the first, 12 hours or so. And there is a high likelihood that this is correct. Let's take a look at this story now.
Overnight, the U.S. Embassy in Iraq was among the targets. Meanwhile, there is breaking news from Israel, which claims to have killed 2 of Iran's top leaders. Imtiaz Taib is near the Strait of Hormuz in the United Arab Emirates. Imtiaz, good morning. So what is Israel saying?
Good morning. Well, Iran has yet to confirm the death of one of its most senior power brokers. His name is Ali Larijani, who Israel says was killed alongside a top commander of the besieged militia. But if this is true, it would...
The funny aspect of this is that Larijani is a bad motherfucker, okay? He was largely seen as a hardliner in comparison to the previous administration. He was one of the hardliners in the previous formation, but in the current one, he is actually the guy that you can negotiate with because he's pragmatic. So Israel's assassination, if true, Israel's assassination of Larijani, if true, is once again assassinating yet another remaining pragmatic leader that is willing to negotiate with America and find a reasonable conclusion that revolves around de-escalation. So this assassination, just like the assassination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, will only lead to the current existing regime bringing in an even more hardcore individual to replace him. Like, it's crazy. They just keep making the IRGC more militant against American Western intervention, against Israeli imperialism. Okay? Larijani had opposed the succession of Moshtaba Khamenei as Iran's supreme leader and had lobbied the Council of Clerics that elected him to consider changing the vote for a more moderate choice. Larijani was seen as the guy who was much more pragmatic than the other heads of the Iranian government. Okay? America had seen him as a much more pragmatic figure. Now, his opinion might have changed after Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was assassinated, but he was still seen as, like, I wouldn't say he's a moderate. He is a moderate by current standards, but to say that he was always like a moderate is not correct. I think he was a hardliner that was more pragmatic than some of the other leadership in Iran. But even if they killed him, they once again killed one of the only individuals that they could actually talk to.
Raises much bigger questions about who is now shaping decisions in Tehran, including here on the Strait of Hormuz, now the epicenter of one of the most dangerous standoffs on Earth.
The U.S. Embassy in Baghdad under attack with an intensity not seen before, as CRAM air defenses seen here firing into the night sky targeted at least 5 Iranian drones. Some intercepts failed, sparking a fire at the diplomatic mission that had already been evacuated.
This is crazy, by the way. Again, CRAMs lasering in the night sky like shooting stars, and yet drones are fucking drones are being failed. Or drones are actually capable of going through that interception and blowing up the target. Do you understand how fucking scary that is for, once again, the American capabilities? Because that equipment is not only insanely expensive, but it's supposed to be foolproof. Like, it's supposed to be one of the best things, one of the best weapons we have. The idea that a drone can just fly through and still hit that target is crazy. That means that our destroyers are going to have a very hard time in the Strait of Hormuz as well. Okay? Smoke rises from the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad as fires can also be seen burning in Central Bank of Iraq Tower, reportedly after it was struck by counter-rocket artillery and mortar system CRAM attempting to shoot down an Iranian one-way attack drones over Baghdad. We are using a weapon that costs $2,025 a second. Okay? $2,025 a second. And it's being thwarted by a $7,000 drone, a Shahed drone that is flying at it Okay? No, it's $2,025 a second. Okay? It's a fucking flying lawnmower. There is no world. Shahheads are like 50K. That's cope. You're out of your fucking mind. The initial estimate was that they were 20 grand. And then the new estimate that was that they're actually closer to 10 grand. The real number is 7 grand. Okay? They are not $50,000 a pop. The American version of it is $50,000 a pop. Or 30, I think. You're absolutely wrong. The ROI isn't bad, though. 2 to 5 seconds of firing isn't that far off for shooting at those drones. Yeah, they're not just doing 2 to 5 seconds of firing, though. They're firing continuously. You're just seeing like a couple rounds every now and then.
Fucking hell. Fucking hell.
So that's yet another massive defeat for America's capabilities. Once again, they also now have FPV drones all over Iraq as well that they're utilizing, which is going to be devastating for American propaganda. Because once you start seeing American troops or American assets get lasered by the Shia militias utilizing FPV drones in real time, and the clip compilations keep coming out, that shit's gonna be really bad for the war effort. Okay? But let's continue.
No casualties were reported. But it's here in the Gulf that continues to be hit the hardest. This Iranian strike on a fuel tank at Dubai's airport has disrupted flights for a second day at one of the world's busiest airports. And this major hit on a large oil storage facility in the UAE's Fujairah saw it burn out of control. As U.S. and Israeli forces continue to pound targets across Iran, they say at least 15,000 so far. And we're day turned to night after a strike on a police headquarters in western Hamadan province. Israel is also continuing its other war on Iran's most important proxy. The Israeli military has begun, quote, limited and targeted ground operations against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. According to Lebanese authorities, since fighting began 2 weeks ago, at least 886 people, including over 100 children, have been killed and 1 million more displaced.
And the casualties keep climbing. According to U.S. Central Command, over 200 U.S. service members have been injured across 7 countries since the start of the war. 13 have been killed in Israel, and 14 civilians have lost their lives, while the death toll has passed 1,300, according to aid agencies, with no end to the fighting in sight. Back to you.
MTS Taya from near the Strait of Hormuz. Thank you.
It's a great thing. My son and my family, we have a great golf complex in Ireland, one of the best in the world, called Doonbeg. It's in Doonbeg, and it's been amazing. And Rory McIlroy loves it. They all love it. Great golfers. You have a tremendous golf tradition, and it was chosen for the Irish Open, which is a big deal. That's a big event.
Absolutely, looking forward to it.
Everybody wants me to be there. You just said, I hope you're going to go.
I did.
And we're going to try. We are going to try, but it would be an honor. But it was a great honor to be chosen. They only choose the best courses in the world for the, for the big opens. It's one of the big ones, the Irish Open. It's really become one of the most important tournaments in the world. It's going to do. I hear it's going to be a fantastic success.
A great success.
Yeah. It's a very, very hard. It's a very hard course.
Mr. President, what progress have you made, Mr. President, in getting America's allies to assist the U.S. in escorting those oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, we don't need too much help, and we don't need any help, actually. In fact, we just put out a notice. I was watching over the last couple of weeks, and all of our NATO allies were very much in favor of what we did. They thought it was very important. We were just discussing it, actually. very important that we take out the nuclear threat from Iran, and we've done that very strongly, very powerfully. We've wiped out their Navy, wiped out their military in every aspect. Their Air Force is now decimated. They have no Air Force, no Navy. They have no radar. Their radar is entirely gone. Their anti-aircraft machinery is gone. Everything is gone. Their leaders are gone. I guess one of their top person was, they say, a lot of people say their actual top was killed yesterday, along with somebody else who was responsible for the killing. The man that was responsible for the killing of 32,000 people over the last 2 weeks, he was in charge of the killing of protesters. It's an evil group. I mean, they've killed much more than 32,000 people. And the man who was responsible for that was also killed yesterday. And all of the NATO allies agreed with us, but they don't want to, despite the fact that we help them so much. We have thousands of soldiers in different countries all over the world, and they don't want to help us, which is amazing. I mean, amazing. And I didn't do a full court press because I think if I did, they probably would be. But we don't need help. That war has been long prosecuted, as far as I'm concerned, almost from day one. We knocked out many of these things. We knocked out the Navy essentially in a couple of days. But I was surprised to see that NATO, while they agreed that it was a very important thing to do, they agree fully. Nobody said, oh, you shouldn't do it. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 1 month of when we had the B-2 bombers bomb the nuclear potential. I call it the nuclear dust. So I think NATO's making a very foolish mistake. And I've long said that, I wonder whether or not NATO would ever be there for us. So this was a great test, because we don't need them, but they should have been there. The other thing is,
he's like a baby. He's like a child. He's mad like a child. First, the Omani foreign minister came out and revealed that there was a deal on the table that met Trump's demands, but that he instead chose war. And now it is revealed that the British National Security Advisor was also part of the talks, and he too attests to the fact that A, there was no imminent threat from Iran, B, Trump could have gotten a surprisingly good deal if he stuck to diplomacy, but the perhaps most damning quote in the story comes at the end, attributed to an unnamed diplomat. We regarded Witkoff and Kushner as Israeli assets that dragged the president into a war he wants to get out of. On the negotiations front, Witkoff and Kushner are unreliable and are totally seen as Israeli agents by other parties involved with the meetings. Lindsey Graham literally openly admitted that he went to Israel numerous times in order to get the right information from Israeli agents so he could sell this war to Donald Trump. Both Donald Trump and Marco Rubio and numerous other officials at this point have said this is Israel's war and we're fighting it for them. And yet, saying it out loud is considered fucking anti-Semitic by the very same institutions that absolutely know this is Israel's war that America is waging on its behalf. It's ridiculous, okay? It's ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. If you say we went to war for Israel and that's good, there's no problem. If you say we went to war for Israel and that's bad, you're a bigot. Yeah. The pro-Israel hawks upset at me because Joe Kent is listing Israel's influence in this war as a part of the rationale. Might I suggest the president and secretary of state stop talking about Israel's influence on getting into this war and offer other rationale that is even remotely plausible that justifies American troop deaths and $100 billion taxpayer commitment. Tim Miller is right. Okay? He's right. The idea that this is the dynamic. This is straight up the dynamic. If you say we went to war for Israel and that is good, there's no problem. If you say we went to war for Israel and that is bad, you're a bigot. It's the same principle that mainstream media applies to Zionism and its conflation to Judaism. If you say Israel is the Jewish state and that's a good thing, and we must defend them, okay, then it's good. It's fine. Jake Tapper does it all the time. If you say Israel is the Jewish state and that's a bad thing and we can't defend them, then you're a fucking anti-Semite. And the truth is, you know, it is anti-Semitic to just be like, no, this is actually being done for Judaism. But it's crazy. Americans oftentimes have a hard time grasping nuance. But this situation, like this design, this double standard is so silly that the average American looks at it and goes, nah, this is fucked up. I don't like it. That's it. Yeah, Jake Tapper is retweeting that Kent is an anti-Semite. Right on fucking cue. Now, let's talk about why Israel killed Ali Larijani if he's actually dead. There's a high likelihood that he is. Like I said, Israel oftentimes lies about everything, but the one thing that they don't lie about is usually high-profile assassinations, right? Trita Parsi says, I see 3 potential motivations behind the assassination attempt. 1, Israel is trying to literally kill off Trump's off-ramps. Larijani was not only a key figure within the regime who had emerged as the chief consensus builder, but also to kill off Trump's off-ramps, literally someone whose favorite talks to the U.S. and who could build consensus within the system for an Iranian off-ramp at some point. He also favored de-escalation with the GCC states and supported Pezeshkian's message on that point, though not the apology. There had been some efforts by Larijani to speak directly with senior Trump officials in December, for instance, to prevent the war. The Israelis want the war to continue to degrade Iran's military capabilities further, to shift the balance in the region in Israel's favor for years to come. They have fought for more than 2 decades to get the U.S. to go to full war with Iran. And having finally achieved that goal, they do not want Trump to cut the war short. Without figures like Larijani and the Iranian system, Trump's pathways to ending the war just got narrower. Number 2, the U.S.-Israeli strategy may be shifting back to regime decapitation. The reason for this is that it's becoming increasingly clear that reopening the Straits of Hormuz militarily is simply too risky, and there is no international coalition willing to support Trump. But the Straits must be reopened from Trump's perspective because of the impact on energy markets, which eventually will impact gas and food prices in the U.S., and push Trump's own base to turn against this war. But if he cannot open it militarily, then the original idea of regime implosion may prove another path. As such, the killing of Larijani may have been seen as a second bite at the apple. The first bite, the assassination of Khamenei, did not yield results. But a few more assassinations of key figures may, the thinking would go. Now, there is no proof that this is successful. As a matter of fact, there's proof that this has been unsuccessful, right? I mean, they closed the Strait of Hormuz after Khamenei was killed. And they have a decentralized mosaic structure in their defenses anyway. And that's precisely the reason why they've been actively pummeling the Gulf states and Israel as well, and destroying American assets in the region and killing American troops in the region since the decapitation strike took place. So the idea that like Larijani's assassination would do anything but piss off Iran further and cause them to continue their war efforts is ridiculous. But once again, it ties back to Israel's ambitions of destabilizing Iran. Number 3, opportunity. The assassination may have also simply occurred because the opportunity presented itself rather than having been motivated by either a shift in strategy or a sabotage effort by the Israelis to kill off Trump's off-ramps. Either way, while this undoubtedly is a significant tactical blow to the Islamic Republic, it is difficult to envision it considerably impacting Tehran's war execution. Plans for these eventualities had already been established during the June war. Moreover, when relatively moderate voices have been killed by Israel, they have more often than not been replaced by a younger generation of more hawkish voices who oppose Iran's policy of strategic patience, who oppose the June ceasefire, and who currently oppose any de-escalation or ceasefire. Whether this was Israel's intent or not, the most likely outcome, nevertheless, is the destruction of potential off-ramps for Trump. Jan Eliasson, former Deputy Secretary General of the UN and Foreign Minister of Sweden, also responds to Trita Parsi's assessment and says, Ali Larijani was one of the key leading figures in the end favoring the nuclear deal JCPOA in 2015. I had long and constructive talks in Tehran with him as the Speaker of the Mejlis at the time. Are off-ramps people to negotiate with? Off-ramps as in the people on the Iranian government side that are willing and interested in having talks with the Americans. Okay? Ali Larijani is one of those people. While he is seen as a unification figure inside of Iran, due to his interest in holding the more moderate forces together alongside the IRGC, he's still more of a hardliner than, Khamenei was. However, in the current administration officials that remain in Iran, he was one of the only that has actually talked to the American side in the past. So killing him basically kills the opportunity to come to the table and engage in a sincere ceasefire effort. So Israel is assassinating regime targets that are interested in dealing with America. At the end of this military campaign, there is going to be a point where America and Iran are going to they're going to come to the table. The problem is the Israeli side keeps killing all the people that would be willing to talk to the Americans. And the Iranians are responding by putting a person in their stead that is more hardliner than the past person that was assassinated. This already happened with Khamenei's son. Mojtaba Khamenei is seen as a much more anti-Western figure than his father was. What's the point? The point is Israel wants to continue destabilizing Iran and continue sucking America in to a longer war effort that they will not directly participate in. Israel is not going to put their sons and daughters on the ground in Iran. Israel knows that they can get American boots on the ground, however. That's it. And if they invade Iran militarily, this might actually devastate the American economy. It might collapse what remains of confidence that people have in America being a stabilizing figure in the world. But it's very obvious that Israel doesn't make these calculations. Israel is thinking, oh, well, America is the most powerful military on the planet, which is true. So if they go in, even if America actually suffers devastating blows in the hands of the Iranians, there will only be more appetite for death and destruction on Iran by the American public. They're gambling here. Their bargain is they can get America into this long war. They can push America into this long war with boots on the ground, military occupation. They don't care about the logistical hurdles that America simply cannot overcome at this stage. Okay? They just want short-sighted death and destruction of Iran. They want the Iranian state to collapse. Why, though, Israel doesn't care about their troops dying? They absolutely do. What are you talking? Look. That was crazy. It's back. It's back. M is real high. M is real high. M is real high. M is real high. M Israel high. Okay. I don't know what happened there. Apologies to the beautiful nation state of Israel. Greatest country in the world. More American troops should be thrown into the meat grinder in an effort to preserve Israel's strategic interests by diminishing the Gulf states and also destroying Iran entirely. A source familiar with private plans and discussions tells me Ali Larijani was, for the U.S. and Israel, the most favored transitional candidate as of September 2025, but became a target early February 2026. Vote blue or Netanyahu. Yeah. The source said Larijani became a target when he pushed for crackdown on protesters, took front seat in lashing out against U.S. and Israel, assumed key role in strategizing the IRGC kinetic actions, in particular against the Gulf states. Anyway, let's continue with this.
And I think, very important, we didn't have to be there for Ukraine. Biden chose to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on Ukraine. And I guess the head of Germany just made a statement that, they weren't involved and they have nothing to do with the war. But at the same time, they think we did a great thing by knocking them out. Nobody wants to have Iran or anybody, but nobody wants to have Iran with a nuclear, because these people are crazy. They're absolutely crazy, and they're vicious, violent. I mean, they kill, think of it. They killed, now I hear it's about 41,000 people. They put out a notice 2 days ago. Anybody that protests will be immediately shot and killed. That's pretty tough stuff. So everyone agrees with us, but they don't want to help. And we as the United States have to remember that, because we think it's pretty shocking.
President Macron has just said in the last hour that he will never join a task force in the Strait of Hormuz until hostilities finish. Yet yesterday you said...
Who said that? Who said?
President Macron of France. What's your reaction to that, sir?
Well, he'll be out of office very soon, so we'll have to see. I don't know.
Mr. President, on Doonbeg, you're building an extension to it at the moment, but there's been an objection put in, and it's being held back at the moment due to small snails. What are you disappointed about that?
Planning Commission is
I have not heard that. No.
Mr. President.
I mean, the course was built and it's been operated very successfully. Somebody's objecting. Human and environmental group is objecting to.
What the fuck?
Mr. President.
Okay, I'm not alone. I guess they're having issues too, huh?
At least. Qatar has been great. UAE has been been great. Saudi Arabia has been terrific. Bahrain has been very good. The Middle Eastern countries have been very strong in their support. And of course, Israel has been our partner. Israel's been very, very strong, along with our.
What the fuck? That's not on my end.
Against Iran. If you look back ago, I talked about Iran was a big threat to this country, to this world of ours, and turned out to be I was right. In fact, I said you have to attack Karg Island. You have to attack them years ago when they were acting up. They've been acting up for 37, 47, I guess now 48 years. For 48 years, they've been bad players, vicious players, and you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. If they got a nuclear weapon, I would say they would have used it within 24 hours after having it. And they would have had it if we didn't bomb them out from that great raid with the...
Yeah, if they had a nuclear weapon, Israel and America wouldn't be doing what they're doing currently, just so you understand. Just so we're clear. If they had nukes, there would be regional stability.
B-2 bombers 8 months ago or so, you would have had a nuclear war in the Middle East and maybe beyond. I think it would have hit Europe. Maybe not Ireland, but it would have hit Europe. I think you would have been a nice piece of it. It all gets you. It's big enough that you would have been affected. They would have hit Europe eventually.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, your Director of National Counterterrorism, Joe Kent, he just resigned today. He said he can't support your conflict with Iran. What's your reaction to that? And did you?
Well, I read his statement. I always thought he was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on security, very weak on security. I didn't know him well, but I thought he seemed like a pretty nice guy. But when I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out, because he said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was. The question is whether or not they wanted to do something about it. And many people, many of the greatest military scholars are saying for years that President...
Yeah, this is also crazy. Oh, dude, yeah, our head of counterterrorism was actually weak on terrorism. He was weak on countering terrorism. If you thought he was weak on security, why would you hire him as a lead on counterterrorism is the question that any competent journalist should be asking the president currently.
They should have taken out Iran because they wanted a nuclear weapon. They were, if we didn't do the attack, or if, I'll go a step further, if I didn't terminate the Iran nuclear deal given to us, one of the worst deals ever made by Barack Hussein Obama. Remember when they sent Boeing 757s over there, loaded with cash? Hundreds of millions of dollars. You would have been very happy. This was a wonderful, they said hundreds of millions. People forget that. Does anybody remember? Right? You remember. Hundreds of millions of dollars in a Boeing 757. I think they had two of them loaded. They took the seats out and they put cash. And it was so much that there wasn't a bank in Virginia, Maryland, or D.C. that had any money left. They stripped them of all their money, put it into place, sent it to Iran, almost as ransom. That's not going to happen with Trump. And nobody ever did anything about it. Nobody ever said anything about it. Can you imagine if I did that? So they've been a threat for a long time. But they've really been a threat. If I didn't terminate Obama's horrible deal that he made, the Iran nuclear deal, you would have had a nuclear war 4 years ago. You would have had nuclear holocaust, and you would have had it again if we didn't bomb the site. So when somebody is working with us that says they didn't,
this is all bullshit. Like every single thing that he's saying here is fucking bullshit. Iran was not a nuclear threat. Iran was not an imminent threat. Iran having nukes obviously is something that the American government and the Israeli government would never allow them to have. Like, you don't want any foreign adversary to have nukes, clearly. But if we're pulling ourselves out, like, because you're not the American government, I'm not the American government, you're an ordinary American citizen. If you're like looking at this seriously, of course, Iran and every other foreign adversary or any other nation in the periphery having nukes objectively leads to them being able to develop in the ways that they want to. It allows them to have sovereignty. So that's just facts, okay? If Iran had nukes, the region would be more stable because Israel would not be able to behave in the belligerent ways that it is behaving currently. Obama has literally been out of office for a decade, but this old man refused to let his petty grievances go. Yes, Obama was the last effort. Obama was the last effort. The JCPOA was an objectively good deal for American interests. That was dealing with Iran through sanctions relief and dealing with Iran through diplomacy, something that they were very clearly interested in doing, especially because Ali Khamenei had a fatwa on no nuclear weapons regardless, right? And all of the the uranium enrichment that they were engaging in after Donald Trump came in and destroyed the JCPOA was simply so they can have an upper hand and leverage in the negotiations. Agree 90%, but they didn't allow inspection of certain sites. That's not true. No. Iran was faithfully following through on the JCPOA agreements through and through. That's just not correct. Not because the JCPOA was not just a bilateral commitment between the United States of America and Iran. The JCPOA is a multilateral agreement that actually brought in China, Russia, and the European Union as collaborative partners. The International Atomic Energy Agency had literal round-the-clock surveillance inside of Iranian facilities, and I believe they still do for many of the facilities that haven't been destroyed or whatever. So the idea, they had cameras on the enrichment sites. So the idea that like Iran was sneakily still developing a nuclear weapon is incorrect. At least during I remember reading something like that in 2018. I wasn't fully aware. Yes, that was a lie. You got duped by Israeli pro-Israel media. Okay? As a matter of fact, I will go so far as to say that not only was Iran abiding by their commitments to the JCPOA, they continue to do so after Trump openly said, we're throwing the JCPOA in the pile. It's over. It's done. I'm ripping it apart. Iran still continued abiding by it. Iran was still continuing to abide by the agreements. Okay? Like the agreements outlined in the JCPOA. And not only were they continuing to follow in good faith the negotiations and the limits that were placed, they even allowed European investigators access into the sites after Donald Trump said that he was throwing this deal in the pile. Okay? It was only after Donald Trump added secondary sanctions to the IRGC and secondary sanctions to Iran did they say, all right, fuck it, we're going back to nuclear grade uranium enrichment. And they started enriching uranium beyond the civilian limit that they had previously abided by. Okay? That was only after. It wasn't even after Donald Trump said openly the JCPOA is done. They did it after Trump added sanctions. And the reason why they actually started enriching uranium once again beyond the civilian levels was so they can establish leverage in the next round of talks that would inevitably take place. Right? So that was the reality. And there was literally here in 2018, just like with the Iraq WMD situation, just like with the Iraq WMD lie, when there were international investigators that actually said, no, America is lying. We've seen the sites that they claim have WMDs. These sites do not have weapons of mass destruction. And America said, fuck you. Okay. The exact same thing happened with Iran complying with the nuclear deal restrictions, according to the International Atomic Energy Agency report in 2018. Okay? So just remember that. Vienna. Iran has remained within the main restrictions on its nuclear activities imposed by a 2015 deal with major powers, a confidential report by the UN Atomic Watchdog indicated on Thursday. America lied about it, though. The Trump administration said, nuh-uh, that's not true, for no reason other than the fact that Israel did not want this deal to stand. That's it.
Didn't think Iran was a threat. We don't want those people because, and there are some people, I guess I would say that, but they're not smart people or they're not savvy people. Iran was a tremendous threat. And virtually every NATO nation, and this is the thing, if they told me it wasn't a threat, and therefore they don't want to help, but when they say it was a threat, and it was a major threat, every one of them, I think every one of them, I don't know of one that said they're not a threat.
It is not Israel. Please read the relevant sections of that paper. Which path the project explicitly lines this out to make the deal appealing to international powers so that any lack of compromise from IR would be seen by global powers as they brought it on themselves? Do you know of that paper released by CSIS, I believe? Read mine, please. It is not Israel. Please read the relevant sections of that paper. Anyone that tries to tell me that Israel wasn't the primary spoiler of this multilateral deal that was placed, that was literally put in place even before Barack Obama, like the Iran denuclearization agreement took a decade to accomplish, okay? It took a decade to accomplish. It required China and Russia's cooperation. It required European partners' cooperation. The International Atomic Energy Agency is basically an institution that is 90% tasked with Iran. That's it. That's like the only, it's crazy because like you would think that they are actually abiding by like the non-proliferation treaties and taking a look at like every country with nuclear arms and you know, their nuclear facilities and what kind of nuclear warheads they have. No, it is almost entirely tasked. 90% of all of their efforts are specifically designed around ensuring that Iran is abiding by the standards of the JCPOA. Okay? Straight up. Israel was the only spoiling party in the JCPOA. They hated it. They hated Obama for accomplishing it. And when they got their guy in charge, Donald Trump, they immediately got Donald Trump to throw it in the fucking pile. What is this statement? So if Larijani's dead truly, which I guess 99% he is, what would be the next move from your perspective? I think that overall IRGC and affiliates should avoid public appearances first and foremost. I mean, yeah, they shouldn't be out and about. I don't know why the fuck they would ever put themselves out there, especially when like Israel still has tremendous surveillance capabilities inside of Iran and has like established air superiority when necessary, right? Yeah, I don't really understand why they would fucking put themselves out there as sitting ducks. You're telling me Israel killed the last martyr with actual influence inside the Islamic Republic who could have ended this war? Now, why would Israel do that? It's almost like you're saying they are a country driven by an unstoppable lust for war, death, and destruction. What Israel is now doing is eliminating people within the Islamic Republic who advocated for strategic patience and who would be amenable to negotiating an off-ramp in the future. In other words, creating the context for an endless conflict. Yeah. Going back to the 2015 JCPOA deal, though, that Donald Trump ripped apart, even after Donald Trump said that the Iranian government was not abiding by the agreement, European partners actually counteracted that. They said, no, that's not the case. Iran is actually following the negotiations in good faith, just so you understand. And yet, of course, American media fucking lied about it at the time. I covered it, but no one really gives a shit. Let's be real. Just like right now, there is a heightened amount of scrutiny around like the ways in which Israel operates. And even then, there's still plenty of fucking average normies who don't understand any of this stuff.
But when they say it was a threat, but we're not going to help, I think they're very foolish. You know, it's interesting. It's interesting because I could say this, that what's happening in Ukraine, we're probably in there for $400 billion. We don't spend any money anymore. They buy it from us and they pay full price. But Biden gave them between $350 and $400 billion of equipment.
What a joke. He wasn't a fucking moderate. He was responsible for forced concessions from people. No. That's why I said he's not. He's a moderate in comparison to the current leadership of Iran. Okay? You have to understand, Ali Larijani was considered not a moderate, but pragmatic. Okay? He was in the current administration in Iran, one of the most moderate figures that remain. Okay? People like you, by the way. What do you mean? Oh, you're saying yes, he engaged in tremendous repression against Mossadegists and communists. Yeah, I know, dude. Shut the fuck up. It doesn't matter. Okay? It's so stupid. Yeah, you think I don't fucking know that? What are you talking about? I'm very aware of that. I'm not. Oh my God, these guys. It is utterly irrelevant now, don't you think? No, he's not wrong. He's trying to do the classic thing where it's like, oh, the IRGC forces were tremendously repressive towards communist Iranians and Iranians that align with your framework, with your perspective. You think I don't fucking know that? I do know that. Yes. Also, what do I always say? even the most moderate figures, okay, even the most moderate figures within the Iranian government have always been endlessly repressive and very brutal when it comes to their own domestic affairs. Okay? Yeah, I know. Part of that is part of that is the fears that they might lose their grip on power. And part of that is due to instability born out of foreign intervention. But ultimately, it currently doesn't matter. At this stage, it doesn't matter, especially if we're talking about sovereign states communicating with other sovereign states or state versus state violence. It's utterly irrelevant in this process. So yes, it is true that Larijani was very brutal when it came to squashing protests, when it came to cracking down on protesters. That is true. Larijani was the epitome of a power broker. He could work with anyone and has been deep in Iranian power for decades. He was always a principalist, but he was a pragmatist. He had a working relationship with moderates, clerics, and the IRGC, which was basically unique only to him. Yes. His death, if true, means the IRGC will harden their stances and will completely refuse to work with the moderates unless there is another figure in the Iranian government that I don't know about that is capable of bringing these forces together. People who watch you for a few days seem to think you think highly of the Iranian government, even though you criticize them all the time. I guess Americans can't handle criticism of their war without a sentence like the IRGC is very bad. No, the reason for why they get mad at me is because I do also say something that is very frustrating for a lot of people in the diaspora, a lot of people who are very upset with the Iranian government's like domestic repression, and that is, it is utterly irrelevant in this current calculation. Okay, the Iranian government's crackdowns are utterly irrelevant in this calculation. Israel and America has shown that they have no interest in like liberating the Iranian population. I never believed that anyway. I never lent it any credence whatsoever. And I also understand the calculation that foreign adversary governments take when dealing with any sort of domestic instability. That's the reason why people think I'm like sympathetic to the IRGC. Between the IRGC as it stands, the Iranian government, the regime as it stands, is the only hope that the Iranian people have in keeping this country intact. Okay? If the IRGC falls apart, if the current government cannot hold itself together, there is no more Iran. Iran falls into permanent conflict, sectarian violence, ethnic tensions. It gets balkanized by foreign invaders, and it is destroyed. Okay? Thousands of years of culture and history is destroyed. It's gone. Okay? That is the reason why, yes, as far as taking a principled stance against intervention here, yes, I'm saying very openly that the IRGC, regardless of his brutality internally, regardless of his repression, is literally the only hope that Iranians have, 93 million Iranians have, in staving off a balkanized failed state that Iran will become if Israel gets its objectives across. It's possible his power is already waning. I don't know if I trust the claims, but I saw reporting that Larijani was working with Hassan Rouhani behind the scenes to prevent the IRGC from pushing a supreme leader through the assembly until after the war was over. If Larijani is truly gone, the IRGC is the only pillar left with real power. Civilians, clerics, military. Yeah. Wrong assessment, in my opinion. It is the only assessment. It is the only correct assessment. There is no next day plan, okay? There is no separate government. There is nothing. It's either IRGC or Libya. It's that simple. It's either IRGC or Libya. anyone that believes that Iran can be balkanized and become a better country as a consequence of that is delusional. Okay? And more often than not, wrong in that Iran will probably hold itself together regardless. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Balkanized, like as in chopped apart, region by region. What? Man, you don't have to present every dead Iranian government as some moderate. This guy is the guy who killed all the protesters. Fuck America, Israel, but don't glaze the guy. Just don't mention him. Love you, Hasan. By the way, you're doing it, Tucker Carlson. Jews did this. Jews did that. A sober assessment of Larijani and the role that he could possibly play in the negotiations that you hear not only from me, but from literally like you hear from previous heads of state is not me glazing Iran or glazing Larijani. It's me just giving you the truth, okay? Even if you don't want to fucking hear it. A moderate figure in the Iranian government doesn't have to be a cheery guy, okay? He's not like some bold, brave revolutionary. Shut the fuck up. It's so ridiculous. Also, I don't know what Jews have to do with this at all.
In cash. Someday they'll have to find out about the cash. And you could say that wasn't a threat, you know, we're helping them. So we helped them, and they didn't help us. And I think that's a very bad thing for NATO.
Mr. President.
Are there any repercussions for NATO, and are you still going to China?
Well, yeah, on China, it's a little different story. We're resetting the meeting, and it looks like it'll take place in about 5 weeks. We're working with China. They were fine with it. We're going to say, I look forward to seeing President Xi. He looks forward to seeing me, I think. But I do look forward to seeing him. We have a good relationship.
Oh, by the way, for the record, another thing that I do sincerely stand on is that, yes, regardless of like what Iran contributed to in Syria, for example, all of that still in mind in this calculation, Iran is better than Israel. Yes, 100%, and better than America too. Regardless of every single death that Iran contributed to in the fucking region, they are still a better force. Regardless of every single Iranian that the Iranian government killed, even with all of that calculation in mind, when you compare it to Israel's actions against people that it currently occupies, the Palestinian people, it's not even a comparison. That's part of the reason why the Israel First crowd has actively said, oh, Iran killed 30,000 people. Iran killed 80,000 people in a matter of a day and a day or two. The reason why they say that is so they can try to bring up in the Western world, like the reputation of Iran to like something that's even remotely comparable to what Israel has done to the Palestinians. Okay? The real number is somewhere between 7,000 and possibly like a more liberal estimation would be 10,000, which is an incredibly high number. It's completely unacceptable, but it is utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. It's utterly irrelevant in this calculation because America is murdering school children. America and Israel are blowing up desalination plants. America and Israel are attacking Iran and decapitating the heads of state with the overarching goal of destabilizing Iran and turning into a failed state. The number of casualties, the number of deaths, the number of displaced will be in the fucking millions. Okay? It's just not even a question.
With China. China actually has become economically for us very good, as you know. It's much different than it was in the past. And we have a very good working relationship with China. So we're making it in about 5 or 6 weeks.
Mr. President.
NATO for not supporting you on this. Any repercussions?
Well, no, I just think that it's not good for a partnership when they say what you're doing is a great thing, but we're not going to help.
Yeah, 30 to 50,000 deaths in less than a week would leave mass graves visible via satellite. Tons of people actually killed over foreign operatives. Yeah, no, it's just, it's ridiculous. Like I've told you already. It's not only ridiculous, but it's utterly irrelevant. It's just made up. It's completely fucking made up. The idea that like Iran killed, 50,000, 80,000, or even 30,000 people in a matter of 2 fucking days. I think the 10,000 number is already incredibly high. I'm saying like the highest estimates are like the Harana estimates are around 7,000, which I think is it factors in virtually every single person that's being killed. Donald Trump keeps throwing ridiculous numbers around as well, and it's just, they're doing it with no care or consideration for people who have actually been killed. They're doing this because they think it's good for propagandizing why they're bombing Iran.
You know, they say what you did is a great thing, but we're not going to help.
In Iran, because the Iranian regime has told Sky News, if you put boots on the ground in Iran, it will be another Vietnam. Are you afraid of that?
No, I'm not afraid of. I'm really not afraid of anything.
Mr. President, are you rethinking the United States' relationship with NATO possibly getting out?
Well, I'm disappointed in NATO that we spend trillions of dollars on NATO. Think of it, trillions over the years, many trillions of dollars. It's one of the reasons we have deficits and we help other countries. And when they don't help us, I mean, it's certainly something that we should think about. I don't need Congress for that decision. As you probably know, I can make that decision myself. I'd work with some very smart people. And I'd always deal with Congress anyway, but I don't need Congress for that decision. But, when you say rethink, I have nothing currently in mind, but I will say that I'm not exactly thrilled when we help them with Ukraine. Look, Ukraine would have been over in one day if we didn't help. Frankly, Ukraine would have been over in the first day. They had the best equipment in the world. It was our equipment, given by Sleepy Joe Biden. No charge, no charge. Hundreds of billions of dollars of the best equipment in the world, no charge. I will say that I'm not happy about it.
Mr. President,
Mr. President.
Relationship with
questions, one on Iran and one on Cuba. Is Iran now a bigger foreign policy priority for you than China? And on Cuba, the Cuban government.
Iran is just a military operation to me.
Base
Iran
Trump,
is
go Trump,
something that
forever.
Was essentially largely over in 2 or 3 days because the Navy was wiped out almost immediately. The Air Force came next. The anti-aircraft came next. I mean, we're flying over Iran. We could take out their electric capacity in 1 hour. We have all the, there's nothing they can do right now because everything is knocked out. They have no radar, no anti-aircraft. They have nothing. And we don't, and it was a decision I made. We discussed it, Pete, Marco, JD, all of us, Chris, we discussed it. We can knock out their electricity in a matter of minutes if we wanted to. There's nothing they can do about it. We can knock out their oil in Carg Island. The only thing we didn't take down was their oil because if we knock out, I call them the pipes, very complex. But if you do that, it'll take them forever to rebuild, meaning whoever, and hopefully it's a sane group of people, but whoever it is that's going to be running that, and we're going to try to get people that are going to run it well, and it's going to be a prosperous, wonderful place. It used to be, if you go back, it used to be the people are great, the people are smart and energetic, and it used to be very successful. Now it's a country run by fear. It's a country where they tell protesters, don't go outside because if you do, we're going to kill you.
Yeah. Why do you hate the Poles and repeat Polish jokes from the 20s when we were not considered white in the same way as the Irish? I love Polish people.
Mr. President.
Well, Cuba right now is
Notice how you had to go back to the 1920s, by the way? we live in 2026. Poland just surpassed Switzerland with its economy. I think you're doing fine, you know? If you have to go back to 100 years in the past for to point to like Polish oppression, it's a little ridiculous. I think Poland's doing fairly well, all things considered, especially as the rest of the European countries are not doing well at all.
Very bad shape. They're talking to Marco, and we'll be doing something with Cuba very soon.
Mr. President.
We're really focused on this, but we're dealing with Cuba. Marco, do you want to say a couple of words about it?
Yeah, I mean, Cuba has an economy that doesn't work and a political and governmental system they can't fix. It's not dramatic enough. It's not going to fix it. So they've got some big decisions to make over there.
But Secretary Rubio, do you support, and I know this is up to Congress.
I hate this fucking, I hate that they are like also actively warmongering against Cuba and starving Cuba and killing Cubans. It's so nasty.
Do you support easing the trade embargo if you get more cooperation from Havana?
Well, I'm not going to discuss what we would talk about or not. Suffice it to say that the embargo is tied to political change on the island. The embargo is codified. And but the bottom line is their economy doesn't work. It's a non-functional economy.
Yeah, it doesn't work because of our fucking endless repression against the Cuban people. For the record, a lot of people don't understand that, for example, right now, the administration is floating the idea of allowing Cuban Americans to be able to purchase private property in the island, right? This has been a long-standing attitude that the Cuban government has had, okay? In spite of the potential destabilizing repercussions that it might have, it opens up a new front of American intervention in the island. They don't give a shit. They've been saying yes to it since the normalization agreement with Barack Obama. Okay? They're fine with it. The only setback against Cuban Americans being able to make investments into the Cuban island is not the Cuban government, it's the American government. This is a lie, okay? This is a fucking lie that the American government actively repeats. It's remarkable. I'll show you. Here is a professor of political science, Orlando J. Perez. Okay? Before you rush to invest in Cuba, it's good to know what U.S. law actually allows. The Cuban Assets Control Regulations, CACR 31 CFR Part 515, prohibits U.S. persons from engaging in virtually any transaction in which Cuba or a Cuban national has an interest, including investments without a specific OFAC license. I also know this from our dealings with even sending humanitarian aid to Cuba. We had to work with the Treasury to be able to get clearances and OFAC, specifically OFAC clearances, so that we can send even one fucking solar panel to the Cuban population. You understand? It's absurd the amount of restrictions that the American government has placed on anyone that wants to help with aid to the Cuban population or anyone that wants to engage in any sort of investment opportunity in Cuba literally needs to deal with the American government. No current general license covers what Havana just announced. This is the Cuban embassy in the U.S. that just announced government decision to facilitate the participation of Cubans living abroad in the country's economy, announced by Deputy Prime Minister Poliva Oscar. Allow Cubans living abroad without actual residency in Cuba to participate in or own private businesses in Cuba. We lie and we lie and we say like, oh, Cuba has no private markets whatsoever. Cuba has no small businesses. All of this shit is a lie. Okay, they do. Not only do they have, is this presented as like a black market when it's not. It's like the government allows small businesses to operate, but also outside of that, the government has been saying since the Obama administration that they're perfectly fine with foreign Cubans, okay, Cuban Americans investing in businesses inside of Cuba. This applies not only to small business, but it can also include infrastructure and large enterprises. Now, this is important. The reason why this literally is something the Cuban government is allowing, but the American government will not allow, is because, as Orlando J. Perez correctly points to, the State Department's Cuba restricted list, reinstated by Secretary Rubio in February 2025, 237 entities, prohibits direct financial transactions with Cuban military, intelligence, and security-linked enterprises. GAESA alone controls an estimated 60% of the Cuban economy. Any large infrastructure investment runs straight through it. So they say, the Cuban government's like, you can make investments into infrastructure companies if you would like to. The American government says you can't do that because there is still Cuban government ownership, and the Cuban government is considered a state sponsor of terror. Okay, it's ridiculous that this is a consideration, but unfortunately, that is the reason why you can't make any investments into Cuba at all. The Central Bank of Cuba is a government institution. U.S. persons opening accounts there triggers CACR prohibitions. And since NSPM 5 was reissued in June 2025, even U-turn payment channels are being rolled back. Western Union stopped processing Cuban transfers in February 2025. So who is this announcement really for? It's a signal to Washington. There's something to trade. The announcement drops on the same day as Cuba's national grid collapsed again. No fuel shipments in 3 months. The desperation is real. The core question isn't whether Cubans abroad want to invest. Many do. It's whether Washington will adjust OFAC rules to allow it, under what conditions, with what verification mechanisms, and whether any opening actually reaches private entrepreneurs or gets captured by the same gatekeepers who control Cuba's economy. This person is not like pro the Cuban government or ideologically a communist, by the way. He's just telling you exactly what's currently the real setback against Cuban Americans making any investment decisions on the island. Okay? It's fucking insane. So much of our ambitions in foreign countries is kept together by abject lies, okay? What do you think about the reporting that the U.S. is working with the Cuban military to take over the state? Apparently, Rubio has been talking to the military rather than civilian leaders. The Cuban military has also, over the years, taken over more commercial activities from the state. Do you think that's realistic or just meant to cause distrust within Cuba? No, I think that both the military and the current Cuban government, regardless of who's in charge, is still run by communists. So I don't know what the decision is. And not only are they like hardliners, they unironically are hardliners about having a completely centrally planned, completely centrally controlled economy. They're such hardliners that even China is confused, according to the Foreign Times article that I was reading. Even China has been confused at times to see why they won't do any revisionism, any reforms whatsoever, except that's not the full story. They are open to revisionism. It's just that the American government doesn't allow them to actually follow through on any sort of revisions. Cuba is also not like Venezuela in the sense that the Venezuelan government has popular support, right? Or had popular support. Maduro had popular support from the base of Chavistas, even though his popular support was diminishing. In Cuba, there are obviously people who hate the government, right? There's like, not every single one of them are agents of the American state. There are people who are frustrated and falsely attribute their pain and their struggle to the Cuban government, and don't see the Cuban government's decision making as a triage out of necessity, because they just simply don't have the goods to be able to offer all the services to every single person all the fucking time, because they're objectively kept poor after decades of American restrictions. But what is this? What are you talking about? Venezuela's government has zero support. Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. The Chavistas, albeit diminished, were still the base of support for the fucking Venezuelan government. Like, they had, I don't know what the exact percentage is, but you're objectively wrong. So wrong that even Trump recognized that when push came to shove, and that's the reason why Delcy Rodriguez is still in charge. There was no popular support, or at least popular enough support, that wouldn't completely fucking destabilize the country, which would make it impossible to extract oil, if Maria Machado was placed in charge. If the numbers were correct, Maria Machado's representative was supposed to get 70% of the votes, right? That's bullshit. That's not correct. If that was the case, then America could have easily engaged in a bloodless coup where they could have just brought Maria Machado into the state. In charge is Bra for Delcy. Yes, I'm just saying that like they chose to keep the government intact because the Chavistas still make up a decent percentage in the popular mobilization. They like I'll give you an example. If you're not objectively, if you don't have a real social base for your movement, you can't have collectivos. Okay, collectivos are what? Guys who are party cadres, people who are ideologically loyal to Chavez and therefore loyal to Maduro as well. If they didn't have that social base, they wouldn't arm 8 million fucking Venezuelans with small arms, right? They couldn't do that because then those small arms would be inevitably used against Maduro himself. Sometimes it's that simple. If you want to comprehend like how this stuff works, think about it. It's not dissimilar to how the United States of America, for example, has a Second Amendment. Because they know that the people that have those arms, regardless of the American government's unpopularity, they know that the right-wing base of support has a shit ton of weapons, and they will never train those weapons on the government itself. Okay? It's kind of like that. I'm not making I'm not engaging in moral equivocation between like the Chavistas and the MAGA base or the right-wing reactionaries, obviously, but you can think of it like that. Okay? Sugar daddies, the Havemeyer Sugar Trust, to Alan Dulles, to Jeffrey Epstein, the mega billionaire Fangel family are the welfare barons of all time. One of the persons behind the Trump sudden interest in Cuba. Okay, we'll look at that in a second. Anyway, speaking of Cuban intervention, though, once again, the Cuban government is perfectly open and has been open to foreign investment. Okay, they need it. They need the foreign investment. They understand that they need the foreign investment. They want the foreign investment. Cuba has stayed alive in spite of American intervention, especially in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR, their largest trading partner and their security partner that allowed Cuba to develop the way that it did. When that went away, if you noticed, a lot of the countries that were, nations aligned with the Soviets were destroyed. Cuba was able to survive in spite of that. A big part of the reason why was because Venezuela kept propping it up, okay? And also all the other countries in the region kept offering aid, kept sending oil to the island because the island doesn't have any oil, right? Kept its energy grid going. Cuba's survival, in spite of the largest imperial superpower actively seeking out its destruction, is a testament to the resilience of not only this movement, but an interest in the regular, ordinary Cubans and their interest in keeping Cuban sovereignty alive. Okay? A lot of people here in the United States of America listen to their immediate relatives that are suffering on this island and think that this suffering is not born out of the American government's actions, but actually the ideological zealotry that the Cuban government has in terms of like maintaining communism. Okay? Oh, it's just that they want to do communism. That's the reason. But if you understand how Cuba got to the point, Cubans almost blew up America, Hasan. Wait, what? What are you talking about? That's literally not correct at all. There has never been a point in time where Cuba has actually presented a serious threat to the United States of America. And every single step of the way, the American government has done terrorism, tried to do terrorism in the United States of America and blame it on Cuba. That's another part of the story. That's also another crazy story. America wanted to do a 9/11 Cuban style. Okay? Did you guys know that? The American CIA floated the idea of doing a 9/11 on U.S. soil and then blame it on Cuba to draw up popular support to invade Cuba. America kept routinely engaging in acts of terrorism over the Cuban airspace by sending ships, or not sending ships, sorry, sending airplanes over the Cuban airspace. Again, it's 90 miles off the coastline of America. America has never stopped doing acts of terrorism on Cuban soil. Many of you are completely oblivious to this. Okay? We have sent airplane after airplane to bomb Cuban crops. We have engaged in an act of terrorism when Cuba finally realized that they have to arm up against American invasion. When the Cuban government set a deal forward with the Belgian government to get arms. And this is like part of the process in how Cuba found itself aligning with the USSR, because their initial goals were not to like immediately become aligned with the USSR. They just they thought, okay, we got sovereignty. We were able to overthrow the American-backed puppet dictator, Batista, who was unimaginably violent, unimaginably ruthless, unimaginably cruel, far more violent than even the Cuban Revolution was, for the record, just so you know. And they got a weapons transfer from the Belgian government. America blew up the weapons on Cuban ports. Okay? They literally killed a bunch of Cubans. They sabotaged the weapons transfer and blew it up. And then they stopped the investigations from being conducted. To this day, we don't know exactly who was responsible for the Belgian weapons transfer exploding in the Havana ports. We still don't know. There was years and years of biological warfare against the Cuban people. There were years and years of terrorism against the Cuban population. And not only, Operation Mongoose, the Cuban project, also known as Operation Mongoose, was an extensive campaign of terrorist attacks against civilians and covert operations carried out by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency in Cuba. It was officially authorized on November 30th, 1961 by U.S. President John F. Kennedy. The name Operation Mongoose was agreed to at a White House meeting on November 4th, 1961. The operation was led by the U.S. Air Force, General Edward Lansdale on the military side, and William King Harvey at the CIA, and went into effect after the failed Bay of Pigs invasion. And then the planned attacks against Miami was Operation Northwoods. Operation Northwoods was a proposed false flag operation which originated within the Department of Defense in the U.S. government in 1962. Okay? Yeah. This is the memorial service, the famous photos from. But anyway, La Cobra explosion at the harbor in Havana was on 4th of March, 1960, where it was unloading 76 tons of grenades and munitions. 75 to 100 people were killed and many were injured. Fidel Castro alleged it was an act of sabotage on part of the United States, which denied any involvement. It's bullshit. They did do it. Okay? The CIA, 4 years after the successful revolution in Cuba, basically got every single anti-Cuban, anti-communist that they could find on the island and also in the United States of America to consistently engage in acts of sabotage and acts of terrorism against the regular, ordinary Cuban population. For years, they never stopped. This is also on top of the sanctions that we kept putting on the Cuban population. Part of the reason for the sanctions on the American side was because Cuba engaged in land reform. Okay? Cuba engaged in land reform as an act of sovereignty in an effort to develop their country in the way that they wanted to, in a way that was more egalitarian under communist principles. Okay? There was a lot of mafia, a lot of labor unions by way of mafia, and a lot of American investment in Cuba at the time that was forcibly stripped away from foreign invaders and given back to the Cuban people. This not only frustrated a lot of the extremely wealthy Cubans that were aligned with the Batista regime at the time, who now had to give up some of their land, right? And for the record, if you want to understand the sincerity of this land reform, Fidel Castro's own parents had more land that was allowed by the Cuban government. Fidel Castro literally made his own parents give up parts of their land in the expropriation process. Okay? That's how real they were. There's a chance that when you arrive in Cuba, there won't be any internet or electricity at all, almost anywhere. How will you be able to stream? I have my own methods. I'm bringing a full kit that I will be leaving behind in Cuba as well for the Cubans. But I have I have solar panels. I have a battery bank with a solar panel. My operation is designed in a way where I can literally go to an area where there is no electricity and basically no internet and still be able to stream. We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, Operation Northwoods, the one I was talking about, was the proposal that called for the CIA operatives to both stage and commit acts of terrorism against the U.S. military and civilian targets, and then blame them on the Cuban government and use them to justify a war against Cuba. The possibilities detailed in the document included the remote control of civilian aircraft, which would be secretly repainted as U.S. Air Force planes, a fabricated shoot-down of a U.S. Air Force fighter aircraft off the coast of Cuba, the possible assassination of Cuban immigrants, sinking boats of Cuban refugees on the high seas, exploding a U.S. ship, and orchestrating terrorism in U.S. cities. The proposals were famously rejected by John F. Kennedy. This was one of the big issues that JFK had with the CIA. JFK said, look, I'm fine with interference in Cuban affairs. Obviously, they're communists. They're terrifying. JFK was an anti-communist as well. For those of you who don't know, he wasn't this like woke hero that people present him as. But he was like, this is a bridge too far. I believe it was after Operation Northwood that JFK famously said, I want to rip the CIA apart piece by piece, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, Iran has officially confirmed the security chief Ali Larijani has been killed. The Iranian media is confirming it now. And then they slimed him. Yeah, he said he wanted to splinter the CIA into 1,000 pieces. Anyway, we obviously got into the Cuban part. I'm running ahead of my own commentary here, but I'm not done with the situation monitoring in Iran, especially as new information is coming up.
But we're not ready to leave yet. But we'll be leaving in the near future. We'll be leaving in pretty much the very near future. But right now they've been decimated from every standpoint. And again, we've had great support from countries in the Middle East, great support, but we've had no support from, essentially, no support from NATO.
Mr. President, what about your relationship, Mr. President? What about your relationship with London? Has it been damaged by the fact that Keir Starmer isn't supporting you in this war? And has your opinion of Keir Starmer changed because of this?
Well, he hasn't been supporting. Real administration to make a deal.
It's crazy how bad
but we
the
made a
connection
deal.
is
We
in the
made a good
fucking
deal
White
for
House,
them,
it seems.
Frankly, probably wasn't appreciated. I do look forward to seeing. But no, I was disappointed because Keir was willing to send 2 aircraft carriers after we won, because essentially there's no threat for the aircraft carriers right now. And I said, no, we.
It's literally not true.
Want things sent before the war, not after the war is won. So yeah, I'm disappointed with Keir. I like him. I think he's a nice man, but I'm disappointed.
Mr. President.
You see that man right there? You know who that is?
Churchill.
That's the late great Winston Churchill. And Barack Hussein Obama did not want his bust in his office. Did you know that? And Barack Hussein Obama sent that bust back to England. They didn't want it. And when I came in, I was asked if I wanted it. I said, absolutely, I want it. And I put it right there, Winston Churchill. And, you know, unfortunately, Keir is not Winston Churchill.
Do you have Mr. President, it pissed off me.
No, hold it.
Right.
Just could I
hold it?
Okay, sure,
Hold
absolutely.
it.
just make a number of points? First of all, I think, notwithstanding what has happened, the transatlantic relationship between Europe and the US is very, very important on a number of fronts. And I think we've had issues over the last year or two, but we settled them. And I think many of these leaders engage with you, particularly on trade initially. Remember all the fuss last year, but we got a landing zone between Europe and the US, and I think we can get a landing zone again. And I think I just met with Keir Starmer last week. The British-Irish relationship is a very important one. Churchill was a great wartime leader, although in Ireland there was kind of a different perspective in terms of during our own war of independence and so on. He created his own bit of difficulties for us, but that said, he was a great wartime hero. Keir Starmer has done a lot to reset the Irish-British relationship. I just want to put that on the record. But I do believe that he's a very earnest, sound person who I think you have a capacity to get on with, and you've got on with him before, and you've got on with other European leaders as well. Sure. And I think you have that capacity again, and I think everyone exists. I mean, you cannot have...
It's so funny that this is the one time when Donald Trump is talking about Keir Starmer and saying he's not like Winston Churchill. It's actually good for Keir Starmer. As much as I hate Keir Starmer, he is right to not want to engage Iran militarily at the behest of Israel and America. It's so fucking crazy that this is like causing me to say Keir Starmer is correct on this issue.
A rogue state with a nuclear.
Part of the reason why Keir Starmer has to play a stronger role, of course, is because he has his own domestic problems at the moment, his associations with Epstein affiliates, and his party actually cratering in support and losing out to the Green Party is the reason why he literally cannot abide by America's wishes and behave like a fucking vassal that he normally would love to behave as, right? But that is a big part of the consideration here. That's precisely the reason why he has to, play a stronger hand against American demands of intervention.
Weapon, or the capacity for a nuclear weapon. Iran was a sponsor of terrorism. We sanctioned Iran, all European countries did, as a and the IRGC in particular as a terrorist organization. They sponsored Hamas, they sponsored Hezbollah, the Houthis, they created mayhem, a most maligned force in the Middle East. The Irish position has always been ultimately, can we resolve this can we get peace? And obviously there's preconditions before you get to that situation. We had our own conflict, which went on for 30 years, and we learned a lot from that in terms of how to try and bring about peace. And I think I've listened to you in terms of, you're correct. I mean, our hearts go to the
Michael Martin, dog of the Imperialist Era, West Brit cook.
Iranian people
West Brit,
who have been repressed and suppressed for so many years.
I saw a piece about Starmer being against the Iraq war, so he might just dislike wars. Bitch, he loved the Israeli genocide of Palestinians, okay? No. It has nothing to do with him being an anti-interventionist. He's not. Keir Starmer is not a real human, okay? He's not like a human being with goals, dreams. He is basically a mouthpiece for American and Israeli interests and capitalist interests in the country. The only reason why he has to take a different stance right now and not be a cum rag for America and Israel is because, like I said, he has tremendous domestic considerations at play, okay? Are you an Iranian or a Turkish dog, by the way? I am a dog for the working class, no matter where they are, okay? I don't make these sorts of, like, state considerations.
Years, culminating in that savage murder of thousands and thousands of Iranians some months ago. No one was in a position to do anything about that.
I care about ordinary people. Sometimes a state's interests might align with the ordinary people's. In this circumstance, the Iranian state, regardless of its domestic repressions of the past, being intact is going to be beneficial for the ordinary Iranian people. Okay? That's it.
I think, and likewise with Ukraine, I mean, the Russians did invade Ukraine, have taxed civilian infrastructure and so on like that. And for the people of Ukraine who just want peace and an opportunity to live, I think we have to continue to work to see, can we bring peace, different regime to Iran where Iranians can live in peace again, and the people in the Middle East can live in peace, and you're doing your bit there in terms of the work in Gaza and so on like that. And I think that's what we want, is a peaceful resolution of conflict. That's where we come from as a small nation. Right. We've been peacekeepers all our lives, and we're the longest serving nation in terms of provision of peacekeeping forces in the world, as it turns out. But we think ultimately all conflicts come to an end, and I think we have to try and work towards that end, and I'm sure European leaders and the US administration will engage, and hopefully we can get a landing zone.
I mean, the only thing, and I agree with everything you said, but we helped with Ukraine.
Yes.
And they don't help with Iran. And they all acknowledge that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. You yourself say, these are horrendous people. These are the worst people, and going back to Hitler, right? Going back to Hitler, these are the worst people. That's a long time ago, and there's been nothing close. Every problem, so many deaths, 90% of the people that got blown up by landmines, they loved them. Soleimani, we killed him. If we didn't, it might be a different story, because he was a horrible person, but he was a very powerful person and leader, smart. But we killed him. If we didn't, I think you'd have it. I did. But I think it would have maybe a different situation. It wouldn't have been so easy as it has been, because it has been very easy. It's all of their military is there, but you can always have somebody drop a mine in the water. It's like terrorism.
Yep.
And then you have the people that own the billion-dollar ship saying, well, let's not move that ship yet because we want. So we thought that Europe would help that because they do have some minesweepers. But it's amazing that...
No, the real reason why they want an international coalition of the willing is clear. It's because they think they can apply more pressure to the Iranian state to stop if they make it seem as though there is more support for this military campaign beyond America and Israel, regardless of how fucking unpopular it might be in those countries. And it is very unpopular, okay? That's the reason. It's mostly just symbolic. It's like... To basically say the entire world is against Iran. There is a little bit of PR interest here, okay? That's it. And so far, the European leadership has not budged. They've said, no, we're not doing that, which is good. The irony, of course, is I think, you know, when push comes to shove, if you were to ask, like, whose side are you on? I think most people, not the governments, but most peoples would be in support of the Iranian government over the Israeli or the American one.
It's really simple, Mr. Berman. It's really simple. The people in those countries hate the U.S. military action in Iran. What do we talk about here? Okay, net approval rating, U.S. military action in Iran. In Canada, way underwater, minus 27 points. You think that's low? Thank you, Mr. Berman. You think that's low? Take a look here in Japan. Negative 73 points. My goodness gracious. Way down there.
Canadians, what the fuck is that, man? Minus 27 only? What level of cuckening is this, bro?
How about in the UK? We're talking about 34 points underwater. Key U.S. allies, the people in those countries absolutely despise the U.S. military action in Iran. No wonder the leaders in those countries are, let's just say, a little apprehensive about helping out the U.S.
So compare this to the environment in 2003, and I'm picking that point because that was the beginning of the U.S. intervention war in Iraq. How did people in these countries feel at the beginning of that war compared to now?
Okay, so you see these numbers are quite low. They weren't always this low when it came to U.S. military action in the Middle East, because take a look at this situation. Okay, shift in net approval rating, U.S. military action in Iran now versus in Iraq in 2003. In Canada, way down. We're talking down, get this, 27 points. How about in Japan? Down, way down there, down 45 points. How about in the UK? And of course, there was UK involvement in that particular war. Look at that, down 48 points. So what we're seeing is a massive shift when it comes to how the people, our allies, people in those countries, are viewing the U.S. military action in the Middle East.
This was gross even back then, by the way, but it shows how much more power and dominance America had. You know what I mean?
It's far less popular this time around. No wonder the leaders in those countries want pretty much absolutely nothing to do.
But this also is a reflection of America's capabilities diminishing as far as manufacturing consent, even at the domestic home front, right? Even at the domestic level, right? Toronto Persians give LA Persians a run for their money. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen the ones that are, I've seen the insanity. Didn't they literally kill like a Shah, a Shah monarchist, like two Shah monarchists killed another Shah supporter for not being like sufficiently in support of the Shah or something recently in Canada? Some fucking crazy shit. Is in Vancouver. Yeah, Canadian diaspora Persians are fucking wild.
With this conflict, because they know there are big electoral consequences if they do, and not good electoral consequences.
What's happening overall with views of America abroad?
Yeah, okay.
This man is also misrepresenting this. I bet money the average person in those countries hate America now. My old ass fuck parents were actively hating you guys now. Yeah. I think that the Trump annexation threat was like a fucking atom bomb that woke up a lot of Canadians, which is part of the reason why someone who is like a neoliberal cuck like Mark Carney would come out and be like, oh, we need a new world order for the middle powers. Like, he would have never made a speech like that if he didn't realize that like there is a lot of appetite in Canada to stand up to America, which of course he's not doing in his policies. There's plenty of room for Mark Carney to push back against American interventions, but he's not doing that. It's just like pure aesthetics, but still. It's too early to tell, but I saw someone compare this adventure by the U.S. and the UK to France's attempts during the Suez Crisis, the moment that a global superpower was no longer able to project its power to achieve a major geopolitical objective and proved it was over. I don't think it's too early to tell. I think America's capabilities have diminished dramatically. I think the confidence that people had in America as like the hegemonic superpower is gone. It's obvious. Because America was completely incapable of defending its own assets in this region. It showed the world that an American security contract means nothing. Right? It means nothing. It is pure exposure as far as the paper tiger goes.
So you see these numbers, you see these shifts down in terms of how our allies or folks in those countries view U.S. military.
For the record, that much is clear 17 days in, whether America and Israel somehow through a Hail Mary pull through or not. Do you understand? Because like America and Israel could still, I don't know, deploy the metric ton equivalent of multiple nukes on Iran, and somehow like there's pure destabilization, you know, make the Iranian population really suffer. Something, right? There's always more appetite for death and destruction. Let's say they accomplish their goal and create a failed state in Iran. That still doesn't change the reality that in the first 17 days of Operation Epic Chungus, Epic Fortnite Chungus, the Iranian retaliation has shown the world that America is incapable of defending its allies, incapable of defending its own assets. Just completely incapable.
Action in the Middle East. You see how unpopular it is this time around. Canada, Japan, the UK. And this is just part of a larger picture, Mr. Berman. A larger picture. Favorable view of the U.S. in 2025 versus 2024. Of course, Donald Trump being the president in 2025, Joe Biden being the president of the United States in 2024. Look at this. Favorable view of the U.S. down 79% of 24 countries' residents asked. The bottom line is this. The folks overseas are far less likely to view the U.S. favorably, and those chickens, they're coming home to roost in this situation as there's very little support abroad for the U.S. military action in Iran.
Yeah, I don't understand why. Oh, man, these guys just don't understand how hot we are, I think. Everything else aside, Joe Kent's resignation clearly rattled the administration, and it goes to show you what a massive moral and strategic failure it was that supposedly more principled restrainers did not. Yeah. Hard quote. Lies written in ink cannot disguise facts written in blood. America makes every bullet for the federal government in one site. They make every artillery shell on another single site, which is actually just the other side of the same building. We can make like 50 Tomahawks a year, and those are built in one building. We demolished our defense industrial base and are now shocked that we can't fight for more than like a week. Yeah. Hasan, when are you gay? Anyway, it is true that the Kent resignation has rattled the administration. We'll obviously get to that after we talk about Iran's top national security official dying or being killed by Israel. Ali Larijani was killed in an overnight strike in Tehran.
The minister now confirms that Iran's top security official, Ali Larijani, has been killed in an overnight strike in Tehran. He was the secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council. We've got CNN's Oren Lieberman joining us from Tel Aviv. Ali Larijani was very important after the killing of the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Now we've heard news and confirmation from the Israelis that he has been killed in that strike in Tehran. How does this degrade Iran's decision makers and the ability to, keep on making the decisions that we've been seeing and frankly keep the regime intact?
Ali Larijani was considered one of the most key decision makers, if not the primary decision maker in Iran right now, crucially on security issues, but on other issues as well. He was also one of the most vocal and visible members of Iran's leadership, and that put him not only right at the top of the decision-making power in the country, but also right at the top of Israel's target list. We saw that when we learned a short time ago that Israel had targeted Ali Larijani in a strike in Tehran on Monday night. And now we see the statement from Defense Minister Israel Katz that Larijani has been killed in that strike, according to an Israeli assessment. We haven't yet seen an announcement or confirmation from Iran at this point, but we have already in the past, over the course of the first 2.5 weeks of this war, seen Israel get ahead of the Iranians in announcing who they have successfully targeted and assassinated when it comes to Iran's leadership. It wasn't just Larijani that was targeted overnight. The Israeli military said they also targeted the head of Iran's Basij paramilitary forces a short time ago. So Israel going after the top of the security leadership, and that will continue. Defense Minister Israel Katz, in announcing that Larijani had been killed, made clear that the effort to target Iran's leadership would not stop here. In a short statement, he said, "The Prime Minister and I have instructed the IDF to continue hunting the leadership of the terror and repression regime in Iran." So Katz making it clear at this point that Israel's continued goal as it goes after the Iranian regime's military forces, its space forces, its ballistic missile program, is to keep hunting down and killing the leadership of Iran's security forces and its political leadership. Anybody who is a decision maker in Iran, it's quite clear at this point, Israel considers a legitimate target that they will continue to go after here.
Yeah, a really good point. What we have seen also, even with the killing of the Ayatollah and other key leadership, dismantling the leadership.
Actions like this made me think Big Yahoo's dead. No, it's not that Big Yahoo's dead. The reason why they're doing this is because Israel realizes that the war effort is not going the way they thought it would. So they're just actively trying to hit the same big red assassinate heads of state button over and over again. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's literally it. That's the only reason why they're doing it. They want to destroy any opportunity that America might have in the future. Like, they're worried that if America gets cold feet, if America realizes that, like, they're not getting the international aid that they feel they need to put pressure on the Iranian government to, like, stand down, right? They're not getting the leverage. The war is too unpopular, both in the United States of America and all around the globe. The energy markets are exploding, and then the capitalists are making boss calls to America. Israel wants to make sure that they can continue with the war effort because there's no other option, or that the Iranian government will be less invested in any sort of negotiation because they're killing the people that are more pragmatic than the rest. Latest video from Al Jazeera. Iran confirms
just breaking
his death.
into that story to announce that the Iranian state TV have now confirmed that Ali Larijani has been killed. The government issued a statement saying Ali Larijani, the secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, received the reward for his struggles for the revolution and for Iran, and attained, as they say, the exalted rank of martyrdom. So in confirming that Ali Larijani has been killed. For decades, Larijani, well, he was the calm and the pragmatic face, if you like, of the Iranian establishment. He was very much at the heart of negotiations and a very well-recognized face, not only in Iran, but internationally too. He was a man with high intellect. He wrote books on the 18th century German philosopher Immanuel Kant, and negotiated nuclear deals with the West. He appeared on state TV just 24 hours after the US-Israeli airstrikes killed the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps commander. And he delivered a message to the Americans, which said America and the Zionist regime, by which he means Israel, have set the heart of the Iranian nation ablaze. He said, we will burn their hearts, we will make the Zionist criminals and shameless Americans regret their actions. That's what Larijani said. And he accused US President Donald Trump of falling into an Israeli trap, and is now at the center of Tehran's response to its biggest crisis since 1979. He's expected, he was thought he was going to have an important role alongside the three-man transitional council, which ran Iran after Khamenei's death. So now it has been announced by Iranian state TV that Ali Larijani has been confirmed. We also heard earlier that the chief of the Basij, the internal security force, was also assassinated.
If there wasn't already enough proof, there should be no doubt for anyone that Israel's trying to prevent the U.S. from engaging in any off-ramps. Yeah, I mean, there's been plenty of proof, but I think most people don't care about it. So peace talks are hopeless, right? Do they think they're going to target Arakshi? I mean, they might, but Arakshi is the foreign minister. He's just like, he's a mouthpiece for the state. He doesn't, like, technically, I guess they have a three-party coalition when the Ayatollah is not alive, but he doesn't have like a lot of power. What proof is out there of what? Larijani, the proof is that the Iranian state has confirmed that he was martyred. Is this the guy who was appearing in Western interviews a lot? No, that's Arakshi. He's still alive. He's the foreign minister. You have the president, who is like, again, another like moderate figure, but functionally powerless. And Arakshi, who's the foreign minister. And then Larijani, who was the commander of the forces. Larijani was not the front man, but certainly one of the pivotal figures in this administration, capable of holding the Iranian civil society, the IRGC, and the clerics together, and also was seen as a more pragmatic person. Why aren't they hiding in Moscow right now? Are they dumb? I don't know how I can explain this to you guys. If there's one country on the planet that is literally, and I know this is going to piss off all the ACP guys who love Russia. If there's one country on the planet that is just as Zionist as the United States of America, it's fucking Russia. Okay? What is so difficult for people to understand? Russia is unironically, like, Russia is Zog, okay? Do you know anything about Russia? Russian is the third most spoken language in Israel. More people in Israel speak Russian than speak English. Okay? It goes Hebrew, Arabic, Russian. Vladimir Putin has time and time again consistently stated that Russia is Israel is little Russia. Okay? You're so wrong, bro. Man, shut your bitch ass up. I'm sick and tired of these motherfuckers who look at what Russia is doing in Ukraine and think they're an anti-imperialist force. Like, sure, functionally, they have fought back. They're crazy enough to fight back against, like, Western intervention in their own backyard. But if you think that Russia has not been objectively a major ally to fucking Israel for years and years and years, you are delusional. Oh my God. It's so funny. Vladimir Putin is an Omega Zionist, man. Oh, but you don't understand, dude. In Syria, they were defending Assad. No, the fuck they weren't. Okay? No, the fuck they weren't. They were not. They have regional ambitions. Okay? They have regional ambitions. They have their own interests as far as like remaining a sovereign state. They have security concerns, things like that. But at the end of the day, they also are absolutely consistently playing ball with Israel. You need to check your facts, bro. You're so wrong, bro. So wrong. You need to check your facts, bro. Okay, dude. Soviet Union was the biggest. No. Soviet Union was the biggest supporter of Israel when the Nakba happened, but they quickly flipped it. That's fine. That's not what we're talking about here. The USSR, after the 50s, were no longer in support of Israel. They stopped being supportive of Israel. They were an anti-Zionist force when they realized that Israel was going to be a Western settler colonial project. Okay? We're also not talking about the USSR anyway. We're talking about Vladimir Putin. Okay? Vladimir Putin fucking loves Israel. Okay? Gang, you so wrong. Okay. Just explain why I'm wrong instead of just instead of saying that instead of telling me I'm wrong over and over again, explain why. Okay? Do you think it's an accident that virtually all of the fucking Russian oligarchs that control the Russian economy also have dual citizenship in Israel and use Israel as an entry point to protect their assets because Israel has all of this influence over Western governments? Do you think that happened on accident? It's like thinking that Turkey is actually an enemy of Israel or something, okay? It's not. It's not. Almost half of the energy that Israel uses goes through pipelines that literally go from Azerbaijan to Georgia to Turkey and get put on ships at Turkish ports to make their way to fucking Israel, okay? If Turkey really had that dog in them, they could shut off the entire Israeli energy grid. Hasan is a reactionary socialist. I'm a reactionary socialist. Okay. Turkey is not an enemy to Israel. Israel is an enemy to Turkey, which might force the Turkish government's hand to take more defensive positions. But both Turkey and Israel are American assets in the region. Russia plays both sides, but even in its like defense of Syria, they put insane limitations on what the Syrian air defenses could technically defend, what they were able to shoot at and what they were not able to shoot at. I think some leftists are duped by the idea that states act in accordance with a consistent and firm ideology because 90% of the time they don't. Russia was involved in Syria because they want to project power into the Mediterranean and the region. That's why they instantly switched sides to keep their bases under al-Sharaa. Just like why they support Israel despite condemning U.S. hegemony. It's just realpolitik. Exactly. Exactly. Like, what are we talking about, dude? There are like a million. Dude, you remember Jackson Hinkle literally talking about how Benjamin Netanyahu is going to destroy American hegemony? Because at the time, Benjamin Netanyahu and Vladimir Putin were allies. Also, Israel is one of the few Western aligned nations that has not actually offered support to Ukraine. One must ask the question, why? Israel has offered very little condemnations to Russia. Israel has never played ball with the rest of the Western countries. How did that happen? Both Ukraine and Russia are still very much pro-Israel, okay? It's so funny that Zelensky talks about how like Iran sent Shahed drones to Russia initially so that Russia could use those Shahed drones on Ukrainian territory and kill Ukrainian civilians. And they're like, oh, this means that like Iran is our enemy. It's like, shut the fuck up, bro. If you want to look at an enemy, Israel is a far, far greater threat to Ukrainian sovereignty than Iran ever could be. Iran is a small player in this conflict. You wrong. All RU opposition goes to Israel. Oh my God. Oh. A year ago, someone told me you're a campus, and only these days I can clearly see what they were talking about. Bro, one question. Have you ever said, I apologize, I was wrong? About what? Especially on this day, like in this day, what the fuck would I apologize for as far as like my convictions becoming the convictions of the majority, whether it be on Israel or whether it be on anything else, on American imperialism.
And this was heralded by the Israelis as an opportunity for Iranians within the country to rise up and enforce regime change.
Brother, at least in polls, Russian sentiment towards Israel has created over the last 5 years. Oh, yeah, because fucking Russia abides by principled democratic stances. So if the regular, ordinary Russians fucking despise Israel, that means Vladimir Putin also has to despise Israel. Wake up, man. None of these fucking countries are democratic. They don't give a fuck about public pressure beyond rebellion, okay? That's it. It's in a way, it's no different than the way that the Chinese government operates. I would say that Chinese government has more democratic outcomes than the Russian government in reality. But especially as it pertains to foreign policy, it is inconsequential in the United States of America, a country that is supposed to have a functioning, robust democratic process. So what makes you think it's going to fucking matter in places like Russia? It does not fucking matter. It does not matter. The public's opinion does not matter unless it literally turns into a major issue where people are saying, fuck it, like we're gonna foment rebellion. They're not gonna give a shit. Even China, one of the largest remaining communist states, has no real sense of international solidarity and is still buddy-buddy with Israel, quashes Marxist groups in the Philippines and Myanmar, and just acts in a national interest. Very few states ever take a risk for an ideological goal. You got Khrushchev in the 60s, Olaf Palme, Cuba, and like maybe Pedro Sanchez. Come on. You can't compare current Pedro Sanchez to fucking Khrushchev in the 60s, Olaf Palme, or Cuba. That's crazy. Pedro Sanchez is just doing an aesthetic posture because he realizes that, you know, the punishments that he will incur are inconsequential. He's not doing anything beyond what China is doing. China does stern condemnations all the fucking time. Pedro Sanchez is just picking it up. There's a difference between people who have literally died for it, like Olaf Palme, versus people that are just aesthetically taking a stance.
So once again, Iranian state TV confirming that Ali Larijani has been killed. It's something that was announced some time ago and was confirmed by the Israelis and by Donald Trump in the US, but we were awaiting confirmation from the Iranians themselves, and it now seems, well, we do have confirmation that Ali Larijani has died. So, once again, Iranian state media have announced in the last few minutes that the country's security chief, Ali Larijani, is dead. That's hours after the Israeli military said he was killed in a dawn strike on Tuesday. Also killed.
Yes, Cuba literally helped African countries fight. Yes. Cuba is literally as close as you can get to a truly morally righteous country. Okay, nothing comes near it. I don't have rose-colored glasses on this shit. I'm just simply an observer of history. There is no country on the planet that you can literally point to with like close to an infallible track record other than motherfucking Cuba, okay? One of the best nation states on the planet. Nothing comes near it, okay? With how little they had and how much they sacrificed and continue to do so. It is unbearable what we have done to Cuba and what we continue to do to Cuba.
In the same strike, as I just mentioned, was Ghulam Reza Soleimani, the commander of the Internal Security Force, known as a Basij. Russell Serda now takes a look back at Larijani's climb to Iran's top political and security circles.
Anyway.
Structure has been difficult because you're seeing people replaced really quickly. Ali Larijani appeared on TV 24 hours after the assassination of the Ayatollah. What is the sense in terms of the amount of people that are available to replace the likes of Ali Larijani and other key decision makers in terms of, making the prospect?
Olaf Palme was literally anti-communist? Yeah, of course he was. But Olaf Palme, like, there is not a figure like Olaf Palme in the world right now. You understand? In the Western world. Who could you point to? Like, Olaf Palme is the real lion of social democracy, okay? If there's one figure that you can present as like being principled, yes, he was, of course, anti-communist. Yes, of course. That was the true beacon of social democracy. And look what happened. Okay. Yes, there is no European social democrat that isn't anti-communist, by the way. Like, that doesn't exist. What are you talking about? They're just communists. And even the communists are social democrats now, so it doesn't even fucking matter. Oh, he let CIA and Mossad conduct an espionage against his own people. The espionage group was literally a deep state that the parliament had no clue about. The two journalists that exposed the scandals got jailed for no reason, and Palme lied for years in hearings that this group didn't exist until he admitted it later. Well, he died, so he was assassinated.
Aspect of regime change possible in these circumstances?
That's a really good question, and Israel may have an assessment of that. How far do you have to go down Iran's leadership ladder to seriously weaken the regime? From the conversations we've had with Israeli military officials, the airstrikes alone, and they are extensive with thousands more to go, are not likely to topple the regime on its own.
Like, can you imagine a world where every single European leader looked like Olof Palme? Like, had the same attitudes? Just imagine, like, not even remotely radical by what is necessary, but a world where, like, every European capital was led by the likes of Olof Palme. There would be no Israel, okay? Like, it would be the European Union would unironically be sending fucking the French nuclear the French nuclear aircraft carrier to Cuba right now, towing a bunch of fucking oil tankers. We're talking about social democrats that offered material support to anti-colonial resistance fronts, okay? We're talking about people that by today's standards would be offering not only political cover to Hamas, but maybe even material support to Hamas. Yeah, Palme sent military aid to a designated terrorist organization to the West, the ANC, during apartheid. Like, it's not even a comparison. Pedro Sanchez does not meet that standard at all. Can you imagine a world where Pedro Sanchez is literally fucking sending military aid to Hamas and Hezbollah? No, you can't. Because there is no European leadership that would make decisions like that, okay? It doesn't exist anymore.
That's why you see Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu trying to appeal to the people of Iran, effectively telling them your time will come where it's up to you to overthrow the regime. I don't think Israel believes that it can do that and topple Iran's leadership with airstrikes itself, no matter how far it goes down that list of leadership. It's also very difficult to tell people to come out onto the streets when you're carrying out waves of strikes on a daily and sometimes it seems like an hourly basis. But what's clear, at least at this point, is...
Hey, Hasan, I don't have the knowledge, so please don't scream at me, but how would Cuban intervention and African revolutions be different from U.S. and Israeli societal discourse influence in Iran? Because one is objectively an anti-imperialist act. The other is objectively an imperialist act. Okay? We see the outcome of U.S. and American intervention in Iran right now for the last 17 fucking days. Okay? Chemical warfare, for example, the destruction of desalination plants, schools being blown up and double tapped. It's the exact opposite. There's a difference between good things and bad things, okay? If you're an anti-imperialist, of course, other countries offering aid to anti-imperialist movements is a good thing. Anti-colonial action is a good thing.
Is Israel will keep working its way down that leadership list in terms of targeted killings and assassinations. And the moment Iran names a replacement for Larijani, that person too will be on Israel's list.
With us now, CNN senior military analyst, retired Admiral.
Also, don't get mad at that chatter. He's just trying to learn. There's no problem. There's no issue with that.
Well, James Stavridis, Admiral, thank you so much for being with us. The news that we are waking up to is Israel is claiming they have killed this man.
Yeah, the chatter is missing that the West had already intervened there, and Cuba was aiding those fighting the Western intervention. Exactly. It would be, again, it would be the equivalent of like if there was a Cuba style country out there, okay, who's wild enough right now, they would literally be sending military aid to the Palestinian resistance. They would be sending military aid to the Lebanese resistance. They would be sending military aid, maybe even to Iran. Okay? No such country exists because the USSR no longer exists. And since the 90s, it has just been America's way or the highway. And no other country outside of the American security umbrella even dares to dream of doing such a thing. I mean, China doesn't do it either. At most, you get a little bit of support. But it's not like China is like sending troops, right? There was a point when they did, and sometimes it wasn't good, okay? I'm not saying all Chinese intervention was good. There was definitely some bad Chinese interventions, okay? R.I.P. Gaddafi, you would have trafficked so many arms. Oh, yeah.
Ali Larijani, who's the Iranian security chief, maybe the most powerful man in Iran over the last several weeks, maybe even several months. Also, they say they killed this man in charge of the Basij paramilitary force. This is on top, obviously, of already killing this man's father, the late Ayatollah al-Khamenei. This is Moshtara Khamenei, now the supreme leader. He is said to be injured. So, Admiral, my question to you is, if they keep targeting Israel and effectively eliminating these leaders, what does that do?
Do you think Chinese intervention right now would be a net positive? Yes. Yes. My attitude is this, okay? A lot of people look at American intervention in totally black and white terms, okay? A lot of people in the United States of America think like we are all winning collectively when America is dominating militarily. I genuinely think that forcing America to de-escalate by making the American government incur such penalties that they are forced to reconsider endless militarism globally is objectively a good thing for the world and is objectively a good thing for the American population. Okay? Any force right now on the planet that forces America to recalculate endless militarism will actually be doing everyone a service, would be doing the American population a service. It's not like, what do you think I mean when I say we are dumping unlimited amounts of money into our bloated military industrial complex, and all of those dollars could actually go back to serving the American people? What do you think I mean when I say that? I mean it. That's a real thing that I believe. I'm not just saying that because I'm like secretly in the pocket of China or Iran, and I just actively want to brainwash Americans into believing that, America must be weak in its military ambitions. Like, that's not my goal here. My goal, I don't give a fuck about any state, okay? I don't care about the states. I don't care about their ambitions. I care about the people, okay? And from the perspective of ordinary Americans, our bankrolling of endless empire around the globe is not beneficial for the countries that we're dominating, its people that we're slaughtering, and it's certainly not beneficial for the ordinary American citizens that don't even see any of these returns of the imperial bounty, okay? That's it. A broader escalation between two nuclear powers is not beneficial for humanity. No, this is leading from a place of fear, okay? It's leading from a place of fear. Everyone is worried that if there is any sort of like material penalty here for America to retreat, then it's going to be bad overall. It's going to be chaos and instability. I think that avoids recognizing the ongoing reality, which is that America as the hegemonic superpower has devastated countries over and over again. Okay, we've devastated countries economically. We've devastated countries militarily. We are killing people all the fucking time, all around the world. It has to stop. I also want relief, but I think China involving itself would set us back. It exposes China, and it does not help the liberation of the proletariat worldwide. The USSR did that, and arguably that's why they lost. Well, the USSR never was the manufacturing hub of the entire planet that controls all of the fucking resources necessary to even build weapons. China does have that level of control. China has that level of influence over America and how much war America could wage. That's the reason why it's a different calculation now. But what would you say to the argument that China is still becoming stronger and stronger every year and US is getting weaker and weaker, so it's still beneficial to wait? The problem is America sees that as well. That's why Trump is doing all the shit that he's doing currently. He's just kind of failing. He's flubbing. But if he was a little bit more competent, I think that they would set back a new world order by decades, and a lot of people would die in the process, and maybe even do the unthinkable and you know, nuclear first strike a country with no nuclear arms and completely change the calculation. I am in favor of multipolarity because multipolarity has been beneficial for the working class all around the world. Okay? Obviously, a singular hegemonic force, the United States of America, has not. I mean, we know. Look at the world since the 90s. Look at how it's shifted. Look at how it's changed since the 90s, right? But if we want multipolarity, China has to also, you know, act like it. Can't believe you said he's flubbing. I mean, he is. He's only able to intervene and dominate militarily countries like Venezuela, but if there's a country out there that's willing to fight back, you see the results. It's fucking devastating.
The disability of the regime, particularly the absence now of Larijani.
Let's park on Larijani for a minute. John, you'll get this reference. He's kind of the Cardinal Richelieu of this rotten theocracy. He's been floating around, manipulating, leading internal dissent. And now he ascended to the top with the killing of Khamenei and the ascension of Khamenei's son, who is probably gravely wounded. So this is a big deal. If killing Khamenei was kind of a 10, I'd say this is an 8.5. It's a big deal. And the character to the right is the leader of the Basji militia, truly dreaded by the people. So point one, this is a big deal, taking these two out. Point two, to your question, somewhere in the headquarters of Mossad and probably over in the Curia, which is the Pentagon of Israel, they have a big board, and it's got pictures of all of these folks drilling down way below the 4-star, down to 3-star, 2-star, putting it in military context. They're going to continue to relentlessly go after these people. And
Killing Khamenei did nothing, though. So, ironically enough, killing Khamenei obviously demonstrably did not cause any sort of like military withdrawal. As a matter of fact, it did the exact opposite. And Larijani is the same. Assassinating Larijani doesn't do anything to like stave off Iranian retaliatory strikes. It has the capacity to escalate, and it is an escalation, and it also literally diminishes one of the ways in which eventually America could de-escalate.
3, and finally, here's the good news. At some point, you may get down to a layer.
When you blame China, taking into account that the U.S. has currently sounded it from all its borders, China's preparing to go to the war with the U.S. Why the fuck would they waste their resources fighting in Iran? No, that's not, I don't think, what? No, these are two nuclear armed nations. What are you talking about? What? No. No, America is at war, Cold War with China right now. That's already happening. This is a proxy. It's a Chinese proxy. It's beneficial for China to fund the Iranian defenses. It's beneficial for a million different reasons. I don't think that China is going to go to a hot war. I don't even think America is crazy enough to go into a hot war with China. It's nuclear warfare. What are you talking about? Are you pro or anti-war? I'm anti-war. Of course I'm anti-war. But when war comes to your doorstep, you have to defend your sovereignty. And if you're a major power that wants to play a role in stabilizing the world, okay, and China is a major power that wants to stabilize the planet, right? At a certain point, you got to realize, like, all right, well, you're in Cold War, which I'm sure they already understand. But the Chinese attitude is we're far away from all this stuff. We don't want to intervene at all is, it's eventually going to have to change, right? It's eventually going to have to change when the battle lines are hardened. Because right now they're like, we don't care if Iran is in American hands, just like with Iraq. They still send oil from Iraq to China, right? If Iran is in American hands and they still send oil to China, then China is happy with this. They don't care. But that's the upper hand that America now has to shut off oil if they choose to do so. And as long as China maintains export controls as a weapon to wield against America, as a very important part of China's advantage against the United States, because the United States can't make anything. They can't make any missiles if China literally says, no more. We're doing export controls. You're not getting magnets. You're not getting the rare earth minerals necessary for production of your missiles, of your defense industry. Then what the fuck's America going to do? They don't have a contingency plan set up. This is, once again, a shortcoming of capitalism in the interest of national security. If America wanted to think about this from a national security perspective, they would have to find an alternative market. Right now, you have Australia, and it's not even remotely competitive, and half of the Australian extraction is also dominated by China as well. Yes, they do, bro. Oh my God, is this the same guy? You don't think the Chinese manufacturing facilities wouldn't be bombed in a war with the U.S.? There is no war between China and the U.S. What are you talking about? There's only a Cold War between China and the U.S. These are two nuclear armed nations. Is this the same guy? The same guy who said they have contingencies and never explained what they were. I love this guy. I'm never going to ban him. He's so fucking dumb.
In the rock formation where you can actually have a conversation.
Yeah, and again, both of these guys key in the crackdown of the protests over the last several months there. Maybe this will, if they are both in fact gone, inspire some kind of new uprising on the streets there, although that too carries risks. I want to shift gears here and ask about the U.S. troop movements. We know that CENTCOM has approved a Marine Expeditionary Force to head toward the Middle East. We believe they're somewhere over here, and they will arrive some.
Do you think if the Iranian regime falls over for China? No. No, of course not. What? No, it doesn't fucking matter. I mean, it sucks for reliable energy, and it sucks additionally because if the Iranian regime falls, the biggest tools of the Defense Production Act, that's all you need to learn. You're such a fucking moron. Oh my God, this guy is such a fucking idiot. You're literally... The Defense Production Act cannot materialize the rare earth minerals that are refined and procured in China, okay? They just don't, you can't materialize things that you need, the materials necessary to build missiles, okay? The components are made in China. You just can't do that. It's not magic. The DPA is not magic, okay? Unless there is literally some kind of alchemy at play inside of the Pentagon that we were oblivious to, It's not going to happen, okay? You can't just spawn missiles out of nowhere. You don't know what you're talking about. I know more than you on this, but that's why I said there are contingencies that they could set up in Australia and Japan, but even then, they can't make up for it in time. They can't make up for the loss in time. Yeah, the DPA will change the mineral composition of our continental shelf and also magically cause a fast enough productive force in a matter of days. They're just going to spawn factories that are capable. They're going to spawn, the DPA is going to spawn industrial output that is capable of making up for the demand on top of the mineral composition change. Okay? It's so fucking stupid. You need years and years and years of refinement and a labor force that has learned how to engage in this refinement process. We don't have any of that shit. Bro thinks DPA just magically flips a switch and everyone that's like working in the existing factories are capable of learning how to do this in time.
Time in the next week or so, maybe a little bit after that. Admiral, what do you think these 2,500 Marines or so will be doing?
I think there are three options kind of floating around out there. The first and most brooded about.
Yeah, bro thinks DPA's God mode. Like he thinks like it's a cheat, unlimited ammunition cheat.
Is the idea of seizing Karg Island. Karg Island is the center of the Iranian oil gas production facility. It's their transshipment point for 90%. You're circling it now. It's well north of the Strait of Hormuz. You know, we're all quite centered on the strait, but the Persian Gulf is huge and a great deal of oil and gas moves. And up there, Karg Island, that is the heart of the Iranian. And that, believe me, is U.S. Marine Corps 101, seizing islands. Think Iwo Jima, World War II.
Iwo Jima. Oh my God. Wait. Iwo Jima casualties. The Battle of Iwo Jima from February 19th to March 26, 1949 resulted in over 26,000 American casualties, including nearly 7,000 killed, making it one of the bloodiest in Pacific history. The Japanese garrison of roughly 21,000 defenders was almost completely wiped out. Famously easy to take. Oh my Lord. What a fantastic example of a resounding success. Yeah, I'm not even going to get into Okinawa, which of course is far worse. But it's just so funny that he's just like, come on, the same number of people, like half the number of people that died in the entire global war on terror just for this one fucking island. So we made a whole statue to dedicate how little sacrifice it took. Yeah, when I'm thinking of like famous military conquests that are very easy, okay? I'm thinking of Iwo Jima. That's fucking awesome.
Okinawa, they're very good at this. It's irrelevant.
By the way, this also, once again, is so idiotic because let's say you take it, okay? You can't keep it. You take it, but you can't hold it. How are you going to hold it? And even if you take it and you hold it for a short period of time, how is this going to change the 2-mile area that oil tankers can pass through in the Strait of Hormuz? That's where Karg Island is. This is where the Strait of Hormuz is. The reason why they want to take Karg Island is so that they can have pressure, so they can apply, so they can have leverage over the Iranian government to forcibly open the Strait of Hormuz, because they cannot militarily open the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? Like, it's so stupid.
Relatively small island, John. It's about third the size of Manhattan where you are. I think the Marine force coming in with complete air superiority and sea control around it would be sufficient to seize and potentially hold the island. That puts at risk the entire Iranian economy. That's basically because they are really nothing more than a gas station. That puts them at big risk. And then you turn to them and say, how would you like to open the Strait of Hormuz now? That's a pretty reasonable play. So I think that's the key mission for those troops. You could also see them around.
This guy's supposed to be like a tactician. What is happening? Do they just not teach anything in military academies now? What the fuck? Yeah, you just take it and it's fine. And then you say to the Iranians, we took it, now it's ours. Do you want it back? Well, then you got to open the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, what happens when Iran goes, okay, we can't actually fucking ship oil anymore? Well, guess what? Now we're fucking damming the Strait of Hormuz. What happens then? What now? What now? Oh, you just shut off our export capabilities in Karg Island. Guess what? Now we've dammed the Strait of Hormuz because we can't pass our fucking tankers through. So now it's going to be even more complicated for any commerce and any trade to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. What do you think happens to the oil prices then?
The Strait of Hormuz, knocking down land facilities that threaten the strait. In an extremis, you could see them going after the uranium, the enriched uranium.
Yeah, it's awesome. They don't siege Leningrad, take it immediately, is like the resounding attitude from these fucking brilliant military tacticians.
That's a tough mission. I'd bet on Karg Island.
All right, Admiral James Stavridis, thank you so much for helping us understand what these Marines could do when
North Korea's ruling coalition secures near unanimous support in parliamentary election with 99.99% turnout. Major Kim victory. Hell yeah.
they get there, as obviously the battle and focus is on the Strait of Hormuz and reopening that key waterway. Appreciate it.
He's seen as one of the pillars of...
My goat did it again, dude. Who would have thought? You know, there was a point where people were really worried. Okay, I was really worried. He was gonna have some serious opposition. Oh man, that's funny. Tough race, but Kim pulled through. My goat. Despite the overwhelming odds, he did it.
The Islamic Republic, and yet he works mainly from the shadows. Ali Larijani is Iran's top national security official and quickly became the late Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's right-hand man. According to the New York Times, the country's former supreme leader tasked him with running the country in the event of war. The move effectively sidelines the sitting president as Larijani exerts control over Iran's nuclear and diplomatic affairs.
Since the start, we've been convinced that war will not resolve the disagreements between our two countries. Regional conflicts between Iran and the West must be resolved by dialogue. Others have been mistaken in thinking that these problems can be solved by force. This attitude has been detrimental to progress.
A few weeks after the 12-day war with Israel last June, Larijani was named head of the National Security Council, returning to a position he held 20 years prior. Son of a dignitary close to Ayatollah Khamenei, Larijani started his career within the Revolutionary Guard before becoming the director of Iran's national broadcaster in 1994. Between 2005 and 2007, he was the lead nuclear negotiator and was a key figure between the 2015 JCPOA agreement. He ran for president several times but was rejected by the Guardian Council.
Resolving the issue of U.S. sanctions in order to open up the economic space will be one of my diplomatic priorities.
Ali Larijani is one of the officials sanctioned by Washington for the bloody crackdown against protesters in January, a crisis he blames on American and Israeli interference.
The death of Ali Larijani has sent shockwaves across the Iranian capital here. Quite literally, some of us felt the impact of massive explosions in the early hours this morning, which were presumably the bombs, possibly bunker-busting bombs, that assassinated him. Now, he was a very high-level target. He was
holy hell!
one
They
of
hit
the
the
first
airport.
officials to
Bombs
come out
in Dubai
and confirm the death of the supreme leader Ali Khamenei. He was a negotiator going back decades. He was the Speaker of the Parliament, and he was one of the sort of most senior security officials most recently. It's fair to say that few officials really understood how the Iranian state operated as well as Ali Larijani. So he is a big loss to the Iranians, and the Israelis will say, therefore, it was worth taking him out, and they will say it will hasten the end of the Iranian regime, as they call it, which is one of their war aims. Having said that, the Iranians have built into their institutions of government resilience, and every person who's killed is replaced by a successor who's previously appointed, and then they're replaced by another one, and so on. And so he's not irreplaceable. The other point to make about Ali Larijani is if there was anybody who could help the West and the Iranians negotiate a way out of this crisis, no efforts towards that end yet. But if there was, then it would be Ali Larijani. He's somebody who's negotiated with the Gulf, he's negotiated with the West during the nuclear discussions years ago. And if there was anybody the Americans could do business with...
Bro said, if you're in a hotel or close to one, go there. Hotels are the only civilian buildings they hit. Go inside any other building and you should be safe. Do not stay at a hotel if you're in the Gulf. Do not stay at a hotel if you're in the Gulf. Leave the hotels ASAP. It's so crazy because like I talked about this, remember when I was in Qatar, when there was like a American military guy staying in the hotel and he had his full uniform on, and I was like, bro, what the fuck is this shit? I literally told you guys, like I had a conversation with my dad, and my dad was like, what, what's the problem? I was like, do you not understand what the problem is? Like, we're agitating a war with Iran, and you got American troops staying in the fucking hotel. This ain't the motherfucking barracks. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, motherfuckers about to turn us into human shields.
Iran. The president is moving about 2,500 Marines to the region. Are you okay with putting those troops on the ground?
I actually spoke to some media last night, and I indicated that I believe that what these 2,500 Marines of the Marine Expeditionary Force would be to probably secure the island. The island is not, in my opinion, boots on the ground in combat circumstances.
It is a territory. It is Iran.
Facility. Well, I'm not going to argue that point. As a matter of fact, you're right. But what I would say is the president has chosen not to obliterate the ability that to get oil, and I think he wants to go secure that to make sure the Iranians don't do themselves in. So I think it's probably wisdom. Is that boots on the ground? No, not like inside Iran where they're in the cities, to where we go through circumstances that we've had in the past of large areas of population.
I love that it's always, this time is different.
Combatants against us, and it is a mess. I am against what I call the mess, moving people, Marines, snipers into population areas. But
dude, the creativity that these guys deploy when dancing around the issue of boots on the ground while demanding boots on the ground is incredible. It's awesome. Yeah. See, you don't understand. Putting 2,500 Marine boots on the ground being Iranian soil, is technically not boots on the ground. It's different. because the ground implies soil that is connected to the Iranian mainland. And this, on the other hand, is not the Iranian mainland. It's an island. Simple mistake. That's the difference. It's floating in the water. And therefore, it's a different kind of land, so it doesn't count as boots on the ground. Yeah. Big mistake. Great stuff, man. Thank you.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We begin today's show in Iran, as Israel's military says it's assassinated Iran's security chief, Ali Larijani, one of the most powerful figures in the Islamic Republic. Larijani was seen as the de facto leader of Iran following Israel's...
Islands don't float. Man. Obviously, I'm fucking joking, dude.
Assassination of the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, on the first day of the war on February 28th. Israel claims it's also assassinated Gholam Reza Soleimani, the head of the besieged military. We begin the show with Trita Parsi, an Iranian-American, executive vice president of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, author of several books, including Losing an Enemy, Obama, Iran, and the Triumph of Diplomacy. Trita, if you can explain the significance of this moment. Iran has not confirmed this, but Israel says it has killed the security chief, Ali Larijani. Who is he? And also the head of the Barej militia. Talk about both of them.
The fuck?
Have your audio up.
But it's not clear at this point whether Larijani himself was killed. It appears likely, but we don't know yet for certain. And it would be a very significant development, almost on par with the killing of the supreme leader. In the past couple of months, he had emerged as a critical person within the Iranian theocracy. He was not so much a decision maker as he was the person who was creating consensus, the consensus maker within that system. But also someone that was seen as much more open to the idea of reaching a diplomatic solution. In fact, there had been some diplomatic outreach between him and a very key person in the White House prior to this war, back in December. So he was definitely seen as someone who the United States potentially at some point could deal with. Whether the Israelis deliberately targeted him because they just had the opportunity, because it was an effort to kill any potential off-ramp for Trump by eliminating those who could engage in diplomacy with him, or whether this is something that has more to do with the fact that perhaps the strategy now is shifting back towards regime decapitation after it's become clear that reopening the straits militarily is going to be extremely difficult. And as a result, the U.S. and Israel are shifting back towards what they started off this war with.
How does this exactly fix the world's oil problem? I feel like we take it doesn't. It doesn't. We take Karg Island. We can't even hold it. We can't even take it. But let's say we take it. Okay. Let's say we take it. We can't really hold it. But let's say we take it and we hold it. Okay. Now we're in the doubly unlikely territory. Okay. What does that do? Karg Island is far removed from the Strait of Hormuz. The reason why the American government would even float the idea of taking Karg Island is because they want to use it as leverage against the Iranian government. You take a strategic position that is important for Iranian oil exports, and then you say, hey, we'll give this back to you, but you have to come to the table and engage in a ceasefire and open the Strait of Hormuz. Because they can't militarily open the Strait of Hormuz. But if you can't militarily open the Strait of Hormuz, you can't really militarily take Karg Island either. Obviously, defending the Strait of Hormuz is much easier than defending Karg Island because Karg Island is mostly just civil infrastructure. They have some barracks There's 8,000 people that live on it. There's some cultural landmarks on it as well. But Kharg Island is an island that's primarily filled with civilians. There's some military. There's a surface-to-air missiles there as well. But if the Iranian government decides, fuck it, you took Kharg Island, we're going to blow it up. Like we're not going to care about our own facilities on there, right? Because there's like oil depots, things like that. Then what are the Americans going to do? Like if they decide that they can just rebuild the facilities there later down the line, and right now it's just war, Kharg Island would turn into a kill box for the Marines that are deployed on there. And then also on top of that, because we're going up the escalation ladder, Iran would take a much, much stronger stance against the production in the Gulf. Okay. And even permanently shut off the Strait of Hormuz by mining it.
If they could decapitate the regime and cause regime implosion. I don't find that very likely. This is definitely a huge tactical blow to the Iranians, but the system already has preparedness for eventualities of this kind. We saw that after the killing of the supreme leader, and the same thing will happen with the head of the Besieged that has now also been killed.
And Trita, in a recent article you wrote, I'm wondering your sense of where this war is heading. You wrote, one of the main mistakes on the American side is they believe the Iranians feared war more than surrender. In reality, they fear surrender far more than they fear war. Can you expound on that?
Yeah, I think that the United States and the Trump administration went into this war with a very false perception of Iran's state of strength or weakness. They believed that Iran was much, much weaker than it actually was. This was also a narrative that had been dramatically pushed by the Israelis, knowing very well that the argument for attacking Iran would very much be premised on the idea that it would be a relatively easy and quick thing to do. You need to convince Trump that it's easy and quick in order for him to go along with it. They succeeded in that. See what Marco Rubio said in his testimony in the Senate in January, essentially saying that there is a window of opportunity attacking because of this unique weakness of Iran. The weakest it has been since 1979 was the line. And the perception on the Trump administration side was that either the Iranians would simply be forced to capitulate and surrender, or the regime would implode. And in order to avoid that, they would strike a deal. They would essentially surrender in order to safeguard their own survival. But this is a fundamental misread of the theocracy in Iran, not just because its strength was clearly not as weak as the US thought. On the contrary, we see now very clearly they were very well prepared for this type of a war and have managed to, in some ways, increase their power, particularly their leverage through the Strait of Hormuz, but also because of the fact that at the end of the day, surrender was never in the cards. This is a theocracy that could survive war. It could even survive losing a war. But if it were to surrender, it would lose its base of support, the 15 to 20% of the population that still supported. They would be completely unforgiving of any such measure. And that would be a far clearer death knell to the theocracy than even a military loss.
Trita, before you go, I know you have to leave within the minute. What do you say to the analysts who are now saying with Larijani, if in fact he is dead, killed by Israel, that Israel recognized him as a negotiator behind the scenes, whether it's with Russia or the United States, and that they don't want these negotiations to take place?
No, from the Israeli standpoint, it's absolutely clear they want this war to continue as long as the U.S. is in the war and actively bombing Iran. They're very fearful of Trump declaring victory and just ending the war. They have still achieved quite a lot because the Iranian military has been significantly degraded in several different aspects. However, the Israelis have fought so hard to get the United States to go into a full-scale war with Iran. For more than 20 years, they have tried to do this. So now when that has finally been achieved, it is...
Yes, anti-war, anti-Semitism is still anti-Semitism. I know. We have a new version of anti-Semitism that just dropped, which is when you repeat basically what Marco Rubio and Donald Trump has said. Okay, it's no longer allowed. As I said earlier today, reiterating the point that someone else was making, is if you say we're going to war for Israel, we're going to war with Iran for Israel, and that's good, not anti-Semitism. If you say we're going to war with Iran for Israel, and that's bad, that's anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism of the highest order. Okay? It's a new update. Maybe you guys didn't get the patch notes. Anti-Semitism has been updated. Okay? That's what it is. If you're actually anti-Semitic, that's, negligible. I need to know what your opinion is on Israel and America waging Israel's wars. If that's, that's what I need to know to make up my mind on whether you're being anti-Semitic or how anti-Semitic you're being.
In their interest to prolong this war as long as they can.
Is Miss Rachel against the war? Well, she's against child murder, which is, again, maximalist anti-Semitism. It's probably the highest version of anti-Semitism that you can achieve when you say no children should be slaughtered. Because Miss Rachel rarely ever says, like, Israel is bad. She just says, you shouldn't murder children. And then every defender of Israel, for some weird reason, immediately goes, blood libel. This is blood libel. You're doing blood libel. You hate the Jews. You want every Jewish person to be genocided. It's very strange. It's very strange behavior. Nobody ever thinks about how this reflects upon Jewish people in general that did not ask for this, that want nothing to do with Israel. And yet, according to the ADL, this is one of the most dangerous versions of anti-Semitism that you can engage in. It's so funny. Like, America is going to war. All of our leadership has said this is for Israel. Like, every single one has basically said this is for Israel and it's good. Okay? And there are Vox.com reporters who are like, well, don't you think this is a little anti-Semitic to reflect on it? Like, don't you think that's somewhat anti-Semitic to suggest? Why won't you consider? Why won't you just lie? Why won't you just say that that's not the case, right? Like, why won't you just simply not reflect on reality? Because it makes me feel bad. It's awesome. We're going to get to Joe Kent in a second.
And kill off any potential off-ramps that Trump may be looking for. And if Trump actually were to look for an off-ramp actively, a critical counterpart of his would most likely have been Ali Larijani. And we've already seen that several people who could have played that type of a role have been killed. And the remaining people within the theocracy tend to be the much more hardline ones who also see a benefit in prolonging the war rather than negotiating an end to it.
Trita Parsi, we want to thank you for being with us, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, author of several books, including Losing an Enemy, Obama, Iran, and the Triumph of Diplomacy. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
We just learned, get this, the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, Joe Kent, has just announced he's resigning. CNN national security reporter Zachary Cohn is joining us right now. Zachary, what more can you tell us about this dramatic development?
Yeah, Wolf, this appears to be a significant resignation at the senior-most levels of the Trump intelligence community. This is Joe Kent. He was the director of the National Counterterrorism Center.
And we're talking about Joe Kent. Head of U.S. Counterterrorism Center announces his resignation. And he is in the most like American version of events, most like post-MAGA America version of events. He already did an interview with Tucker Carlson. That interview is coming. And he also released a statement on Twitter. PSL 6 Mogger. I mean, he's not a good guy, by the way. Like, Joe Kent is not a good person. I need you guys to understand. Like, he is literally he was Trump's U.S. counterterrorism lead, okay? He's not a good person at all. But even a fucking bad person can still recognize the writing on the wall and decide to take a stance against it. So when all these people are like going through the background of Joe Kent and they talk about his anti-Semitism, just remember that they didn't have this kind of issue about Joe Kent when Trump literally hired a white nationalist. Okay? He's a literal Hitler apologist. How are people falling for this stuff? Because it is not pertinent to his decision at the moment. Okay? Like, that's the reason. This is no different than the Candace Owens situation. Just as Ben Shapiro knew Candace Owens was anti-Semitic and did not give a fuck about it as long as she was pro-Israel, it only became an issue when Candace Owens became anti-Israel. And the same goes for Joe Kent. Do you understand? I can't comprehend how I just don't understand how people have a hard time understanding this. Like, it is always surprising when people still fall for this bullshit.
He appearing to post on X a resignation letter that he submitted citing misgivings over the Trump administration's decision to launch its war with Iran. Now, Kent in this letter writes in part, quote, as a veteran who deployed to combat 11 times and as a Gold Star husband who lost my beloved wife Shannon in a war manufactured by Israel, I cannot support sending the next generation off to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people, nor justifies the cost of American lives. Now, Kent, in his apparent post on X, does also seem to suggest that there was no imminent threat that it has been used and cited by the Trump administration as justification.
So is this significant? Yes, it really fucked up. This is genuinely a huge deal, and it certainly has rattled the administration a little bit too. A high-profile administration figure like this quitting their job and releasing the reasons as to why they quit their job, and directly betraying the administration's half-hearted propaganda on why we have to wage war with Iran is huge. It's a huge deal.
Launching this war against Iran, he says that essentially the administration manufactured this idea of an imminent threat, and that is part of the reason why he is deciding to resign from his post today.
Let me read a little bit from this letter that he wrote to President Trump. This is Joe.
Does anyone have the... Oh, yeah, here it is. Wait. No, not this. Where is Joe Kent's actual letter? Hold on. He said, 9 hours ago, after much reflection, I've decided to resign from my position as director of the National Counterterrorism Center, effective today. Okay? Yeah. And by the way, this is the highest ranking official that left the administration, as opposed to the Biden admin, where there were lower ranking officials that had left the admin in response to our unlimited loyalty to Israel, as Israel was committing a genocide, but nowhere near to this degree. Okay? Yeah, this guy's been directly involved in and responsible for overseeing some of the worst covert war crimes the U.S. has committed in the Middle East in the global war on terror. And apparently this Iran war was too much for him, too. His political views are irrelevant in the circumstances. Someone with his creds resigning is unthinkable. Okay? It just doesn't happen. like retired Green Beret combat veteran, who is you know, who has a very, I mean, this is a very well credentialed psychopath. Okay. After a lifetime of service at the Imperial Death Machine, including running kill squads for the CIA Special Activities Center and defending Eddie Gallagher, Joe Kent suddenly decides his decades of sanctioned murder was on behalf of Israel bad rather than the U.S. good. Whether it's because he wants to preserve his whether he wants to basically preserve his legacy in some weird twisted way, or whether he just sees the writing on the wall, it doesn't matter. The impact is still the same. Here's what he said with the Director of National Intelligence, National Counterterrorism Center letterhead. Okay, Joseph Kent, the Director of the National Counterterrorism Center. Okay, the guy responsible for counterterrorism in the United States of America. President Trump, after much reflection, I have decided to resign from my position as the Director of the National Counterterrorism Center effective today. I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. I support the values and the foreign policies that you campaigned on in 2016, 2020, and 2024, which you enacted in your first term. Until June of 2025, you understood that the wars in the Middle East were a trap that robbed America of the precious lives of our patriots, that depleted the wealth and prosperity of our nation. In your first administration, you understood better than any modern president how to decisively apply military power without getting us drawn into never-ending wars. You demonstrated this by killing Qasem Soleimani and by defeating ISIS. Which, ironically enough, the Qasem Soleimani thing was also something that Israel wanted to do, which is why it's crazy that he's literally glazing that decision. So it seems like he has some appetite for America maneuvering in a way that benefits Israel's ambitions in the region. It's just, you know, this is a bridge too far for him. Early in this administration, high-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign that wholly undermined your America First platform and sowed pro-war sentiments to encourage a war in Iran. This echo chamber was used to deceive you into believing that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States and that you should strike now. There was a clear path to a swift victory. This is all 100% correct, by the way. Everything that this fucking Hitlerite psychopathic Green Beret is saying is 100% correct. Literally no notes, except for the Qasem Soleimani shit, obviously, because he's a fucking idiot for that. But no notes, 100% correct. Okay, that is exactly what happened. It's not, you don't even need insider knowledge, which he very clearly has, right? But like what he is saying here is just another confirmation of the things that Lindsey Graham has said, the things that Marco Rubio has said, the things that Donald Trump has said. Okay? This was a lie and is the same tactic the Israelis used to draw us into the disastrous Iraq war, which, by the way, again, a little bit of copium there, okay? At that point, the Iraq war was absolutely a belligerent decision by the American government that, well, I wouldn't even say belligerent decision. It was a long-standing position of many financial interests in Iraq that materialized with a Dick Cheney leadership. But, you know, Israel goading America into going to war with Iraq certainly was beneficial in whipping up the votes for it. But Israel wasn't the singular reason why we went to Iraq, just so you understand. Okay? I hope you understand. There's a difference between America's decisions in Iraq and the American decisions with Iran. Okay? This was a lie and is the same tactic Israel uses to draw us in the war with Iraq and cost our nation the lives of thousands of our best men and women. We cannot make this mistake again. Oh my God, this is literally, I'm just realizing this is like stabbed in the back. Except this time there is like a real fucking, a real reason for why. Like there is a legitimate reason as to why you can say this about Iran. With Iraq, not as much, but it doesn't matter. We're reflecting on the failed military campaign of Iraq and saying, oh, we did it because the Jews and they stabbed us in the back. It's kind of crazy. This guy literally participated in that, by the way. As a veteran who deployed to combat 11 times and as a Gold Star husband who lost my beloved wife Shannon in a war manufactured by Israel, I cannot support sending the next generation off to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people nor justifies the cost of American lives. I pray that you will reflect upon what we are doing in Iran and who we are doing it for. The time for bold action is now. You can reverse course and chart a new path for our nation, or you can allow us to slip further towards declining chaos. You hold the cards. It was an honor to serve in your administration and to serve our great nation. Yeah, I mean, he is demonic. Trump is the well-meaning Kaiser who was tricked by the perfidious international capital and insert institution with alleged Jewish control. I mean, he's not a well-meaning Kaiser at all, obviously. Like I see the analog here, right? He's a psychopath himself. But one can also have the ambition and still be totally fucking convinced by the Israeli state as he has, right? That is the reality. Well, I guess the Kaiser wasn't either. It's true. But like both of these things are correct. Trump is dumb enough to think that, you know, this would go well for him. HASANABI seni ailen yanlışlıkla mı yapmış? Evet. Do I think that this is totally self-serving from Joe Kent's perspective? Possibly. Does it fucking matter? Absolutely not. Okay. Chatter said Jewish control. Come on, bro. No, he's making an analog to fucking stabbed in the back. That's what he's saying. He's saying this is just like fucking Nazi Germany. Hello? Do you not understand? It's an analogy. But this time, instead of saying insert institution with alleged Jewish control, instead of just directly saying it was the Jews, he's saying the modern version of the same exact myth. The modern version of the same exact fucking myth is being redeployed right now. Okay. Kent, America First for Congress. Joe Kent's statement on support for Israel and opposition to anti-Semitism. Israel, a mutually beneficial ally and a close friend. I am intimately familiar with the help that Israel has provided the United States during my military service in the Middle East. My fellow soldiers and I often relied on intelligence provided by the IDF and their intelligence agencies to help accomplish our mission and keep us alive. The United States and Israel share common enemies in the Middle East, from terrorist groups like Hamas and Hezbollah to the totalitarian government of Iran. Building close economic, diplomatic, and military relations in the United States' best interest and something I will advocate for as a member of Congress. Again, it doesn't matter what he said in the past about Jews or whatever, right? What he cares about, and he has also defended Israel again. Marie voted against supporting Israel because the funds would be taken from Biden's IRS. Marie's priority is the IRS tracking your Venmo transactions, not defending Israel and recovering American hostages. She also voted to leave our troops under fire by Iran and Iraq and Syria. Notice how all of a sudden everyone's like, wow, you're a fucking real anti-Semite, huh? This is really fucked up how anti-Semitic you are. He was like straight up a groiper, but it doesn't fucking matter because when he was a straight up groiper, it didn't even matter. Also in 2022, Kent was drawn into a dispute with the groipers around the Israel question as well as white identity politics, which back then was still controversial in the mainstream right. He disavowed Fuentes while also appearing on a groiper adjacent stream to debate them, which was an unusual step for an aspiring politician, even in MAGA hard right, and signaled that groiper politics were beginning their inexorable creep into conservative respectability. That was one midterm ago. In just 4 years, enough space is opened up on the fascist right for Joe Kent to flip on Israel in the Groyper's direction and for Nick Fuentes to be courted by Tucker Carlson. Yeah, this was his Israel position paper shared with AIPAC during a failed 2022 House bid. Kent said he was intimately familiar with the help that Israel had provided the United States, and two countries share common enemies in the Middle East and the totalitarian government of Iran. Right? By the way, Jewish Insider and AIPAC, like all of these fucking institutions, just straight up are information sharing all the time. I'm sorry, it's very hard to see this as anything but like a foreign espionage operation. Like it's crazy. Oh, all of a sudden the AIPAC, the AIPAC position papers materialize out of thin air the moment that fucking Joe Kent comes out and says this is a war we're waging at the behest of Israel and it's unacceptable. I mean, he just took the position that the half-hog libertarians have been on for months. Maybe he watches Tim Dillon. No, this is an indefensible position. America has openly stated that they're waging war on Iran at the behest of Israel. It is an indefensible position. Anyone with 3.5 fucking working brain cells can recognize that it's an indefensible position. If you want, whether you want to like preserve American military superiority because things are also not going well on the military campaign side, or whether because you have ambitions of higher office later down the line, you recognize that this is completely untenable. It's an indefensible position. So you're just fucking pulling the ripcord out as quickly as possible. Anyone that actually turns around and talks about Joe Kent being a fucking asshole for this or being anti-Semitic for this is also not reading the goddamn room or a psychopathic Israel first dipshit. Right on cue. Wait, what is this? This is not everyone but Shapiro, apparently. Where's Josh Shapiro? Where's the Josh Shapiro element here? Why are you linking me this thing? My bad here, Ben Shapiro. Oh, Ben Shapiro is probably losing his fucking mind.
This morning, Joe Kent quit his job at the National Counterterrorism Center.
I mean, he is literally... Ben Shapiro is the perfect guy to go to whenever shit like this happens, just so you know the wrong opinion. You know what I mean?
And issued a scathing letter designed to undermine President Trump. The letter is deeply, deeply conspiratorial. It states openly that, quote, Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation. And it is...
Guys, the conspiracy is literally something that Lindsey Graham, Marco Rubio, Donald Trump, and virtually every fucking Democratic Party official that has been in these closed-door meetings has openly stated out loud. Okay? You can't say it's a conspiracy at that point, dumbass. I'm sorry. Anyone that fucking still thinks that you can consider this to be a conspiratorial, nonsensical position is so delusional and so desperate to defend Israel, so openly and transparently Israel first, that they are having a hard time. They're not talking to a single person that isn't exclusively invested in defending Israel's ambitions, no matter how violent. Because everyone has said it. Everyone has said it out loud. People in key positions of power have said it out loud. It is psychotic. Mike Johnson has said it. Like, who is this for is the question.
Clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. Now, that is conspiracy trash. It's also kind of strange since President Trump has...
It's trash. It's conspiracy trash.
Said that it's conspiracy trash. So apparently, Trump is so deeply, deeply enthralled to those strange, powerful American lobbies. We're not going to say it. That he apparently has been so bamboozled by them that he's still under the impression that he's his own man. But here's the thing. President Trump is his own man. He makes his own decisions. And as per our usual arrangement, Trump's critics are cowards who are simply unwilling to acknowledge that Trump is the one making the call. But Joe Kent continued, quote, early in this administration, high-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign that wholly undermined your America First platform and sowed pre-war sentiments to encourage a war with Iran. This echo chamber was used to deceive you into believing that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States and that should you strike now, there was a clear path to a swift victory. This was a lie. and is the same tactic the Israelis used to draw us into the disastrous Iraq war that cost our nation the lives of thousands of our best men and women. Again, the idea here seems to be that President Trump is a moron, misled into war by nefarious Israelis and unnamed influential members of the American media. Don't say it, don't say it. Again, apparently, President Trump has no agency and no thoughts. Kent's letter is replete with this conspiratorial idiocy, including, as we just saw, the idea that it was Israel.
I mean, he kind of makes that an easier argument to launch, don't you think? Like Donald Trump, I mean, it's not like he's seen as like a competent guy. He doesn't carry himself in that way at all. It does kind of lend credence to the theory. He is partially right about MAGA making excuses for Trump and solely blaming Bibi. No, yes, that part is correct. Now, I don't like hitting that line as much because, like, who knows? Maybe MAGA will, well, not MAGA, the voters, but like the leadership might surprise us if enough people are saying, hey, I'm MAGA and why are you doing this? Well, I don't like that you're doing this for Israel. If they, if enough people do that and then the administration sees this as an exit ramp, then I'll take it, right? Because make no mistake, I 100% believe that the American government is absolutely responsible for this. But in the interim, any sort of separation from Israel, no matter how it happens, is good, right?
That forced the original Iraq war.
If that Israel separation comes from enough MAGA people making a fuss because, you know, they operate with a good czar, bad boyars mentality where they think Trump cannot fail. He can only be made to fail by bad advisors or bad people in his orbit, and, you know, part of the bad influences like Israel. If that is going to be the prevailing attitude in the MAGA base, which is the only thing that Trump responds to as far as public pressure goes, fuck it. You got to take what you can, right?
An idea totally and utterly unsupportable by any evidence, given the fact that the actual prime minister of Israel at the time, Ariel Sharon, opposed the Iraq war. This stuff is brain rot. Now listen, we should all be thankful for Joe Kent's long and honorable military service. We can also be glad that he's leaving, since his ideology is the same as that of Tucker Carlson, the guy who says that the war is disgusting and evil and who has been busy sexting.
As opposed to a guy who should be saying the war is actually awesome.
Thing with the mullahs. Tucker Carlson calls Kent a personal friend and, quote, the bravest man I know. Frankly, I think that it is a good thing that Kent is not in this position. We cannot have a director of counterterrorism who is somehow advocating preemptive surrender to the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism in the middle of a war.
It's awesome. It took mere minutes. Joe Kent is now officially declared an anti-Semite, and this is by Jake Tapper as well. Don Bacon says, good riddance. Iran has murdered more than 1,000 Americans. Their EFP landmines were the deadliest in Iraq. Anti-Semitism is an evil I detest, and we surely don't want it in our government. Jake Tapper instantly reposted, of course. Yeah, and yes, now Joe Kent, the big anti-Semite. How dare he do this transparent anti-Semitic act? There's also this scoop from John Hudson that I think is interesting. Joe Kent and Tulsi Gabbard met with Vice President J.D. Vance at the White House on Monday. Per sources, during the meeting, Kent presented his resignation letter to the vice president.
Joseph Kent, he works for the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. But he writes this, he says, I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby.
Oh no, Jake is mad. Jake is mad.
I support the values and the foreign policies that you campaigned on in 2016, 2020, 2024, which you enacted in your first.
Hey, Thief Lock, I can't give you my take on Polymarket, and specifically troll bets being made like, will Clavicular become the next Iranian supreme leader? I'm a Danish student researching how prediction markets and influencers affect young people. Do you think this is the appropriate time for me to give you my perspective? I feel like there's issues that are more pertinent than that, you know? Please stop spamming in the chat.
Term. Until June of 2025, you understood that the wars in the Middle East were a trap that robbed America of the precious lives of our patriots and depleted the wealth and prosperity of our nation. And he added this. In your first administration, you understood better than any modern president how to decisively apply military power without getting us drawn into never-ending wars. You demonstrated this by killing Qasem Soleimani and by defeating ISIS. He goes on and says more, Sabrina, but those are powerful words.
I think what's also important here is this is an appointee that was not someone that you could consider not aligned with the president. I mean, this is someone that espoused the MAGA-based views and was appointed by, of course, Tulsi Gabbard. And so the fact that he has issued a very public resignation and the fact that he's also said that Iran did not pose an imminent threat to the United States.
Oh my God. Oh my God, it's Sabrina Singh. God, mainstream media is so fucking toasted, dude. Who's Sabrina Singh? A fucking out and about war criminal. Okay, a defender of unlimited child murder, a genocidaire of the highest order, one of the people in the Biden Pentagon at the time. When Israel was conducting its genocide, she was one of the spokespersons for the American Defense Brigade of Israel's genocide. And now, of course, she has a cushy job at CNN as a political and global affairs commentator. Yeah, she also worked with Fat Sagar at the newer think tank that also kept doing PR for Israel, including the Gaza Holocaust Fund that America and Israel set up together. They went over to that private PR firm to do PR for the Gaza Holocaust Fund, and her and Fat Sagar, I forget his name, and yeah, and now I guess she got a job at CNN.
A case that was made by...
It's kind of crazy. Like, dude, this is the type of shit, like, look, no anti-Semitism, right? Like, we're talking about Israel, we're not talking about Jews, okay? I just want to stress this real quick. But, like, fucking Wolf Blitzer did PR for AIPAC. And he's sitting across from Sabrina Singh, who also did PR for another, Israeli organization, and also did PR for Israel's genocide. Like, is there a person that has a different point of view here? Like, do we have anybody that can speak on these fucking panels that's like, hey, this is kind of weird?
Demonstrated this by killing Qasem Soleimani and by defeating ISIS. He goes on and says more, Sabrina, but those are powerful words.
I think what's also important here is this is an appointee that was not someone that you could base views. Issued a very public resignation, and the fact that he's also said that Iran did not pose an imminent threat to the United States, a case that was made by Donald Trump multiple times and many other officials in this administration, including the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, saying that Iran posed an immediate threat to the United States. And he's someone that clearly had access to intelligence matters, saying that they did not. I think you could potentially see other resignations from this administration, people deep within the MAGA base that do not support this war of choice. And frankly, it is a war of choice. It is something that the president chose to do. And he has said, kind of on his own conscience, that he decided to initiate this war as well.
Yeah, he even said that he got Israel on board.
Yes.
But in this letter, Joe Kent says he believes that this is.
Wait, I'm sorry. So now we believe Donald Trump at CNN? That's awesome. No. When Donald Trump first said we did this for Israel, but then he the next day said, no, actually, I got Israel on board. So we're choosing to believe the I got Israel on board statement that literally goes against the overwhelming majority of people on the Democratic Party side and on the Republican Party side that has actively said this war is being waged at the behest of Israel. That's awesome.
is started because of pressure from Israel and its American lobby. I'm wondering, General, what you think about one of the last lines here. He says, "You can reverse course and chart a new path for our nation, or you can allow us to slip further toward decline and chaos. You hold the cards." I'm wondering at this point, several weeks into this war, you have Iran saying that the Strait of Hormuz will never go back to the conditions where it was before. How do you chart a new course?
He needs to cut his losses, that being President Trump. He needs to cut his losses and shut this down as quick as he possibly can. That would be the best thing at this solution. You know, I'm not sure if he's got the capability, the wherewithal to actually do that politically. But I mean, this is not going well, and it's going to get worse. And bully for Mr. Joe Kent for having the political courage to stand up for what he believes. You know, this is a guy that's a big-time MAGA supporter, has always been, very much like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who you had on your show yesterday. Mm-hmm. I mean, these are significant resignations from the MAGA world, and people need to take note. And I hope that this leads to the resignation of other members of the administration, because he is absolutely spot on target. This is not in the best interest of the United States to continue this war, and President Trump needs to shut it down as quickly as he possibly can.
Let me read another sentence or two from his resignation letter.
We got general anti-Semitism over here. Hold on. Excuse me, sir. I didn't know you got your rank at Anti-Semitism University. Okay, what do you mean? We got to nip this shit in the bud. We got to stop this and take the first exit ramp. Hold on now. Not allowed.
As a veteran who deployed to combat 11 times, and as a Gold Star husband who lost my beloved wife Shannon in a war manufactured by Israel, I cannot support sending the next generation off to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people nor justifies the cost of American lives.
Yeah. No, I mean, we've already seen 13 American service members die in this war. Over 200 have been injured, and their conditions have ranged from very serious to some have been returned to duty. But I think, you know, we've heard Pete Hegseth say this time and again that more Americans could lose their lives. And I think this level.
What is this? What? Up to 80,000 Iranians have died protesting a regime, but 3 weeks of joint U.S.-Israeli attacks have failed to deliver the freedom for which they sacrificed their lives. 80,000? 80,000? Iran killed 80. Fuck it, dude. Iran killed 10 million. Okay? Iran killed 20 million. Iran killed 1 billion Iranians. Iran killed 7 billion Iranians in a matter of 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 80,000? I'm stupid. How important was this guy for the administration? I mean, he was the director of the National Counterterrorism Council, the Counterterrorism Center. Like, he is the head of counterterrorism for the American government, an incredibly high-ranking individual in the admin.
Makes it very clear, is that worth it? Is that worth the cost? And this is someone that's obviously gone to war on behalf of our country and seen the cost that it takes, not just on the people who are putting their lives on the line, but
like, here's the thing. During the Biden administration, no such high-ranking official ever quit throughout the genocide. Okay? There were people that quit in the Biden admin as well, if you recall, right? But they were never at this level. They were never at this level. When Biden was allowing Israel to do the Holocaust on the Palestinian population with unlimited support, there was never a person at this level that quit in that process. All the people that quit were in much lower ranking positions in the admin.
On the country. And so I think it is really important that not only is he putting this out today, but this is someone that is a deep figure within the MAGA base and someone that is aligned with the president and is breaking very publicly with him.
And it's personal for him, as you noted, Wolf, that his wife was killed in Syria in 2019 by an ISIS bomber. You know, I just want to go back to you, General. Clearly, you don't agree with this war. But at the same time, Israel is saying that it has taken out more top Iranian officials, including one who has been overseeing a lot of what Iran has been doing in its counterattacks. And I just wonder if you see any progress, any benefit so far from this war in terms of safety toward the United States because of some of the people who have been taken out.
First of all, I commend the military performance thus far in the war. I mean, it's been superb. And look, no one's shedding any tears.
Bro, he's clearly an anti-Semite and his butt hurt. We aren't doing this to Mexico or Cuba. I mean, I don't think he would give a fuck if we were doing this to Mexico or Cuba. But I suspect that the motivating principle here is not anti-Semitism. Self-preservation? Absolutely. But I don't think anything that he is saying is with the exception of the, Israel goaded us into going to war with Iraq. I mean, Israel did absolutely push for the Iraq war. Anyone that says that's not the case is a fucking liar. But like the calculation was not like, it's not even comparable with respect to the Iraq war versus the Iran war. You cannot compare these two things as far as like how much of a factor Israel was. Okay. In Iraq, Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu literally came to Congress and said, oh, this is going to be great. It's awesome. Right? Sure. Did that help convince some people? I'm sure it did. But Iraq was America in the driver's seat. Okay. The United States of America, for reasons outside of what might be beneficial for Israel, wanted to go to Iraq. Okay? Iran, on the other hand, has a lot more to do with Israel. That is such an insane, disgusting take. What is? What's insane, disgusting take? You can definitely compare them. Bibi was a main influence in the Iran war. He was a supporting influence in the Iraq war. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Benjamin Netanyahu, at the time, the idea that Joe Kent is anti-Semitic. Wait, what? I mean, he was like Groyper affiliated for years before he decided to push back against the Groyper shit. So I don't, it wouldn't surprise me if, I think most of these guys are fucking anti-Semitic. Who gives a shit? It has nothing to do with this calculation. Like, what? Hello? Guys, I need you to wake the fuck up, okay? A lot of people in this administration are anti-Semitic. They're also pro-Israel, and that's what matters, okay? Candace Owens was anti-Semitic. Candace Owens was anti-Semitic when Ben Shapiro hired Candace Owens. But Candace Owens back then was pro-Israel. It was only after Candace Owens became anti-Semitic and anti-Israel that Ben Shapiro said, you're fired. Okay, that's it.
For the Khomeini's demise and a new Ayatollah, and the aggressive nature that they have had towards in the region and been a threat in the region. I mean, I'm all for doing something about the Iranians, but we were not provoked. And the problem here is that we're in the middle of a long war, at least a long war for them. I mean, I remember what Henry Kissinger said about Vietnam. He said, the Americans will lose by not winning, and the Vietnamese will win by not losing. The Iranians just want to sustain themselves, stay in power as long as they possibly can, continue to harass the United States, like attacking Baghdad and the embassy there and whatnot, and stay alive long enough so that they can claim victory.
I don't know if I agree with this. Milikowski played a central role in the second genocide against Iraq. I honestly don't know if the U.S. invades if Israel doesn't want it. Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11, and we all know it was a serious thorn in Israel's side after Saddam went rogue. You are nutty mode, brother. come on. They literally had the oil fields mapped out in 1995, dude. What are you talking about? No, I do not agree with that at all. Did they utilize 9/11 to put the crosshairs on Iraq? And did Israel's goals here in taking out Saddam also sweeten the deal? Certainly. But there is no such materialist calculation that you can make with Iran as it stands currently. That's why I'm saying this is different. That's why I'm saying the calculation now is different. Do you understand?
And that's what they will do if they do this long enough.
Let's go actually to the White House, where we're going to find our Kevin Liptak, who's been tracking any responses coming from the administration. What's the latest, Kevin?
Yeah, nothing official yet from the president, although we are expecting to see him any moment now in the Oval Office with the Taoiseach of Ireland. He's here for St. Patrick's Day. But you do hear, officials who are within the Trump orbit beginning to sound off on this. One former White House official described Joe Kent as an egomaniac, someone who is resigning this position in quite a high-profile fashion. And I think that is probably along the lines of what we will hear from the president if and when he decides to respond to this. But I do think it will be difficult for him to entirely dismiss this resignation as someone, with Trump derangement syndrome, as someone who is a Trump enemy, as he does so often, just because Joe Kent has so often aligned himself with the president. He is of the MAGA wing of the party. That's how he ran as a candidate for Congress 2 times in Washington state. And it is why he was selected for this position in the first place. His confirmation was not an easy one by any means. He was, very narrowly confirmed by the Senate, and all of these questions about conspiracies around the 2020 election, about potential ties to white nationalists, all arose in his confirmation hearings. And for all of those reasons, I think it will be difficult for the president to sort of entirely distance himself from this individual who is now coming out very publicly decrying some of the perceived rationale for the war in Iran. And I do think it will also put in a very difficult position Joe Kent's boss, the director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who has espoused, in previous lives, the very same positions about questioning the adventurism of previous iterations of the Republican Party, questioning nation-building pursuits. She, too, was a veteran, just like Joe Kent, and so putting her, I think, in a difficult position. But certainly we expect to hear from the president very soon, and hopefully he will be asked about all of this.
We'll see what he says. All right, Kevin Liptak, thank you very, very much. I want to bring in CNN K-File senior editor Andrew Kaczynski, who's joining us on the phone. Andrew, I know you had previously reported that Joe Kent gave a previously unreported interview back in 2022 to Grayson Arnold, a Nazi sympathizer and white nationalist. A spokesperson for Kent, who was then running for Congress at the time, said, and I'm quoting him now, Joe Kent had no idea who that individual was when he encountered him on the street, and Joe Kent has repeatedly condemned the statements that the individual is accused of making, end quote. Andrew, what more can you tell us about Kent's past?
Well, look, Joe Kent's resignation is dramatic, but it's really not particularly surprising if you look at his record. He's a former Green Beret. He did numerous tours overseas. His first wife, Shannon, was a military member who was killed overseas in a suicide bombing in Syria that targeted U.S. troops. What's remarkable here, too, is that he entered politics in 2021 to primary a Republican who had actually voted to impeach Trump. He had 2 failed bids for Congress. And when he entered politics, he specifically said it was in part because he witnessed, and this is a direct quote from one of his videos launching his campaign, the failures of the government establishment in keeping us at war in the Middle East, watching officials, as he said, quote, lie about regime change wars. And during that campaign, both campaigns, he railed against the military-industrial complex. He railed against endless wars. In one of the interviews he gave, he literally said, let's not start a new war with Iran. That was a 2021 interview. At the same time, as you mentioned, he has been a polarizing figure during his congressional run. He did face repeated scrutiny over contacts with far-right figures and extremist figures, which he later disavowed. And of course, he works for Tulsi Gabbard, who before joining the administration had a long history of opposing war with Iran. And not that long ago, just 5-6 years ago, she was literally selling, as she ran for Congress, merchandise that said no war with Iran on her campaign website. So this also puts a lot of questions at her, as has been mentioned here. But ultimately, I do think that his resignation here reflects his longstanding opposition to American intervention abroad.
I'm here.
Respect by Andrew there, by the way, K-File. Giving the appropriate context rather than just like leaning into the, well, he's a fucking real dangerous anti-Semite. I mean, he's just like straight up. Like, this dude has been anti-interventionist from the jump, came into the administration. Although he like hung out with like fucking right-wing extremists, as many of these fucking dipshits. I mean, the president, guys. I don't know if you guys know this, but the president of the United States of America had dinner with Nick Fuentes and Kanye West, okay? Lest you forget.
With Israel's defense minister, our chief of staff, the head of the Mossad, the chief of Air Force, our senior commanders. In the past 24 hours, we knocked out 2 of the terrorist chieftains, the top terrorist chieftains of this tyranny. Our aircraft are hitting the terror operatives on the ground, in the crossroads, in the city squares. This is meant to enable the brave people of Iran to celebrate the Festival of Fire. So celebrate, and Happy Nowruz. We're watching from above.
4-year-old Anita was pulled out of the rubble last week after an airstrike destroyed her home. She's in a coma with severe head injuries.
Yes, bro, he's not dead.
Her mother, Zibar, is in torment. Doctors say Anita is unlikely to survive. She was playing with her brother, Artem, when the missile came in, leaving him with multiple injuries. It was terrifying, he says.
We were on the stairs, me and my sister. Suddenly everything went black. I didn't understand what happened next. I didn't hear a sound, nothing. I thought I was dreaming.
A family destroyed by America and Israel's air campaign, Zibar had this message for their leaders.
Why did this happen to us, to innocent people, my innocent 4-year-old girl who was only going downstairs to come to me? Why do it to ordinary people like us? We were sitting at home together. They've taken away our safety, our happiness, and the health of our children.
It isn't hard to see why many civilians are being hurt when you come to places like this, where airstrikes are hitting targets in residential areas. The impact of the firepower unleashed here is hard to take in, and residents told us these were civilian apartment blocks. Local residents say a security organisation of some sort was based somewhere in all this. But I guess the point to make is that targeting that has ended up with pretty much an entire city block being devastated. The Iranians say 40 people died here. It's not clear how many of them were civilians and how many were members of that organisation. Sayed showed us the floor his 35-year-old daughter had been at home on when the airstrike destroyed the building. Another family torn apart by this war.
Whoever has caused this, and it's 100% Trump and Netanyahu, I wish the same thing would happen to them. You have no idea what suffering I have been through for a week, day and night.
We cross town after reports of more airstrikes. Nowhere is safe here, even in daylight in the centre of town. It's a pretty jittery mood here after these reports of Ali Larijani, the top security official, being assassinated, and the top paramilitary commander, but also the fact that there was an airstrike in this square this morning on security force vehicles right in the middle of the Iranian capital. We've got this sort of daily show of defiance, this parade with Iranian flags and chanting But also today we've seen a lot more security on the streets. And Iranians are being urged not to come out tonight for the annual fireworks night ahead of Persian New Year at the end of the week, presumably because people, the fear is, could come out and there could be more unrest. This is the last time we saw Ali Larijani last Friday. His reported killing only escalates this war. It will almost certainly provoke a more hardline response from Iran. The conflict is deepening and more innocent civilians will, without doubt, pay the price. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News, Tehran.
Our relationship with Israel is not in our strategic interest. Remember, I said before, Israel is an albatross around our neck. That contradicts the basic thesis of my book and my writings more generally on great power politics, and Steve's as well. But it just goes to show you how enormously powerful the lobby is. I mean, just Max and Aaron, just think about the fact that the United States recognizes that if it has a peer competitor in the international system that it should worry about, it's China, right? And this is why Hillary Clinton enunciated in 2011 that we were going to pivot to Asia. China is seen as the most important threat to the United States inside of the national security community. Well, if you look at these various wars that we're fighting in the Middle East, and the first one, of course, was the 12-day war last June, and now you look at this conflict, it is seriously eroding our capability to contain China in East Asia. We're pulling THAADs and Patriots out of South Korea and Japan. This is truly remarkable. We have been shortchanging East Asia. We have been shortchanging our containment policy in East Asia for quite a while now because of Israel. And the situation is now only getting worse. From a strategic point of view, from a realist point of view, which of course is what Steve and I purvey in our writings, this makes no sense at all.
I think they should draft 18-year-old kids and make them stay in the military.
Why?
I don't think so. I don't like
So
that.
they can grow up and quit being mama babies.
There should never be a draft of any kind. It should all be free will. A draft is bullshit. No matter what country, what war, it's all bullshit. You should never force people to go fight a war that's not
Bob
theirs.
doesn't realize that that would be the complete death of American empire. It would be the last thing that the Trump administration did. Okay? I'm not even joking. Like, the reason why America gets to do all this war waging bullshit is because there is no draft. The moment that the draft kicks in is the moment where every American goes, wait a minute, I have to die now? It's the same principle behind, like, American champions of Ukraine that are just like, yeah, keep fighting Ukraine. You're fighting for democracy. Keep going. And it's like, bro, are you going to fight for Ukraine? Fuck no. Right? A lack of a draft allows people to feel as though they're powerful. American military is doing its force projections. It's great. You get to feel powerful at home. You don't have to hold the gun. The moment that you have to hold the gun and there's another dude holding another gun on the other side, it becomes a very different calculation for you. Part of the reason why America gets to wage wars the way that it does.
Donald Trump's kids should be on the front lines.
Yeah, could Barron get drafted?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you would be okay with Haley's son Roman being drafted, your grandchild?
Yes, absolutely.
Wow.
Mom, would you be okay with that?
To fight for the freedom of our country? Yes.
You'd want my kids going to Iran to fight a war that Donald Trump started. You'd want my kids involuntarily on the front lines.
I didn't say on the front lines,
Dad
but
volunteered for that bullshit. My kids aren't.
for the freedom of our country.
This country. Donald Trump. Everything this government stands for. This is an embarrassment. And the fact that you would send my kids to war is disgusting.
I think it's important that Iran doesn't lose.
Wow.
I think it's important.
So you want a regime to win that has murdered hundreds of thousands of its own citizens, that denies women freedom, that kills gay people. You want them to win over American Israel. Wow.
Israel's killed hundreds of thousands of people.
No, it hasn't.
And the figures on Iran are mainly bogus. The recent massacres,
my goodness.
Some of them were genuinely killed protesters, but a lot of them were...
40,000 of them. 40,000.
It was...
Why did you say 100,000 then?
It was 3,500.
It was 40,000, as you're well aware.
Is it okay then to kill 400,000 Iranians?
I'm not saying it's okay to kill any number of people. But you seem to think it's okay for Iran to kill 40,000 people, but you'd be the first to man the barricades and say, "Oh yeah, but Israel's killed 65,000 in Gaza, so that's terrible." But it's okay to kill 40,000 Iranians. Dear oh dear, David, grow up.
I've been a loyal supporter of the president for almost 20 years. This goes back to when I was 21 years old.
Bro, let's be real. If we were taking military action to defend people, to liberate people, we would be doing what we're doing to Iran, but to Israel, okay? Their death toll is actually in the hundreds of thousands.
And I was Miss California at the Miss USA pageant. And I've known him, I consider him a dear friend. And I will tell you right now, I do not recognize our president. I think that we are an occupied nation. I think that a foreign country has occupied our government. And we are seeing now that this president of the United States of America is being influenced by a foreign government. And MAGA, let me tell you right now, MAGA is dead. It is deader than dead, and Americans are furious. We do not recognize President Donald J. Trump anymore.
What just seems so insane based on what he ran on. I mean, this is why a lot of people feel betrayed, right? He ran on.
Fucking Joe Rogan, dude. Oh, it's just so crazy. I feel betrayed, bro.
What just seems so insane based on what he ran on. I mean, this is why a lot of people feel betrayed, right? He ran on no more wars and these stupid, senseless wars, and then we have one that we can't even really clearly define why we did it.
No American son or daughter should die for Israel. Flat out. No American son or daughter should die for Israel.
Anti-Semitic.
Goyim, stand down. Go home.
Okay, Goyim, stand down. Ugh, gross.
Home. Find the legal means to exit the military, because there are legal means you can exit the military. You can, in fact, conscientiously object to military service. Military men, in case you didn't know, swear an oath to
I swear to God, Candace Owens is the most unique person to watch, because one statement, I'm like, oh, come on, what are you doing? And then the next statement, I'm like, oh my gosh, she's based. Like, literally, she just turned around and goes, Goyim, stand down. I'm like, oh, that's so fucking cringe. And then she's like, but you can become a conscientious objector by following these steps. You have a legal right to object.
defend the Constitution of the United States of America. I don't really see that happening right now. I don't even see Trump doing that. From his flagrant violations of free speech to freedom of religion, Trump recently firing Carrie Prejean Bowler from the Religious Committee because Zionists didn't like her Catholic perspectives. Can anybody at all meaningfully point out for me, which specific portion of the Constitution our commander-in-chief is currently doing a good job protecting? What is it? What you look around at? What has he done that you would be like, oh yeah, he is the person who is defending our Constitution? Better yet, show me which guaranteed constitutional right you believe that Trump will not violate for Israel.
I mean, this shit has created a very unique media environment where, like, it's an endless sequence of the worst person you know making good points over and over again. Like, it's kind of wild. There's literally, like, with the exception of some of the, I mean, I know what her background is. Like, I know that she's anti-Semitic because she's actually said insane stuff about Jews being contract lords, like utterly irrelevant to the main point. But I do think this is disastrous as far as, like, on the one hand, I think about it as, like, the real problem here right now is that Israel dominates American foreign policy and also American domestic policy as well, like where they will come into elections and undermine the democratic project. And obviously, like, cutting Israel loose would be the beneficial thing in the short term. But also at the same time, I'm like, on the one hand, I'm like, yeah, she's anti-Semitic. On the other hand, I'm like, well, is she, like, actually decoupling MAGA from Israel? The issue is, I don't know if she's doing that. I think what's happening is she's just making, like, liberals anti-Semitic. I worry that Tucker Carlson has a lot of normies watching. And those normies aren't MAGA. Those normies are already, like, liberals or independents, and they're watching Tucker or they're watching Candace, and they're like, yeah, actually, it is the Jews. They are contract lords. They were already anti-Israel. Now they're, moving in the other direction as well. As opposed to, like, MAGA that watches them and goes, yeah, these people are, trustworthy individuals. I agree with them. I think, like, I love Trump, but he really fucked up on this one, right?
Can you point to one? Because I feel like right now we are all being forced into the servitude of a foreign nation. That seems to be the American reality right now. So I say, by all means, allow the Mark Levins, the Ben Shapiros to sign their offspring up instead. Allow the Christian Zionists, the ones who make videos telling you how devilish it is if you don't support Israel. They believe this is messianic, that Bibi was sent to usher in Armageddon. That's going to bring Jesus back. I urge you, all of you Christian Zionists, sign up for the military today. Please.
Respectfully, Marcel, I believe it's pattern recognition. Okay, dude, do you know how many fucking times I've heard that about black people in crime? Yeah, what do you think fucking racism is? How do you think racism is justified and defended? Like, what do you mean? The problem in this instance is there's no, like, every Jewish institution in the country is, like, actively saying, no, we are this. We love this shit. Shut the fuck up. Don't talk against us. So it goes beyond, like, classic pattern recognition. It's ridiculous because at the end of the day, it's not true. No one is, no peoples are monolithic. No peoples are monolithic. It just doesn't exist, right? And Jews certainly are not a monolithic people either. Problem is, every fucking Jewish institution creates an alternative reality where they are monolithic, and people respond to it in this way.
Please, you guys, stop tweeting. Stop screaming about Tucker Carlson. You have something much more important to do. There's a messianic mission right now. Go to Iran. Go remove the thousands of dead, innocent Palestinian children from beneath the rubble in Gaza so that Trump can build his hotel. I want you guys to be the change that you wish to see in the world. You've got this. Allow the goyim to stand down because you guys have the vision. You have the understanding. It's biblical. Go for it. You can do this without us.
We're down lower than we've been in 7 years. And gasoline prices and oil prices, not just the 3 states that I talk about with $1.99 a gallon. How would you like to have $1.99? You know, that's...
Oh, yeah, would love that. A timely tweet from David Grossman, to your point. Yes, he's an anti-Semite and an asshole, but when will Jewish institutions face up to the problem of certain Jews, Netanyahu, Ackman, Dershowitz, etc., acting in ways that are consistent with anti-Semitic stereotypes and thereby extend their effectiveness? Not only that, but institutions as well. Not only like prominent Jews that are super invested in the state of Israel, but also Jewish institutions. It's fucking ridiculous. Like every single goddamn day, every single goddamn day, there are alarm bells ringing about how much Americans don't fuck with Israel. And while that's going on, you got Jewish institutions running around, Jewish organizations, Jewish advocacy organizations running around and saying, no, 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 you don't understand. Every Jew loves Israel. Every Jew loves Israel. You got Jewish institutions like synagogues and shit doing land fairs, selling stolen land inside of the synagogue. It's fucking crazy. It makes no damn sense. And they're also actively undermining Jewish Voice for Peace and saying like these guys are insignificant. All these other like anti-Zionist Jewish organizations, they're insignificant. They don't make up the majority. All this stuff. It blows my mind. These are the last institutions that actually give a fuck about anti-Semitism. If you are not an anti-Zionist Jew, you do not care about anti-Semitism. It's that simple. If you are not an anti-Zionist Jew at this point, if you are Jewish and Zionist, you don't give a fuck about anti-Semitism. You want anti-Semitism to thrive in this country. It is ridiculous.
That's the equivalent of a very major tax cut.
Welcome back. Now, that was President Trump in Pennsylvania back in December, touting low energy and gas prices. Today, the average price for a gallon of gas in Pennsylvania is $3.76, according to AAA. That's higher than last week, and it's up more than 60 cents from a month ago. NBC News senior national politics reporter John Allen has been speaking with Pennsylvania voters. He's been out.
What? You have appealed to this freak and Tucker's authority for months. I'm constantly in here telling you the libs are going crazy. Please stop appealing to these racist freaks. You think I'm appealing to Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson? Do you think I'm Cenk Uygur? Do you think I'm my uncle or something? Hello? Are you okay? You're appealing to their authority on Israel? No. Were you not aware when I was talking about how devastating and dangerous it is that Democrats have actually completely lost ground on this issue of being the torch bearers of anti-Zionist thought to the likes of Candace Owens? And my real fear here is that they're not necessarily causing the MAGA base to no longer be pro-Israel, but instead they're just winning over a lot of anti-Israel people that are coming into that audience and becoming anti-Semitic and believing a whole bunch of other nonsense that they espouse. Did you just like have an aneurysm in the beginning when I clicked on a Candace Owens video and then lose sight of what I was talking about right after? Because I repeated those things just now. I was saying it back then. Did you just go, oh, Candace Owens, blah, 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 and you just couldn't pay attention to anything that was going on? Anyway, confirmed Trey Ying's 2 killed by Iran. 2 killed in central Israel during the last Iranian missile barrage. Cluster munitions rained down on Tel Aviv and surrounding areas. And then no answer, by the way. Comes in, drops a fucking atom bomb, and then no answer.
On a road trip here in Millersburg, about 25 miles north of Harrisburg. He joins me now. And, John, I understand you're sort of in a Trump supportive part of Pennsylvania.
You want to know the worst part?
There are a lot of those in Pennsylvania. What are you hearing?
Oh yeah, this one banged. Possible outcome for 2028. Tucker Carlson runs on an anti-Israel platform, and the Democrats put forward a pro-liberal Zionist, pro-defending America's military might candidate. Tucker Carlson wins by Ronald Reagan numbers. The Democratic Party is done. The next wave of fascism is here. That's what I'm afraid of. Tucker Carlson versus Gavin Newsom is unlimited Tucker Carlson victory. Tucker Carlson's like, you're Israel first. You're an attack dog. You're a lapdog for Israel. I can't even tell what your positions are. One day you say Israel's an apartheid. You get a boss call from all of the Israel lobbyists. And next day you come out and you say, actually, Israel's not an apartheid. Americans need someone who actually can stand on moral principles. And as a Christian, I think genocide is unconscionable. What's going on? You see, Tucker, you're being quite anti-Semitic. No, I love Jews. I love Jews. I can't stand what Israel has done to my Jewish friends. What's going on? Ronald Reagan victory condition. This is why I've been trying to urge Democrats to take a stronger stance against Israel. You cannot have a guy like Tucker Carlson lead the conversation on Israel. The Democrats, as a national party, have to universally oppose Israel. If you don't do that, a guy... I would vote for Tucker over most Dems. The way these comments are proving his point. True, Newsom can't beat Tucker Carlson, but I think AOC can. I'd rather Tucker over Newsom, actually. See? This is the danger of Tucker Carlson. This is why I think a lot of people are singularly fucking focused on, understandably, by the way, they're focused on Israel. Okay? And whoever fills that void appropriately will win. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Democrats are fucking delusional. See? A lot of Democrats don't realize that people actually fuck with Tucker heavy, dude. And these people aren't necessarily lifelong Republicans either. I don't think Tucker Carlson is building an audience on the MAGA right. I think he's building an audience on the left. I think Tucker Carlson and all of his numbers are the normies who self-ID as liberals, are the normies who self-ID as independents. I think libs love Tucker now. That's my suspicion. Straight up. Maybe I'm wrong, but this is my theory. This is what I've been thinking about quite a bit because the numbers don't add up. Tucker Carlson has been a prominent fixture in right-wing politics forever. He was incredibly consequential in 2016. He rose to prominence. And he was able to meticulously craft a palatable white supremacist narrative. He leaned into left populism, workers' rights, and things like that, knowing full well that that would beef up his support. And he did so at Fox News. He had a lot of promise in the MAGA audience. He was known as a MAGA guy. He left Fox News. And I think he still carried the torch of MAGA. But as of late, considering that the 85% of Trump supporters, 85% of Republicans believe that the war with Iran is good. War with Iran that we are waging for Israel is a good thing. I don't think Tucker Carlson has a primarily Republican audience any longer. I think Tucker Carlson now has an anti-Israel audience. And given how popular the anti-Israel position is, that audience isn't primarily Republicans at all. I think that audience has a lot of Democrats in it and a lot of centrists and liberals in it as well. In a way, he is perfectly positioned to carry the spirit of Trump 2016 for this reason. No one on the left is ready to be anti-Israel in the way that Tucker is. No one. No one on the left, as it stands currently, like some of the top leaders in the party, even the progressive figures in our party, okay, if we are to say our party about the Democrats, now that there's some candidates that we're pushing for, the only guy I can think of, and I know people are going to get pissed off of this, is Graham Plattner, ironically enough. But I don't think AOC, with the way that she talks about Israel currently, is capable of fighting back against this narrative. I think I'm not talking about like Graham Plattner's background chatters. Calm down. I'm saying like the way he messages on this. Do you see what I mean? No, I said Graham Plattner and everybody lost their minds. I'm talking about the way Graham Plattner messages on the issue of Israel. It's no nonsense. It cuts through the fucking noise. Take that message, take that unapologetic message and put it into any campaign, and they will become a leader in the country. Okay? It's not about who Graham Plattner is. I'm talking about how Graham Plattner communicates on this issue of endless militarism, endless war, and how it's not beneficial for ordinary Americans. Okay? Ah, yes. Messaging and Plattner. Here we go. I said the word Graham and I said the word Plattner. I can't even say Graham Cracker in this fucking chat without people losing their minds and putting my house coordinates on Twitter to demand Iran send a Shahed drone strike to my house. Being like, this is where the Israeli cement factory is, IRGC. Please bomb this fucking infidel. Anyway. You understand, though? Because AOC's biggest weakness, in my opinion, and I say this as someone who is excited at the prospect of her running for the presidency. Okay? Her biggest weakness is she responds to the trolls too much. She doesn't listen to people in her left flank when, you know, they have something worthy to listen to. And she also listens far too much to like identity groups that will use standpoint epistemology to like manipulate her. Right? Like she'll come out and be like, Israel's doing a genocide. And then for the next week, she'll hear out every fucking Jewish advocacy organization that's like, AOC, we love you. Why did you say Israel's doing a genocide? Don't you think that's a little anti-Semitic, or at least like that's opening up the floodgates of anti-Semitism? Can you go and hang out with like one of the Israeli hostage families or something? You know what I mean? Like, and then she'll do a photo op, thinking that this is gonna strike a delicate balance, right? Even Zoran is doing it now, which is crazy. Stand on fucking business. People want easy to understand messages. Okay? Her future foreign policy advisor may be Professor Daniel Besner talking to Clavicular. Wait, what the fuck? Clavicular talks about the relationship between looks maxing and politics and why people connect the two together and try to diminish him as a person. Why the fuck is Clavicular talking to Dan Besner? What the hell is going on?
Frankly, I'm a bit skeptical about the relationship between looks maxing and politics. But do you think there's a relationship between looks maxing and politics?
Looks maxing is completely apolitical.
So why do you think so many people have tried to identify, so many, in particular reporters, have tried?
What is going on, dude? This timeline is busted, bro. That's awesome. What is happening, bro? Both AOC and Zoran are too kind for this moment. No, fuck no. They can be mean. They just need to be principled. Yeah. I don't think AOC has the ability to meet the moment. I don't mean it in a misogynistic way. She has a bit too much to worry to say the wrong thing. You've got to be principled, confident. Like Edgar Germentin was saying after the election, most important thing is confidence and competence. Yes. Yes. Zoran had that. Zoran was doing that when he was running. And then by the time the general came around, he started, falling apart a little bit on that front. I mean, he still does it. He still balances it out for every like messaging weak moment, like messaging weakness moment that I have. He wins it back tenfold with like something that he does, right? But but I do think that on this issue, you cannot engage in half measures. No like defensive, offensive weapons distinctions. You can't be running scared. Because if you do that, on the right, someone's going to take advantage of that weakness. And they're going to become the movement leaders. And it blows my mind. It blows my mind that Democrats are, like progressive Democrats and left flank Democrats are not taking on leadership roles in the anti-Zionist cause.
To connect looks maxing to particularly right-wing politics, but to me, it's always been a bit of a loose connection. But why do you think people are looking to do that?
Just to kind of like, just diminish me and try to deplatform some of these ideas, because like, a lot of people don't like to acknowledge the hard truth that looks are pretty much everything.
Do you see you're part of an Oscar blind item? There's no way that's not a meme, right? What the fuck is an Oscar blind item?
Everything. So I think like a lot of it is cope. A lot of it is people not necessarily being happy.
Like a rumor? What does that mean? Anonymous gossip? What was it? What was the anonymous gossip? Blind item is an anonymized celeb gossip story. What was the celebrity gossip story?
About me making these points.
Yeah, so you think like it's basically...
What is this? It was nothing. Move on. Uh-oh. You're not an e-celeb, bro. Clav, on the other hand, is. Lol, you exist in your own underground space, in my opinion. Wait, what? They said you killed your dog? Wait, what do you mean? But my dog is alive. Blind item, speaking of people not liked. No one could understand how the dog abuser, probable dog killer podcaster got an invite to the magazine party. What does that mean? Bro, is bullshit stop getting faked? Yeah, it was. Everyone was like, boo, I can't believe this guy is here. Anonymous gossip that people are wondering who invited the streamer who may or may not kill his dog. Yeah, I wonder if it was anonymous blind item or if it was sent from Tel Aviv. It means you killed fish? Oh, nice. Gross. Blind items can be submitted by literally anyone. They're trash. Yeah. I need you to start taking medication for ADHD, big dog. Blind items are random people who suggest they have info 99% of the time. They're just clowns who imagine things. Yeah. This is the 23 blind items. Blind item number 23. Speaking of people not liked, no one could understand why. Didn't Shia drive around shooting dogs? I imagine animal abuse. Dude, Hasan Parker got invited to the Vanity Fair party. He allegedly has sex with a 15-year-old prostitute in Berlin, too. That's just completely made up. The guy who runs that site is a Ethan Klein dick rider. Very weird. Is Hasan Piker still planning to talk to Gavin Newsom? Yes. Yeah, it's just like anywhere my name is mentioned, there's like a barrage of fake bullshit. Harvey Weinstein leaning over his cellmate. You hear about his dog? Yeah. Yeah, I'm the biggest villain in Hollywood, famously. Sorry, Hasan, is seeing all this worth for your health? I mean, it doesn't fucking matter. There's just someone wanted to talk shit. Who gives a fuck? It is what it is. Yeah, I mean, this is Vanity Fair cut the invite list in half this year too. Clearly Hasan won and no one cares about slop narratives on Twitter and YouTube. I didn't even know that. Apparently, Vanity Fair also cut the list as well, is what some people were saying. How do you cope with it? I would do something stupid and probably illegal if I got shit like that. I don't give a fuck, man. I don't give a shit. You want to know why? Because I believe in the things that I believe. I know who I am as a person. I know what my values are. I know what my actions represent. And I am uncompromising. And now, more than ever before, we are closer to reaching collective consciousness. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? People lie all the time. People lie about everything on the internet. You see what I'm saying? I still believe in the good in all people, right? If I didn't believe that people have the capacity to hear me out in a charitable manner, I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing. Right? People lie about everything on the internet. We don't have consensus reality any longer. For every person that hears shit like that and goes, oh, I will never trust this guy again, there are still people I know that go, you know what? I want to hear this guy's position on this issue. I want to hear him out. And if they encounter what I have to say and can find the strength within themselves to have a moment of charitability, they'll realize that a lot of this shit is completely fucking made up. There are many people in this community that probably came from one drama cycle or the next, right? Who at first were like, oh, you bought a house, but isn't that like socialism but rich? Like, that's fucked up, right? Or you bought a car, you fucking leased a Porsche. How dare you? Socialism but rich. That's fucked up. You're an anti-Semitic terrorist, is what they said for 2 years, 3 years. I mean, I'll take dog abuser over anti-Semitic terrorist. I'll be honest. I mean, one is like, you know, I feel like it's, if people are going to lie on my name, I'd rather have them assume that I'm like, abusing dogs than a fucking terrorist. It's not as bad, I think. It's still unconscionable. It's a gross smear, but you got to choose one over the other. I'll choose one. If your actions represent your values, then why go to the Met Gala? First of all, I didn't go to the Met Gala. I would if I was invited. Dog terrorist.
About how people there are feeling about gas prices, and are they factoring that into how they view the war in Iran?
Well, first, Kelly, I would be remiss if I did not wish Kelly O'Donnell a happy St. Patrick's Day.
Right back at
so
you,
happy
my
St.
friend.
Patrick's Day.
I'm genetically required to be
part
in
of
green.
Pennsylvania. And
I'm sorry.
I
Go
can't see
ahead,
you right
John.
now,
Go
but
ahead.
I'm
You're
sure
on the
you
road
look
trip
lovely
here.
and green. Okay, so I'm in Millersburg, Pennsylvania. The reason I'm here is it's a swing district, Pennsylvania's 10th district in a swing state. President Trump won this district by about 5 points, but the local congressman, Scott Perry, is in danger of losing the midterms. And we wanted to talk to people about their feelings about gas prices, about the war. You mentioned Pennsylvania's average gas price, about $3.76 a gallon right now. We went to like the cheapest place around, $3.54.9 a gallon here, and talked to folks. Better you hear from them than from me about how they're feeling.
Let's roll the tape.
The decision to strike Iran.
It was a great decision. I think somebody else should have done it a couple of years ago, the last 3 other presidents.
Are you willing to pay higher prices at the pump if that's the cost?
Yeah, I'm willing to pay a little more, yeah.
What do you think about the war?
I think he's doing the right thing. You know, in the long run, it's going to help us out because if they get nuclear weapons, we might not even be here in a couple of years. So I think he's doing a good job.
Is it worth the rise in the price of gas?
Yeah, I think so.
What do you think about the U.S. decision to go into Iran?
I think we got to do what we got to do to keep this country safe. So, and if it means paying a little bit more in gas right now to keep everybody safe, then that's what we got to do. And eventually they'll come back down.
And Kelly, most of the people we talked to were supportive of the war and willing to pay the higher gas prices for the war. Some of them because they believe in the goals of the war, others because they trust President Trump. But not everybody felt that way, and not everybody's excited about Trump here, and not everybody's planning to vote for Republicans in the midterms who supported Trump. Let's take a listen to one more woman who we spoke with. If you could say something to President Trump and he was going to hear you right now, what would it be?
You're a worthless pile of
And you voted for him how many times?
3 times. That was my bad. Apparently, I'm an idiot.
So not
lots
everyone
of
is thrilled
personality
with
there,
President Trump,
John.
as you
Lots
heard,
of personality.
Kelly.
Yes.
Oh my God!
Right? Not everyone's thrilled with him. That was a voter who voted for him 3 times. She went on to talk about the gas prices. She went on to talk about the war, about not supporting the idea of us, basically going around.
Look, I know it's 85%, but goddamn, does that feel good when I see that 15%? You know what I mean? I know Trump's approval for this war is 85% in the base, but goddamn, that shit feels good to see. When you see that 15%, you're like, fuck, man.
On the world. So a lot to process there. But this is going to be the real pressure test for President Trump and Republicans in the midterms, is how many of the people who voted for him are A, sticking with Republicans, and B, going to show up in the midterms. And I think that's still an open question here, just several months out from those midterms, Kelly.
Nothing is as valuable as actually going to where the people are and asking them what they think. So thank you for making the road trip. Fill up before you come back.
We thank you for watching, and remember.
So the other day I found out that this.
Oh yeah, this is the Tucker Carlson meta. He believes that the CIA is listening to his. The CIA is collecting his text messages. Also here, as polls close in Illinois, here's a brief. Here is We got polls that are supposed to close in 4 minutes, by the way. Karnacki Cam is going to get started soon. Okay. We got the Illinois midterm primaries. Okay. Big day today. I got some good news. What is this? I'm crying, bro. Looked in the mirror and started talking to 45. That's funny. Big news. Oh boy, big news.
Holy Toledo.
New Illinois 9 poll from M3 Strategies among voters who already cast ballots by mail or early in person. Kat Abou-Ghazaleh leads Daniel Biss at 29.5%. Daniel Biss at 26.2%. Laura Fine at 19.7%. Phil Andrew at 7.9%. Mike Simmons at 6.6%. Bushra Amewala at 5.1%. And that's right. Looking good for the early voters. Hopefully, this is a good sign for the night. Obviously, a lot of these polls do not adequately look at voter participation from the youth vote, which Kat Abou-Ghazaleh cleans up. Okay? Who knows what will happen in Evanston, but Abou-Ghazaleh winning would be close to a Tea Party moment, more so if she knocked off an incumbent, but Biss is pretty close to one. Lots of her voters would have voted for him at some point. A media figure with no experience in elected office who moved to the district yesterday and will almost certainly finish in the top 2 in a contested primary. Yeah, win or lose, it's a fucking testament to how much the conversation has shifted. And I think the youth vote is consistently undersampled, and she has a lot of momentum in the youth vote in general. So we'll see. Only win, no lose. I agree. As polls close in Illinois, here's a briefing on what to expect tonight. Illinois is one of the most challenging states for election reporting. There's no centralized statewide system. Results are administered and reported by 100+ local election authorities, including several municipalities that operate independently from their counties, which is highly unusual. Illinois is a state where voters utilize all 3 ballot types, AB, absentee mail, early voting, early in person, and ED, in-person election day at pretty sizable rates. 100% of precincts reporting can be misleading. Many jurisdictions prioritize election day votes first, typically 55 to 65% of the total, but it can vary a lot. While early voting and vote by mail ballots are added later, sometimes hours or even days afterwards. VBM is especially consequential. Ballots postmarked by election day can arrive up to 14 days later, and large jurisdictions like Chicago often take significantly longer to fully tabulate and report these votes. History underscores the risk of premature conclusions. In 2014 state treasurer race, Republican Tom Cross led roughly 20,000 votes on election night, only for Democrat Mike Frericks to ultimately win by about 9,200 votes after late mail ballots were included. And right at the moment, at the top of the hour, there is no ad break, but the polls have officially closed, ladies and gentlemen. Polls are closed in the state of Illinois, and the numbers will be coming in. We are going to be tuning into Karnacki Cam to see where he is at. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to support the show, the broadcast, the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Please subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, ladies and gentlemen, as we go on into primary night.
That is the Democratic primary for the United States Senate. It is an open seat being vacated by Democrat Dick Durbin. The 3 leading Democrats you see right there. Of course, Illinois being a blue state, the winner of this primary tonight is expected overwhelmingly
anonymous gifted. Thank you for the 5
the next United States Senator from Illinois. We will be keeping an eye on that race. Obviously, first and foremost throughout the night, but it is just one of several competitive contests and consequential contests we're going to be monitoring, we're going to be tracking. You see here some of the marquee House races tonight. Illinois' 2nd District. The headline there, Jesse Jackson Jr., just weeks after his father, the civil rights leader's passing at the age of 84, he attempts a political comeback. Jackson Jr. had left the House in scandal in 2012. 14 years later, he is seeking to win back the congressional seat that he once represented. Elsewhere in Cook County, in Chicago and the Chicago suburbs. The race for the 7th congressional district in Illinois. This is a seat being vacated by Danny Davis. Danny Davis has been in the House for nearly 30 years. And again, overwhelmingly likely that the winner of tonight's primary will replace Davis in the House. In the 8th district here, this is a congressional seat being vacated by Raja Krishnamurthy as he runs for the United States Senate. Another comeback attempt, Melissa Bean. Do you remember that name? She was in the House from 2004 until 2010. She was thrown out in the Republican wave of 2010. Can she get her seat back 16 years later? And this one has gotten a lot of national attention. This is the far north side of Chicago, Evanston, into those suburbs.
Yeah, every leftist coalition, leftist progressive coalition in the U.S. is the same. Zoran, Tallarico, and now Kat all have that same condition. The same coalition, which is spelled the victory condition for the most part. Crosstabs' Illinois 9 poll shows Abba Ghazaleh is basically winning the Mamdani-Tallarico coalition. She leads with men, 34%. 18 to 30-year-olds at 53%, Hispanics at 35%, Asian Americans at 29%, whites at 29% versus Biss's 28%. That's right. This is the Zoran coalition that allowed him to win. This was the Tallarico condition that allowed him to win. And hopefully this might be a W-men moment. That's right. What's interesting about the Kat Abba Ghazaleh Daniel Biss matchup is that a lot of the elderly white women in the suburbs actually really like Daniel Biss. A lot of white women that make up the backbone of the Democratic Party, alongside black women as well, certainly. But a lot of older white women actually really fuck with Daniel Biss, which has allowed Daniel Biss to win over Kat Abba Ghazaleh in the female tabs. Straight up, W men, L women is what I say. I'm kidding, of course, but Mike said that the right needs male voters, but all male voters are fleeing towards anti-AIPAC candidates. That the NC needs to figure something out by 2028, and by figure out, drop ICE reel. Yes. Frank Calabrese says, remember, folks, this is a poll of only people who have voted already, so that favors candidates with high energy support. Obviously, Kat here, but Daniel Biss is very much in this. Yes. The proxy battle for tonight. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict has been a major divide in the Democratic Party, but today's Illinois primaries may be the clearest proxy battle yet for AIPAC-aligned and anti-AIPAC groups. I'll be updating this graphic throughout the night. AIPAC supported Donna Miller, Melissa Conyers-Irvin, Melissa Bean, and Laura Fine. Track AIPAC endorsed, on the other hand, however, is Robert Peters, Keena Collins, Junaid Ahmed, and Kat Abba Ghazaleh. Track AIPAC doing the Lord's work. The wine moms have a Biss kink? That's funny. All right, let's see.
Now, okay, so folks, if you've been watching this, you know News Now, our streaming channel, is doing it. They're in their live show right now. We're going to check in with them throughout the night. They want to come to me in about a minute. You're going to get to watch that. So I'm going to sort of set the lay of the land with them a bit when I come back. We'll talk more about this. I'll just say again in the 30 seconds or so before we got to go do that hit. This is a very interesting result because one of the key questions tonight, all of the candidates have ties right here. Who's winning down here? Interesting that Stratton gets a pretty good early number there. Well, Gotti, I think one of the things here is the polls just closed here. Most of the action in this Senate race is going to come out of Chicago and the suburbs right around Chicago. I mean, when I say most, I'm talking like 80% of the vote is going to come roughly from where I just circled there on the map. But we do have a result here from downstate. This is from St. Clair County. This is just outside St. Louis. East St. Louis is here, among other cities and towns. It's an interesting result, though, because I think one of the questions has been, if the race is competitive right there in the Chicagoland area, who's winning in the race?
The American people are tired of women.
Rest of the state. Krishnamurthy has spent the most money. Congressman Krishnamurthy has spent the most money on ads around the state, but at least here in St. Clair County, with about a third of the vote, you see Juliana Stratton, the lieutenant governor, who's endorsed by J.B. Pritzker, who's the governor. Pritzker, through his super PAC, has put a lot of money on behalf of Stratton. She actually does lead Krishnamurthy here, but I think it's an interesting result because it shows those two candidates here, when you get well outside of where most of the votes are going to come from, those two candidates so clearly separated from the third candidate, Congresswoman Robin Kelly. So again, I think there was a sense here in the days leading up to this vote, Gotti, that this race perhaps was becoming more of a two-way race than a three-way race. At least in this one initial result, that might be something. There might be something to that.
It's so interesting, and so interesting to hear all of the money that has been spent in this race. Again,
Juliana Stratton is not great either. Unfortunately, that race is cooked.
Low turnout primary, and yet one that has implications that are so big. And yet, when we hear low turnout, like how many votes are we expecting today, and how soon could things get called?
Yeah, I think one of the things here, unfortunately, I say here, Illinois is tends to be one of the slower counting states. So, we're keep an open mind here. We're always hoping with these things they get a little bit faster as they go along. But in terms of fully knowing how many votes were cast here and what the turnout looked like, we might not have a good sense of that until tomorrow, until a few days from now. I think what we're hoping for tonight, though, is that you get enough of the vote in that it becomes clear who's going to win these races. This race, obviously, this Democratic race for the U.S. Senate, whoever wins this, given how blue Illinois is, the overwhelming favorite to win the Senate seat in November. Also a number of congressional races here throughout the state. Again, we hope tonight that there's enough result that it's clear who's going to win those races, even though it does sometimes take them. It can take them days to count all the votes in Illinois.
Holy
We'll see. And we'll be watching you for days then. Steve Kornacki, thank you so very much.
Got it. All right. So, again, we'll check in throughout the night. Always fun to join Gotti and appreciate them humoring us with balancing it with this. So, again, I just want to talk a little bit about the result we have here. And, again, you heard me there saying Illinois can be a bit slow with the vote counting. That can especially be true in Cook County, where Chicago is, the city of Chicago and the suburbs outside of Cook County. So let maybe just tell you a little bit here, big picture about the sort of the lay of the land statewide and how this one initial result maybe fits into that a little bit here. So again, the three main candidates, if you're watching this, you probably know Raja Krishnamurthy, Congressman. All three candidates really have their political base right in and outside Chicago. Krishnamurthy represents a district that's based in the northwest suburbs of Chicago. Robin Kelly is a congresswoman whose district, really is rooted here sort of in the south side of Chicago and then down into the Cook County suburbs. But really, we're talking about this part of the state right here. Krishnamurthy sort of represents a district about right here. Kelly's district, it actually stretches pretty far south because Illinois is a very gerrymandered state. Some of these districts are very funny. But most of the population in Kelly's district is right here. So basically, this is Kelly, right? This is Krishnamurthy's district, okay? And then Stratton is the lieutenant governor, okay? So that she's a statewide figure that way. But before she was the lieutenant governor, she was a member of the Illinois state legislature, and her district was in the city of Chicago. So again, all three with their political roots right there. Now, look at it this way. Let me reset this. Cook County right here, where Chicago is, right? Cook County has 5.2 million residents. Okay, this is one of the
He's not
largest.
Wrong. Illinois is the best at disenfranchising Republicans, which is based. Support, no complaints here. Yeah. Well, who'd you back for Senate? These candidates, these are the two top contenders, and Juliana Stratton, from what I understand, is actually better than Raja. However, Juliana Stratton is also really terrible on Israel. So there's no, it's not great.
Come from Chicago tonight, then from the burbs. But look, this state is massive, right? There are 102 counties here. Probably 35% of all the votes that are cast in this Democratic primary for U.S. Senate tonight are going to come from the city of Chicago, right? So just part of Cook County that I circled right there. A third of the vote or more is going to come from that city. The suburban portion of Cook County, okay, you're still in that county, but you're not in the city of Chicago. That's probably going to produce a quarter of the vote statewide tonight, right? 25%. So I think between just Chicago and its immediate inner suburbs in Cook County, you're looking at about 60% of the vote. I see we got one more result that just came in here. We'll take a look at this in a minute here, but I want to just set the lay of the land before we get into it. Don't worry, we're not missing anything that's going to settle the election on the spot right here. And in fact, if we go through this, you might appreciate the rest of it a little bit more. Now, take a look at the collar counties that are right outside Chicago. Okay,
are they
there
dumping?
are 5 counties that actually abut Cook County, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 20% more of the vote is going to come out of the collar counties that are just outside of Cook County. So 80% of the vote tonight. We think 8 out of 10 votes are going to come either from Cook County or from one of the 5 collar counties that abut Cook County. All right. The rest of the state, all of this is going to add up to 20% of the vote. OK, so and again, all the candidates have roots right here in Chicago. Now, the question when you get outside Chicago has been this. Krishnamurthy, he had raised like $20 million before this race even started. I mean, he's been in Congress for a little while now. He has been eyeing a statewide campaign. He's like a fundraising machine. So he brought a ton of money into this race, and he started running ads. He's brought more ads around the state than anybody else. He started them earlier. He's done them more aggressively. So there's been a sense that maybe when you get outside of this Chicago area here, Krishnamurthy would have an advantage, okay? Now, one thing that has complicated that, as I mentioned in that hit a minute ago, late in the race, J.B. Pritzker, the governor, he's endorsed Stratton, the lieutenant governor. His super PAC, Pritzker's, he's a billionaire. His super PAC has poured millions of dollars in late behind
that makes
Stratton.
Because this was
here. So in the final weeks on the air, it's kind of been neutralized between these two. And Stratton has been running, a very sort of aggressive activist. The message is it's a very strident anti-Trump, anti-ICE message here. Really kind of going to the left and really kind of going towards voters. You see in some of these polls that voters want in the Democratic Party, don't like the party leadership, want really dramatic change. She's really trying to tap into that. So the question was, if in the final, few weeks of the campaign, with the money that came in for Stratton, was she getting closer to Krishnamurthy? And one way to measure that, I think, would be get outside of this area where all the candidates have a political base. What's resonating outside of there? So we showed you St. Clair County, about a third of the vote. Again, this has one of the larger black populations of any county, proportionally, of any county in Illinois. And you see Stratton there leading, at least early on, about a third of the vote right there. The other county we're now getting is McLean County. And this is interesting because McLean County is one of the most liberal counties in Illinois. This is the home. Normal, Illinois is here. Illinois State University is here. Bloomington, Illinois is here. We're also getting, as you can see, about 16% of the vote here. So it's not a ton, but it's interesting that what you're seeing is a tie between Stratton and Krishnamurthy. And again, you think about the message that Stratton has been sort of leaning into here in the final weeks of the campaign, the money that has backed that. This is a pretty liberal county politically, high concentration. There's college students here, but also high concentration of college degrees. And she's right there with Krishnamurthy here, and she's a little bit ahead of him right now in St. Clair County. So we've got results now from 2 counties, 2 decent-sized counties, well outside of that Chicagoland area, where you're clearly seeing a race here between Stratton and Krishnamurthy. And again, Kelly sort of left in the dust right here. I think there'd been some expectation here leading up to this, leading up to tonight, that just based on the money stuff we were just talking about, that might be the case. You're certainly seeing that with how Kelly is coming in right here. So again, 80% is going to come in from right here. We're in that sort of 20%.
I still don't think we're going to find anything yet. Like, there's going to be nothing. We covered the Junaid Ahmed election. Yes. I'm waiting on that too. There was there were a lot of DSA endorsed candidates in the Illinois races, in the Illinois primaries. There was Bernie endorsements that came in. We got obviously our own with Kat Abu-Ghazali as well. I mean, I endorse whoever the fucking DSA endorses as well, obviously, but do that D thing you do is disgusting. Stop.
Other
Shut
counties
the fuck up.
on the map here, if she sustains that. But I think an interesting beginning in this Senate race. So reset statewide, that's what it looks like with those 2 votes that have come in. we're obviously going to continue to monitor this. As we do, we're going to take you through now some of the House races here, just set them up a little bit more, what we're looking at here on the House side tonight. We're looking at, this is our headline race. Who's going to win this Democratic primary for the United States Senate in Illinois and in all likelihood become the next senator from the state of Illinois. The congressional races here, took you through them a second ago, but now we can dive a little deeper into it.
We want Robert Peters in Illinois District 2.
This is where Jesse Jackson is attempting his political comeback tonight. Okay, and you can see Jesse Jackson. His main competition is expected to come from Donna Miller. She's a Cook County commissioner. Although Robert Peters, he is a state senator from the city of Chicago. He's also a significant factor in this race. And there are other candidates on the ballot here, too. Willie Preston, also a state senator in particular. But there are a number of candidates. You know, openings, congressional openings in a state like Illinois do not come around that often. So when they do, there's super high interest in these races.
How's Jesse Jackson Jr.? I don't know enough about his policies or his politics. I do know that he went to prison.
Democrats nationally like to point to Texas and say, look, the Republicans in Texas, look at all the gerrymandering they did. And the Republicans like to fire back and say, well, look what the Democrats did in Illinois. I mean, they're both sort of trying to do the same thing, and that is take very big states that tilt one side politically, and they're each trying to squeeze as much as they possibly can out for their party in these congressional maps. And so what you see here in Illinois, a lot of these districts, I mean, you could probably get a sense of it just looking at the screen right here. A lot of these districts are very oddly shaped. What the Democrats essentially try to do here in the 2nd District of Illinois is it's geographically vast. Okay, a lot of this, though, is Republican territory here. I mean, you're talking about, like, you're in Danville, Illinois. This is Danville, Illinois right here. You're like 2.5 hours from Chicago, right? This is 120 miles, south of Chicago. I mean, it's night and day between these two places. But so what the Democrats did was they connected this sort of, a lot of this is rural, a lot of this is heavily Republican. They're geographically expansive counties. And the Democrats basically took densely populated, overwhelmingly Democratic territory in the city of Chicago and in the immediate inner Cook suburbs. That's what you see right here. And they connected it as far south and as far west as they can while maintaining this as a strong, overwhelmingly Democratic district, which it is. But it's a long way of saying, if you look at this whole map of this district, okay, right here, 90% of the vote in this district tonight is going to come out of this little sliver right here. That's the city of Chicago and the inner suburbs of Cook County. 90%. Everything else is going to account for 10%. So we're looking at obviously it's a very consequential race here, but we may see counties light up. We haven't really seen anything until we start to see Cook County come in here. So, and when Cook County does start to come in, we will go through some of the sort of permutations here about where each of the candidates wants to be running strong here and what that might mean. But again, just to give you a sense of it, this is a strongly Democratic district. It is a district that really is anchored in Chicago and Cook County. It's drawn this way.
Robert
the
Peters
Democrats
was
are just trying to draw.
So Robert Peters was endorsed by Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, and the Progressive Caucus. The AIPAC candidate in that race is Donna Miller, and Bobby Rush endorsed Jesse Jackson Jr. The AIPAC has dumped $1.4 million to Jackson Jr. AIPAC has dumped $4.3 million in the direction of Miller. And the cryptocurrency PAC spent almost $1 million against Peters. Obviously, we want Peters to win, but all of the powerful financial forces are very aggressively against Peters, unfortunately. And in this race, we're pushing for Junaid Ahmed.
Okay, look at that. I'm sitting here telling you about DuPage. We got Kane County. Okay, so we got half the vote in a chunk of the 8th district right here. And again, remember, this is Melissa Bean, former congresswoman. She's trying to make a political comeback. Her main challenger tonight, you see here, Junaid Ahmed. He's running to the left. He's got an endorsement from Bernie Sanders, from the Justice Democrats. He had challenged Krishnamurthy in a primary. He lost, I think, 70 to 30 points. He's coming back here. So that's sort of the dynamic here. Bean has been backed by, there's some pro-Israel money that's come in on her side. That's sort of the divide between these two candidates. Okay, so Kane County is interesting. It is, in this district, 25% of the vote. Sorry about that. Let me get that back. Adam, do you know what I just did here? There it is. Okay. I don't know what I just did to make that happen. So in the 8th district, Kane County, where we just got a chunk of the vote, 25% of the vote is going to come right here from Kane County. 25% is going to come from DuPage County, and 50% is going to come from Cook County. When Ahmed ran against Krishnamurthy for this seat in the primary, he got blown out pretty much everywhere. His best county was Kane County. Okay, Kane County, like Elgin, Illinois is here. This has a larger Hispanic population relative to the rest of the district here. So this was Ahmed's best county when he ran and lost. And you can see right now, again, this is with about half the vote in, I should just call it in, with about half the vote in Kane County, Bean is leading solidly there by 13 points. So that's a good start for Melissa Bean as she attempts this political comeback. But again, that's one piece of the puzzle. DuPage County, Cook County, these are suburbs of Chicago here. Let's see what happens when those come in. But okay, so we do have some result there. Let's also see what that means in the race for the United States Senate. If we've got Kane County in a House race, we've got Kane County vote. Here we go in the Senate race. Okay, now remember, I was just telling you, this is Raja Krishnamurthy's district that you're seeing this in. So Krishnamurthy is getting a big number here, more than a 20-point margin over Stratton, but he's supposed to. This is the heart of his district. He's been elected here a number of times. He's done very well in Kane County. When he was challenged by Ahmed in that primary, he got about 64%, 65% of the vote in Kane County. So he's getting 53% here, well ahead of Stratton. But I do think it's notable, too, that you're seeing Stratton get 30% of the vote here. Again, this speaks to the separation that Stratton, with all that money that came in at the end for her, the separation she clearly has attained here from Robin Kelly, the third candidate in the race. Remember, we saw this outside. We saw this downstate. Now we're seeing it in the Chicagoland area as well. Stratton just far separated from Kelly. Krishnamurthy is going to want to be doing really well tonight in DuPage County. He's going to want to be doing really well, as he is in Kane County, in the northwest suburbs of Cook County. That's his district. That's where he wants to be winning tonight, winning by large margins tonight. For Stratton, I think it's more about the city of Chicago itself. Remember, Chicago's going to cast 35% of the vote. Okay, Chicago versus the Cook County suburbs. Chicago has a larger concentration of black voters than the Cook suburbs, so it's more demographically conducive to Stratton. You're seeing in St. Clair County, again, where there's a large black population. She's off to a very good start right there. So again, Krishnamurthy doing what he's expected to do in Kane. One thing we want to see tonight, obviously, Stratton, once we start getting votes from Chicago itself in Cook County, how's she doing there?
Come on, man.
We are getting also, again, these are going to be some very small counties here, but just take a look downstate. And again, remember, so little of the vote tonight is going to come from downstate. And especially when you get outside of, this is St. Clair and Madison County. This is Metro East, Illinois outside St. Louis. These are pretty good-sized counties. When you get outside that, though, in a Democratic primary, there just isn't a ton down here. I mean, look, again, we're talking about 200.
I hate waiting. I fucking can't stand waiting like this, bro. JRE with Francis Foster and Konstantin Kristen. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, he had the trigonometry guys on? Ugh. All right, let's talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor woke. And, I'll obviously be keeping an eye on the races. And when the big dumps come in, we'll be dumping. Okay? No dumps so far. But when the biggest of the dumps come in, when the dumpies are happening, we will be there. Okay? Marjorie Taylor Greene, my woke queen, was on CNN. Again, doing the thing that I've been talking about, which is fucking outflanking the goddamn Democrats.
It's now taunting President Trump for asking American allies for help in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's foreign minister said of the U.S., quote, they carried out large-scale attacks and again repeated the demand for unconditional surrender. Today, they are turning to other countries for help. He also argued the Strait of Hormuz is, quote, only closed to our enemies. Joining us now to discuss this and more is former Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia. Thanks for coming on, Congresswoman. So we all know you were a longtime loyal supporter of President Trump, but you broke with him in part because you felt he was too focused on foreign affairs rather than the America First promises he's made.
Illinois 9, Dumpy. That's not good. Stop the steal. Stop the steal. Stop the steal right now. Stop the steal right now, right at this very moment. You stop it. Uh-oh. Kornacki, pick up the pace. 17% reporting. I have no idea where they're dumping from. But Cook started off with BIS +5. Cook County District 9. Cook County District 9 has officially started with BIS +5 over Laura Fine. Okay? That could just be from Evanston, where BIS was mayor. Could be the case. Southern Illinois dumps first. No one lives there. Okay, stop the steal. Count the votes. Count the votes. Count the votes. Count the votes. This is bad dump. Bad dump. Not a good dump. Okay, let's get back to Marjorie.
He made on the campaign trail. As we enter day 17 of the Iran war, do you believe the president's voters can trust him?
Well, just to be clear, the president broke with me over the Epstein files. So that always has to be said. He called me a traitor because I stood with women who were raped when they were 14 and 16. But I do completely disagree where the president has led the country. You know what? It makes absolutely no sense, Pamela, going into midterm elections. Let's remove Donald Trump out of it. Let's just put any president in there. Why would an American president lead his political party into the midterms, waging a full-scale major war, completely unprovoked on Iran, on behalf of Israel? And that's the way most Americans see it. They see this is for Israel, not for America. Why would an American president do that, which is forcing gas prices to hike right here going into spring break, where families are going to be driving out of town, going into summer, declaring and waging a major full-scale war that seems to have no end in sight, that is not de-escalating, it's escalating every single day. And it just doesn't make sense. And the American people did not vote for this. This is not what we campaigned for, Pamela. I went to, I can't even tell you, countless rallies all over the country for President Trump, campaigning for him and Republicans because we wanted to win. And we said on every single
Take a second off and really reconsider what kind of events have unfolded in your life that led you to type those words out, okay?
single rally stage.
Kornacki's on Illinois 9 right now. Oh, shit, dumps.
About a fifth of the vote from Cook County in this district. Okay, that's also all the vote that's in district-wide. But I want to take you through the political geography of the 9th, because that's going to put this in context, what you're looking at here. We think that about 45% of the vote that's going to be cast in the 9th district tonight, okay, is from the Chicago portion of Cook County, okay? So the far north side, okay, is the far north side of Chicago is in this district, uptown neighborhood. You know, it's a lot of votes right there. About 45% of all the votes in this district are going to come from Chicago. Another 45% are going to come from the Cook burbs, okay? And the other 10%, there are small, about 10%. There are portions, small portions of 2 other counties that are in this district. Well, that's going to be the other 10%. But this is the division that I want to talk about right now. Chicago, Cook County versus the burbs in Cook County. Because take a look at what you're seeing. Biss, okay, Biss and Abu Ghazaleh and fine here. Abu Ghazaleh running a distant third, okay? The key, we think, for Abu Ghazaleh tonight to win is the city of Chicago.
Yeah!
younger voters there, the sort of voters she's targeted. She's expected to do best in the city of Chicago, okay, and not as well in the suburbs and not as well in the outlying counties. So you see her running in third place right now. There's a lot of money that came in here against her as well, but we don't have any votes from the city of Chicago yet. So this 18%, the context we need for this.
It's been a very poor 18 and 24-year-old turnout today. Wait, what? Where? What? No. Start the steal.
Enough to change it. So that's the question for Abu-Ghazaleh in this race. What's going to happen in the city of Chicago? Conversely, okay, Daniel Biss is expected to do better in the burbs than in the city of Chicago, okay? Fine is also expected to do better in the burbs than in the city of Chicago, you see? So this is where they were, this is sort of where specifically in the burbs this vote is coming from is key, just based on they each have some very local strengths here, and that we don't know. But we do know that it's coming from the suburbs, which in general is supposed to be the better area for Biss, supposed to be the better area for Fine, and not supposed to be as strong for Abu-Ghazaleh. So that's what we have right now in the 9th. Huge question here is going to be when you start seeing the city of Chicago, if it complicates that picture at all.
If you want to go back to the Senate race, I think we have started getting in some city of Chicago results.
Okay, we are. We're clearly getting. Yeah, look at this now. We're looking at the Cook vote here, and remember, this is a mix of city and suburbs.
Will save
us.
We
looked at this a minute ago. Krishnamurthy was leading Stratton by 3 points. We've gotten more vote in from Chicago now, and as Adam said, he thinks that we've gotten vote in from the city of Chicago now, as Adam just said, and look at that. Stratton now leading in Cook County over Krishnamurthy. Let me ask Adam, in the city of Chicago, what's the break between Stratton and Krishnamurthy?
In the city of Chicago?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because this is, again, Stratton probably needs to be winning Chicago by a solid margin. Krishnamurthy wants the suburbs. So we're getting Chicago vote and trying to figure out what that spread is she's leading by.
Yeah. So in Chicago, we have about 65,000 votes. She's getting 42%. Krishnamurthy's getting 26%.
And that's with about 65,000 votes counted.
That's correct.
Okay. Wow. So, I mean, again, there's going to be a lot more to come from Chicago, but right away, that's a.
She's in third place at 39%. Yeah, this doesn't mean anything because it's entirely dependent on like which areas that the votes are coming from. HASANABI is no longer in the 1824. 1824 is always low. Listen to that chat. The question is millennial turnout. We saw the same thing with Zoran. Kat was polling well with everyone under 46. That's the young voter. Yeah. Once again, the largest chunk of voters for this race is going to come from Chicago, where Kat is outperforming expectations. So we'll see. Not really, because she's not going to sweep enough in the remaining 60% probably. We don't know that. We don't know that. Okay? It's not looking too great so far, though, but are you mad at me? Why would I be mad at you? It's spring break. They're stealing the elections. Yeah.
County here. And again, I think those results are skewed a little bit more towards the suburbs.
Yeah. Right now, it's skewed more towards the suburbs, and we just got some more in. And yeah, I mean, the last number I gave you was with those new numbers, and we're up to 100.
And we just got a whole bunch more. And these numbers have been good for Stratton, I have to say. That's my reaction to them. What did we just get?
We just got more Chicago.
Okay, so
about doubled our Chicago vote.
So we now have like 130,000 votes
That's
in
right.
Chicago.
Yep.
Tell me now what Chicago looks like.
So Chicago's now 43 Stratton, 25 Krishnamurthy.
Oh my goodness. Did we get any more from the Cook burbs while this was going on?
No, we're about
okay.
there.
And okay, now we have enough vote that we can ask this. So 38, 36 in the burbs. So we think it's about 130,000 votes in Chicago?
Yes.
Okay, and about how many in the suburbs?
172.
So it's still more skewed to the suburbs.
That's right.
Wow. Okay. So again, remembering what we're talking about here, that the more vote, you think, ultimately comes out of the city of Chicago than the suburbs. And yet, even though it's flipped right now, much more is coming out of the suburbs than the city. Stratton is leading. She's doing that well in Chicago. I think if you're a Stratton supporter, That's very encouraging news for you. I'm just seeing we did get another significant pocket of votes that came in here. This is Winnebago County. This is where the city of Rockford is. Again,
Suburban
just a little bit
Cook
more than
looks good for
15% of the vote right there. Krishnamurthy here with a pretty solid lead in the early vote. Again, this is it's pretty good size geographically. It's pales in comparison to what we're talking about here in Cook, in those immediate collar counties around Cook. But still, this is probably about 1% of the vote here on the Democratic side tonight. Okay, what does it look like statewide? Stratton leads statewide right now by about 12,000 votes over Krishnamurthy.
It's all the
same. Did we get any more from? I can check myself. We have no more from Kane. I saw a little bit came in here. Kankakee County. Again, this is very, very small here. Why is Robin Kelly leading here? This is in her congressional district.
I know Kankakee took her to the O. She from Kankakee, right? Isn't that from that song? King Von. That was the most Naperville moment. 54% votes in New York Times. Now still third, but close to second. I don't think I don't think the 54% of votes, but it's like primarily coming from the Cook County. I'm Dead. I did not think you'd know that song. What do you mean? Of course I know the song. It's a fucking... King Von was a wordsmith, man. Don't embrace the burb, baby. Yeah, got a stripper's chick. She from Kankakee. And he was a serial killer too. True. Also a poet.
Late spending for Stratton and the talk that Stratton had brought momentum here into primary day, and that maybe the late push on Stratton's behalf had come at the expense of Kelly. I think that's sort of bearing out in the results that you're looking at right here. Again, those are awfully encouraging numbers for Stratton out of Chicago. And again, if she could ever be winning, she's leading the vote count in Cook County right now. If she could ever win Cook County, remember, that's about 60% of the vote statewide. And again, we also saw earlier when we first came on the air, we said, look, what happened in McLean County here? So far, it's 16% of the vote, but Stratton's running dead even with Krishnamurthy. Again, this is a pretty liberal county politically, and down in St. Clair County, Stratton is leading with about a third of the vote that is tallied there so far. So she is showing strength.
Looks like base is in great shape in Illinois.
Outside of
only winning Chicago City.
Outside
early day
of the
vote
city
by
of Chicago,
5.5% right now. That's not going to be enough.
Cook County itself, and extends out of Chicagoland, extends into downstate. So that's a recipe for a competitive showing by Stratton. I'm lingering on this for a second because I think that was sort of the foundational question coming into tonight.
Not good, boys.
I think, this race has really been going on for like a year right now since Durbin announced he wasn't going to run for re-election. And I think all last spring, summer, fall, and into this winter, Krishnamurthy was seen as the pretty clear favorite in this race. Again, he came into this race. I think the day he announced his candidacy, he already had $20 million on hand. He was on the airwaves early. One of the things his campaign was doing was they were spending outside of Chicago. They were spending down here, I think, in anticipation of some of these dynamics we're talking.
Stupid. This has nothing to do with her foreign policy. This has nothing to do with Michael from Pennsylvania. This has absolutely nothing to do with anyone other than the fact that there was an unlimited amount of money spent on these races. This was always going to be an incredibly tough hill to climb, and it's just money. The Taiwan discourse didn't help. No, it's utterly irrelevant. You guys think your fucking farts are the most important, most consequential aspect of a fucking race like this. Straight up inconsequential, okay? Unimaginably inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. You're talking about a fucking Democratic primary race with like multiple millions of dollars being launched both for and against certain candidates. Like Ana Lilia Mejia won not because she was not just because she was the best candidate, right? She won because AIPAC fucked up and dumped a shitload of money against Malinowski, showing everybody that Tom Malinowski was not sufficiently anti-ICE. No, this is a huge difference. Who's this person in second place? Is she good? What? No, that's the AIPAC candidate. The fuck? No, the person in second place is Laura Fine. AIPAC spent millions of dollars propping her up. How the fuck do you think she's sitting with 23.3%? Taiwan is way more important outside of this community. All the crypto and AI bros are obsessed with it. Yeah, you guys are all unimaginably locked in on total minutia. Yeah. If she loses, it's because Biz has been a politician here for a very long time, got support from the Progressive Caucus and Elizabeth Warren. She was kind of cooked because there were too many progressives. That and also because the AIPAC dumped a fuckload of money against her close to the finish line. Yeah, now she's moved up to the second place status here with 74% of votes coming in, but it's not going to be enough to make up for the distance between her and Daniel Biss. That's why I was like not focusing on the Taiwan shit at all. Do we like Daniel Biss? No, Daniel Biss is he's just going to be a fucking weak, feckless, liberal, progressive adjacent candidate. On the issue of Israel, he is we got to keep giving money to Israel for defensive weapons. He couldn't call it a genocide. It's just, but once again, you're underestimating the amount of people here who really do consider Kat a carpetbagger. Ugh, I don't give a fuck about that. This is a Democratic Party primary, for the record. So, of course, there's not going to be a lot of turnout in general. But yeah, I don't think that there's enough votes in Chicago that are going to allow Kat Abou-Ghazaleh to win this race out of nowhere. Amawala has 4,000 votes right now. Okay, that still wouldn't make up for the distance between Kat and Daniel, though. Do you see? Seven-point gap is a lot.
Kelly at 20.
And we think how many votes is that?
219.
And what do we think the expected is there?
We have that about 68% in.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, so look, I think the numbers speak for themselves, but no one ever, I'll beat it to death anyway, but this is very significant. We have about 34,000 more votes that have come in from the suburbs than have come in from the city of Chicago. But again, the city of Chicago is going to cast more votes than the suburbs. Okay, so and you can see in the suburbs, that's where Krishnamurthy is running in first. Barely. He's only ahead by a point, but he's running in first. And he has, okay, like you talk about, if he's trying to squeeze as much as he can out of the suburbs, right? That sponge is starting to get a little dry. A lot more vote is counted in the suburbs than in Chicago. So there's not as much left for Krishnamurthy. He's barely winning it, right? Now go into Chicago, and Krishnamurthy's barely holding off Kelly for second. Meanwhile, there's Stratton running laps around both of them, 18-point margin for her in Chicago. And if she's trying to squeeze the most she can out of the city of Chicago, she's got a lot more in that sponge to squeeze out from Chicago than Krishnamurthy might in the suburbs. So you're seeing overall in Cook County right now an 8-point advantage for Stratton, just based on those, sort of broad categories we just put up on the screen. There is the potential there for that to get a lot better for Stratton than for Krishnamurthy. And again, this is 60% of the vote. State, I can't underscore. There's very few states where we can just look at one county and it can be that singularly important. And that's the story with Cook. So that's Cook. This is statewide. I think you saw these numbers a minute ago. And that advantage that Stratton is getting out of Cook, again, that advantage in raw votes is nearly 32,000 votes. She's nearly 32,000 votes ahead in Cook. And you can see, get outside of Cook, every other county that we have vote from here, there's some bright spots for Stratton, but every other county that we have votes from, Krishnamurthy is actually leading her total by about 9,000. But she has enough of a pad from Cook. She's got a 23,000 vote, nearly 24,000 vote. Okay, it just went up again. What did we get vote from, Adam?
We just got some more Cook.
Okay. That's the big one, right?
Sorry, we just got more Chicago.
Okay. Well, I mean, clearly it was good for Stratton. How good was it? What did it look like?
So we're up to 220,000 votes. We got another...
Oh, geez, this thing.
30,000 votes, let's say.
Yeah, so we're equal now, basically, suburbs and...
That's right.
Okay, this is a key moment. Okay, we're equal between them. Give me Cook. What does it stand at?
Chicago is 43% Stratton.
Yep.
24% Krishnamurthy.
24. So he's dropped one from the last time. Okay, and Kelly?
And Kelly's at 24.
24. Who has more votes between them?
Krishnamurthy, but
by like hundreds?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. They're basically tied for second now. Okay. And then in the suburbs are the same we had
79%.
before.
79%.
Yes, that's
37.
Right. That's
36.
Closing the gap.
What was it? 20.
Point by point.
Yeah. And they're now equal.
God, if this turned into another like Nida Alum situation, my heart can't handle it. Robert Peters is getting cleaned out too, which is not good. What about Junaid Ahmed? Oh yeah, remember, these vote counts are not absolute. Yes. They said it already. Chicago has Illinois has a very weird reporting system. So that's the reason why these things can change. I gave you guys a warning ahead of time. Remember? Biz looking strong in Illinois 9. I see why the APAC spin was that it was just trying to keep Albuquerque out if it wanted Laura Fine. So far, the only candidates beaten up by CryptoPac, but leading are Stratton and then Ford in Illinois 7 very narrowly. Those are the marquee races. Also keep an eye on Illinois 13. It tests how much safe seat Harris plus 10 scandal-free incumbent Dems are vulnerable to progressive challengers. Very little in so far, but those polls suggested Stratton up in the early votes seem right, narrowly ahead of St. Clair. Raja gets 53% in Kane County, part of which is in his 8th district. Are political ads really that impactful? This is the Democratic Party primary. Of course, ad spend is very impactful, very important.
Clearly for Fine, whose political base is in the suburbs. Again, she's a state senator from Glenview, from Evanston. Biss's base is in Evanston too, which is in that suburban portion of Cook here. Fine is clearly.
I honestly don't think Kat would have won if AIPAC didn't dump money into slandering her. I mean, Biss is a tough candidate to beat for sure. When Kat first started running, she was running against Schakowsky. And then Schakowsky dropped out, and then Daniel Biss came in. So it's a tough race to begin with. Daniel Biss is a beloved mayor from Evanston. He's like somewhat progressive. He's like considered somewhat progressive. You know? It is what it is.
Okay.
Yes, a little bit spilled into this race while you were talking.
I see. What can you give me the current? I see we got 78% of the vote right here.
That's right.
And we're looking at a 4,100 vote difference. What do the suburbs look like right now?
34 Biss, 19 Abu Ghazala, and 25.
Oh, is it still 50,000?
Yeah, it was only a few thousand in this particular congressional district.
Okay. So again, there's more to come here. One thing that we're seeing is there's more.
The Democratic Party's Progressive Caucus has been rat fucking every anti-Israel candidate this time. They did it with Valerie Foushee in North Carolina. They did it with Daniel Biss. Like, obviously, the Progressive Caucus is not going to fucking back Kat Abu Ghazala over Daniel Biss. Like, that kind of makes sense. But it is annoying that they literally endorse some of the most liberal Zionist candidates. No idea what's going to happen in Illinois tonight, but I think we can safely say that almost $100 million spent in a handful of primaries is a full spectrum disaster for democracy.
Probably they're going to add up to 10% of the vote right here. And as you're getting outside the city of Chicago, we just got some lake.
It's just so crazy that we literally we give unlimited money to the nation state of Israel so they can do a genocide. And we cover all their defenses so they can then turn around and just fund whatever fucking race they want to. I mean, it's Americans that are technically funding AIPAC, but they just spend so much money undermining American democracy. It's crazy, dude. The foreign countries, advocacy group, lobbying arm, is quite literally cooking American democracy on a daily fucking basis. And liberals don't have shit to say about it because as long as they maintain somewhat of a pro-Israel position, given how the left flank candidates are oftentimes also anti-Israel, it's fine. So Democrats don't say shit about it either. Democrats also rely on numerous advocacy groups and PACs that fund their races. Thankfully, AOC and Bernie are here to legitimize liberal Zionism. I mean, it doesn't even fucking... none of it fucking matters, dude.
Okay, let's get an update on that right now.
Yep.
Chicago versus the burbs.
So in Chicago, Abu Ghazala at 34, Biss 24, Fine 13, Cook suburbs, Biss 34, Abu Ghazala 19, Fine 25.
Okay, so what's the rough number of total votes?
Holy shit. You can't tell me AIPAC doesn't matter here. Chat, come on. Elect Progressive Women was an AIPAC subsidiary. They obviously pummeled the fucking suburbs with ads. And that ate away at like what Kat Al-Ghazali could have potentially gotten in terms of votes. And the suburbs went so heavily to fucking Laura Fine. Like, that's it. That you think AIPAC doesn't fucking matter here? Or, AIPAC expenditure wouldn't have... AIPAC, if they weren't spending so much money on this race, it wouldn't have mattered. Like, that's ridiculous. They spent like $5 million. Nobody fucking wastes $5 million for no reason. Al-Ghazali is getting crushed in Cook and Lake County suburbs. Evidence that Mamdani-style leftism only has purchase in deep blue cities and college towns. Yeah, see? These fucking scumbags. These Israel first scumbags are already fucking running their mouths. This is why. And then this is a threat to every single other progressive candidate as well.
Okay, so this is
every single primary defeat against the anti-Israel candidate is a warning for everybody else. That's how they get Democrats to shut the fuck up and not do the bidding of the majority. Okay? And yeah, no matter how many fucking podcasters push for a candidate, it very clearly doesn't matter. Also, this Daniel Biss photo looks so weird. Doesn't it look like he's got makeup on? Anyway. Yeah, AIPAC and their shell pack spent $21 million across 4 House districts in Illinois. $21 million. You think they're doing that for no reason? What are you, crazy? I think she's likely to net around 3,000 more votes out of Chicago based on my math. I think she's going to end up 2 to 3 points short.
2/3 of the vote here in the 2nd district.
Yeah.
This is where Jesse Jackson Jr. is attempting a political comeback. He's running at 29%. Donna Miller, Cook County Commissioner, is well ahead of him right now. I just want to see where the vote is coming from. We've got about three-quarters of Cook. About 3/4 of Cook. Adam, can you just tell me in Illinois too, between the Cook suburbs and the city, where they are in terms of expected vote?
Yeah, this is much more in the burbs right now.
Okay.
We have 43,000 votes in the Chicago suburbs.
Right.
That's about 90% of our expected vote there currently.
Right.
And we have 7,000 votes in the city, and that's about a third of our expected.
Okay, so just this is, I want to get back to the Senate race because I think people are probably most curious about that. But I just want to note, you see Donna Miller with that double-digit advantage over Jesse Jackson Jr. The suburban
people
portion
complaining
of Cook
about
County,
Bushra
that is where her
don't
county
understand. Like,
district is.
look,
so
man, there's no guarantee that those people would have voted for Kat. And also, once again, you can't like. It sucks, but you can't expect them to drop out.
Is doing well, but we still have. More to come, a lot more to come, relatively speaking, from the city of Chicago. That could be Jesse Jackson Jr. He could do better there, potentially. Also,
what
Robert
is this?
Peters, that's where his state Senate district is. So there could still be an opportunity for Jackson, but Miller's certainly getting what she wanted to out of there. Let's go back to the statewide race here, the Senate primary. About half the vote is in right now.
It doesn't look good. It does not look good.
Okay, so this is
for
now
Kat
an
Al-Ghazali.
here of about 32,000 votes, 5 points for
Stop fucking complaining and being like, oh, well, Bushra should have dropped out. She didn't. Okay, there's nothing you can do about it.
Here. And again, about half the vote in Lake County. And again, you're seeing, so Krishnamurthy, we see.
How is Tallarico able to beat AIPAC Crockett by a wide margin in Texas? Tallarico and Crockett's sentiment on Israel were not super far apart.
There for Krishnamurthy. In the collar counties, the suburbs here, Chicagoland area.
Tallarico was better at communicating from a place of empathy over Jasmine Crockett, but
35%
both were
will,
on the policy front. They were fairly
here,
close.
Not in her district, not so much.
Tallarico is not very good on Israel either.
It's a solid enough share of the vote when
also AIPAC doesn't fund all of the races. I don't know how much money AIPAC dumped into the Democratic primaries.
Lead by over 46,000 votes in Cook County. That's about what you need to be doing elsewhere. So. And I'm looking to see if we've got any other major population centers. One thing is, one significant place that is not lit up yet right now.
Black pilling type of night?
Right
No,
here.
I don't think this is a black pilling type of night at all. 29 precincts left in Chicago out of 111 or 119. Chicago peeps will have to tell me if there's a way to figure out exactly which ones are still out. I'm in PA. In PA, I'm able to go precinct by precinct.
You know, this is Illinois State. There's a lot of similarities, I think, demographically, culturally between these places. And I think the fact that Stratton was able to run well here in McLean, the fact she was able to run well here in Sangamon County, I think bodes well for her. And this is, relatively speaking, when you get outside Chicago, fair number of votes right here. So that's a place where she might be able to do quite well. But let's get back in here to Cook County at 72% of the vote. And maybe we can run through it quickly here. This is the kind of is the ball game. City of Chicago versus burbs. And go ahead, Adam. What is it in Chicago?
Chicago, 43% for Stratton.
Yeah.
24 for Krishnamurthy.
Yeah.
And in the burbs, 36 for Stratton.
Yeah.
36 for Krishnamurthy.
36. And let me put it this way. What percent of the vote is in from the Chicago portion?
Do you feel disappointed in Bernie and AOC's lack of endorsement in this race? They did. They made endorsements. Bernie did. But it doesn't even matter. They didn't do it early enough. And not only did they not do it early enough, their candidates are also losing, and by worse points, as a matter of fact. Like, the candidates that Bernie endorsed were late. They were late endorsements, and not only were they late endorsements, but they're also losing by wider margins. Like Junaid Ahmed is losing by a wider margin than Kat Alba-Ghazaleh is. Bernie endorsed Biss in Illinois 9, which blows. Oh, he did? I didn't even know he endorsed Biss. Are you sure about that? Did he? I did not know that. I don't think he did. I think you're just saying that, but I don't think he did. He sat out and AOC didn't endorse this one. So AOC could have endorsed someone in this race, but she didn't put her weight behind anybody because this is a House race, but there is no incumbent. So AOC could have actually endorsed someone in this race because it's an empty seat, but she didn't. Bernie endorsed Biss for governor against Pritzker in 2016. Chatter is tripping. Oh. Biss lands major progressive groups endorsement. Our Revolution, Illinois Grassroots Coalition, boasting more than 250,000 members, gave Biss his support ahead of the Democratic primary in 2018. That's what Chatters might be referencing. Who knows? Oh. Yeah, 7 points behind Melissa L. Bean here in Illinois 8. Elizabeth Warren endorsed Daniel Biss. I know that. Do you think Bernie or AOC endorsement would have helped? Yes. Of course. Bernie and AOC endorsements always help. Greg Kazar endorsed Daniel Biss, yes. And the Congressional Progressive Caucus endorsed Daniel Biss. Which is part of the reason why this is like a tremendous feat. You know? No-name candidate. First time running. With, 5% point differential between an established progressive name that has gotten coveted endorsements from progressive groups in the past, and in this race, as the one with the highest name recognition, got a shit ton of endorsements from even progressive adjacent, self-described progressive groups within the party. And also Jen Schakowsky also endorsed him a couple days prior, who was the incumbent. Yeah, Daniel Biss is the guy who literally dropped his lieutenant governor. Biss dropped Chicago Alderman Carlos Ramirez Rosa from his ticket. And Biss himself at the time was like kind of a bit of a progressive love story. People thought Biss was going to be like a really unique, really dynamic candidate. But then he dropped Carlos Ramirez Rosa. And the reason why Carlos Ramirez Rosa was dropped was because of his position on Israel. Biss, a state senator from suburban Evanston, made the announcement on Wednesday saying the two could not reconcile Rosa's support for BDS or the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement with regards to Israel. Blowback from the issue was already affecting the other Illinois races in support for Biss. Brad Schneider withdrew his endorsement of Biss in the gubernatorial primary. This is back, this is 2017. This was like, I remember covering this story at the time. Like, it was unfucking believable. If you go back, you'll find probably my tweets, at least from back then. But it was unbelievable that Israel interfered in the gubernatorial primaries. Israel interfered in the gubernatorial primaries in fucking Illinois because the lieutenant governor's positions were untenable to their goals in American politics. Like that, this is the degree of interception and interference that pro-Palestine advocates have been dealing with for decades in this fucking country. That's why it takes a lot for me to get truly black-pilled in this moment. Okay? That's why I'm still not black-pilled in this moment. Because many of you are utterly oblivious to how things used to be in American politics. Okay? This is what I'm used to. I'm used to Israel interfering in the lieutenant governor pick in the Democratic fucking primaries of the gubernatorial race. Do you understand? How can I be fucking black-pilled when in this day and age, all of those very same people are now saying, oh, I would never take money from Israel. What do you mean? I would never take money from Israel. They feel the need to at least lie about their affiliations with the state of Israel. And yeah, Schakowsky was already a progressive liberal, so Biss will most likely be more of the same, not a brave voice on foreign policy, but will vote for M4A type stuff. Yes. Schakowsky was really old, but she was one of the more progressive congresspersons in general. I thought that there was a real room here for growth and a real opportunity to make a true anti-Israel play, but it didn't work out, it seems. Kat is so young and have almost no name recognition. AIPAC still had to throw millions at the race to stop her. Her future was incredibly bright. I mean, yeah. How do you live without dark money? Seems like you don't. But yeah.
She's leading by 12. We checked in earlier. I think this has gotten a little closer, I think, since we first checked in, but my memory isn't what it used to be here, but about 60% of the vote in Kane County. And then we're waiting on DuPage. I just said DuPage County. We're waiting on...
Maybe she can improve her foreign policies. Oh, shut the fuck up, dude. Her foreign policy is utterly irrelevant in this race. Please stop. Things that become drama in the tiny, marginal, utterly irrelevant fucking corner of the internet that we occupy is not a part of the decision-making process of like Evanston voters and fucking Illinois suburbanites. Okay? You're just wrong. You're wrong. You're totally wrong. It doesn't mean anything at all. Like, if I were to hold together every single person that voted in the primaries, I could maybe find 10 total people who all most likely voted for Kat Abou-Ghazaleh that have heard about her positions on fucking first striking China or something. Like, you guys don't understand. Normies don't give a fuck about this stuff. If anything, they probably would like it when they'd be like, oh yeah, it's like defending Taiwan. I think that's a good idea. Like, you have no idea what the average voter is interested in and what the average voter is tuned into. You know who does, though? Motherfucking Israel. That's precisely the reason why, if you look at all their ads, like in the Malinowski race in North Carolina, they were laser focused on ICE. They were laser focused on how Tom Malinowski was not sufficiently anti-ICE in an anti-ICE race. And that's why Tom Malinowski lost to Ana Lilia Mejia, who rose to prominence as the pro-ICE, or as a true anti-ICE candidate, sorry. Or not North Carolina, sorry, New Jersey. Fuck, my brain is fried, sorry. They found 14,000 extra Chicago votes. Okay, I voted for Biz, but the primaries between an incestual Kennedy, a billionaire, or Bernie endorsed candidate. We got lucky with JB. Oh, you're talking about in the gubernatorial race. In the Illinois gubernatorial race, right? That's what you're talking about. Hapahan. As someone in Chicago, not in Illinois 9, I honestly don't feel like she has a chance. Her campaign is propped up by a national audience outside of her district. That's you, other chat, saying you're not Illinois 9. Yeah, I don't think this person is in Illinois 9. I think they're in Illinois and they voted for Biss for governor. He's saying he voted for Biss for governor, not for Biss in the primaries that are happening right now. They're not in Illinois 9. They're in Illinois. On the ground at Kat's campaign event, as results for Illinois 9 show Abou-Ghazaleh trailing Biss by nearly 5K, supporters are nervous, with one saying he's not feeling good by the results and noted that so many candidates were splitting the votes. Meanwhile, on the ground, one group said they were still remaining optimistic and hopeful. Politics, you would have to be mad to pay attention to it, but you are foolish if you don't. Do you know what Biss was running on? Boilerplate progressivism, kind of critical of Israel, but not necessary, but like critical enough for the suburbs to pay attention to and like, but not so critical that it actually genuinely threatens Israel's position in Congress at all. Like, Daniel Biss will be another one of these guys that will vote along with the pack and will, make his condemnations about anti-Semitism whenever a Democrat actually speaks out of turn about like how this is, Israel's war that we're waging. He'll vote for defensive weapons for Israel. I think he's more progressive than Schakowsky, but he's not. He's more progressive than Schakowsky, but like they will be the middle of the pack, closer to the top as far as like, progressive candidates. I believe he refused to call what Israel was doing a genocide. It's just, he's just going to be another one of these like bullshit ass progressive candidates. Give Jan Schakowsky some credit, Hasan. She wasn't bad at all. No, I'm not saying that. I say Schakowsky was one of the more progressive congresspersons, especially unique because she was like 850 years old. Okay. No, not like AOC. AOC is far more progressive than Schakowsky. What are you talking about? This is also the most Jewish district. That doesn't mean anything. The youth vote. She's 22 on the spreadsheet. What is this? Is this like the I can't. It's not loading for me. Congressional Democrat left tracker. It's not letting me load it up. I work with Jan. She's a very lovely woman and beloved here in Illinois. Her endorsement meant a lot. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, the story, of course, of tonight is that AIPAC didn't spend a single dollar on ads about Israel in these races, but if their candidate wins, they will say it was because voters love Israel. Everybody also knows it's bullshit, but it doesn't matter. But if you're constantly confused as to why, like, the overwhelming majority of the population is anti-Israel and the overwhelming majority of politicians are not, this is the reason. Okay? This is the fucking reason. This is how it works. They go into your race and they dump a fuckload. They literally prop up as primary challengers. And they dump a fuckload in their direction, or they literally come after you with attack ads. They undermine you. They undermine your reelection. They undermine your election. And Democrats see that and they get fucking terrified. So next time someone from the Israel advocacy networks calls them to tell them, don't say anything about Israel, they listen. This is how it fucking works. Okay? Oh my God. Natasha Korecki, win or lose tonight, Kat Abu-Ghazali still faces federal indictment. Not familiar with the other candidates other than Kat. What are the major differences between Fine and Biz? No, Fine is fucking awful. Fine is directly backed by AIPAC. Biz courted AIPAC, like sent his policy papers to AIPAC, and AIPAC was like, no, you're fucking too much of a liberal Zionist. That's not going to happen, because he is. But I mean, Biz is a fine, run-of-the-mill progressive liberal. The only reason why I was pushing for Kat in this race is because Kat is anti-Zionist. Biz is not. Do you understand? Kat is anti-Zionist. Biz is more like a Brad Lander type. And Donna Miller cleaned house. DMFI, Democratic Majority of Israel's Donna Miller defeated Jesse Jackson Jr. in Illinois too. So that was actually a big ass win for Israel. That one was an actual win for Israel. And this is also another win, most likely for Israel as well. They fucking cooked. AIPAC candidates. Laura Fine is not going to make it in Illinois 9. But on Illinois 7, Melissa Conyers Irvin is down. Melissa Bean is leading. And Donna Miller won in Illinois 2. Yeah, this is only 20 precincts left to report in Chicago, Illinois 9. 83% of precincts have already reported there. The door is closing for Kat It doesn't look too good. Junaid can win. Look at Illinois 18. It's not looking great for him either. But we'll see. I don't know. Maybe there's a sliver of hope here. I think there's still a story on how AIPAC is very vocally interfering with elections and that will resonate with voters who are tuned in. No, it won't. You want to know why? Because AIPAC is fucking destroyed in the Democratic primaries already candidates that were wonderful. Cori Bush, Jamal Bowman. AIPAC has done this so many fucking times. And guess what? It seems they still got the motion. It's virtually impossible to fucking overcome the Israeli triangulation in American elections, especially when they dump Senate-run levels of money into a fucking Democratic House primary, dude. Like, it's just an unlimited money faucet. They're fucking insane. That's the real story. The real story is they dumped $21 million into fucking 4 House Democratic primaries. 4. Where do we go from here? You know, it's just so unbelievable how undemocratic this shit is. Not a word of Israel was mentioned in any of these fucking races too, but they know where to make the biggest impact. AIPAC is so hating they started endorsing their opponents so they'd lose. They dump money into Dem primaries, and if they lose, they dump it into the GOP candidate against them for the general. Yes, that's how it goes. NBC calls Illinois 2 for Donna Miller over Jesse Jackson Jr. and Robert Peters. Miller, the pro-Israel candidate, winning 41% of the vote. Robert Peters, the anti-Israel candidate, in 4th place with over 11% of the vote. Social media isn't real life. See, this is why they do it. They spend tens of millions of dollars on these races. Everybody fucking hates Israel, okay? But it doesn't matter. They can just go, see, the pro-Israel candidate won. Oh, really? Were they running as a pro-Israel candidate? No, they weren't. You were just dumping tens of millions of dollars in ad spend without actually fucking, they are right. No, they're not. We will never win. They are right. Man, shut your bitch ass up, dumbass, stupid ass, baby ass, loser. Fucking comes in here, learns about Israel literally last week, has incredibly fucking radical opinions about it, and immediately the first sign of fucking marginal defeat, you can't even interpret the situation, that's the landscape that is shifting under our fucking feet. Yeah, no shit, dude. AIPAC is one of the most, the Israel lobby is one of the most powerful fucking institutions in this goddamn country. The fuck are you talking about? The very fact that they have to spend $20 million alone is already a profound accomplishment for the anti-Zionists that are running. You know, look up the history. I mean, fuck them, but prove your shit talk. No, it's only stupid bitches that fucking come in here and say shit like that. Defeatist ass bullshit like that. Yeah, lay down and die, I guess. You know, let them fuck democracy up the ass. That seems like a good idea. No, there is no, the idiotic assumption here is that like American politics hasn't dramatically changed. We're waging war with Iran at the behest of Israel. Americans fucking are disgusted by Israel. AIPAC doesn't even mention Israel one time in any of their fucking ad spend and put a boatload of money into all of these fucking races. Only to turn around and have their media outlets like Jewish Insider, right, make this seem like a massive dub. And then the exact same thing will be channeled by CNN too. Jake Tapper will go on television and not talk about the fact that $21 million is unconscionable in the Democratic Party primaries, but instead will turn around. What? Can you explain the AIPAC funding source again? You touched on it briefly, but didn't fully grasp it. Is it literally just the subsidies we send to Israel? No, it's not. It's just like a lot of fucking rich Americans, okay? It's a lot of rich Americans that are singularly focused on making sure that America's aligned with Israel unconditionally, and they give tens of fucking billions of dollars, unlimited money to AIPAC. And then AIPAC turns around and just fucking opens up the goddamn money faucet. Yeah. Yeah, bipartisanship or Republican meddling. AIPAC's biggest source of GOP donations in Dem primaries. Yeah, donors from the Republican Party will flood in unlimited funds to pro-Israel candidates by way of AIPAC. And then when the pro-Israel candidates don't win, they dump unlimited funds to the Republican in the general. Yeah, Israel has become so toxic among Democratic voters that AIPAC is now operating clandestinely. AIPAC, the pro-Israel group, becomes a major issue in the Democratic House races. Several groups with ties to the pro-Israel group have spent at least $20 million in 4 primaries. They can't even run as a fucking openly pro-Israel PAC. And you guys are over here being like, it's over, it's lost. No, they have to do this clandestine bullshit because Israel is that fucking toxic. Go ahead. Keep fucking democracy. Keep fucking democracy. Eventually, the people will revolt. That's it. What are you going to do? Put us all in fucking jail? You're going to dump every American that hates Israel in jail? Good luck. Eventually, it's going to get to a point where this contradiction is going to be impossible to contend with. I think we're close to it right now, which is part of the reason why they have to do all of this crazy nonsense and reroute. Yeah. Site Donna for Congress, Israel. AIPAC scores a surprise win in Illinois, too, as Donna Miller takes down former Representative Jesse Jackson Jr. Donna Miller didn't bring up Israel at all. So why is that a victory for Israel? Israel is openly saying, we're fucking your democracy, okay? They want candidates to do loyalty pledges in private to Israel. It's fine even if they don't come out and publicly say anything about Israel. As long as that vote remains, as long as they are a reliable pro-Israel vote, they're fine with it. And now Donna Miller will be another reliable Israel vote. And people will consistently come in here and go, Hasan, I don't understand it. Hasan, this doesn't make any sense. Everyone I know hates Israel. Why is my Democratic Party that I have voted for my whole life voting for Israel? Why are they not doing enough opposition towards the Republicans that are seemingly moving this country in the direction of war with Iran, specifically at the behest of Israel? Why is that the case? This is how it works. I've been at this game for a decade plus at this point. Okay? I've been at this game for a decade plus. It is what it is. Like, remember how things used to look like in this chat after October 7? And remember how much things have changed. Okay? Like, this used to be the most common thing that I heard in this chat. Hasan is a terrorist sympathizer. Thousands and thousands and thousands of messages like that one flooded in here every single day. Now, if this person actually went out in public and was like, dude, I think Israel is the best country on the planet, and all of the people who oppose Israel are terrorist sympathizers, they would beat him with hammers. Okay? They would kill him. If he were to say shit like this in public, people will be like, fuck off. He knows that. That's why he can only get away with it right here. That's why he can only get away with this shit. Because we've won. Because we align with the truth. We've won the public conversation. Spokesperson for the Oxalic campaign tells me that they're still very much in this and the campaign is still waiting for more results to come in. I mean, it's just not, it's most likely not going to happen. But do you understand? Find a perfectly good on-paper candidate who got filleted over her AIPAC assist. First candidate this year who you can argue lost over that issue. She lost. Better just say something while people are paying attention. State Senator Laura Fan's campaign tells Evanston's Now Jeff Hirsch that the Glenview State Senator will not be making any statement tonight. She's lost. Better say something while people are paying attention. Illinois 7 looks insane. The vote splitting among progressives. Dude, I don't even want to know what happened here. Ford had the retiring Danny K. Davis's endorsement. The progressive endorsement still in danger zone thanks to the big PAC spending for Conyers Irvin and weaker progressives splitting the vote. I don't even understand what the fuck took place here, dude. We need ranked choice voting right now. It'll never happen because the Democrats know they'll never win another race ever again. If there's ranked choice voting, literally the most leftist candidates will win every single fucking race. Democrats know that, which is why they will never allow it. It's never going to happen. But, you know, ranked choice voting would have delivered this victory most. Actually, I don't know. With Illinois 9, I don't know. You could have had a lot of fine voters go to BIS as well. It's not looking great for Junaid right now, but I'm hoping for him. He needs to win against the DMFI candidate. Yeah. Exclusive. A group of billionaire and business titans held a Zoom video call on April 26th with Mayor Eric Adams, pressing him on the send police. Titled Israel Current Events, the chat eventually expanded to about 100 members. The chat log shows more than a dozen members of the group appear on Forbes' annual list of billionaires. Others work in real estate, finance, and communications. The chat includes former CEO of Starbucks Howard Schultz, Dell founder, CEO Michael Dell, hedge fund manager Bill Ackman, and Joshua Kushner, founder of Thrive Capital and brother to Jared Kushner. So is Cat done? I mean, it looks like it, yeah. Blame game already started. Special fuck you to Bushra Amawala, Senator Mike Simmons, and Bankilo Yasmin for putting your own egos in the good of our country. You deserve to be blacklisted from politics. I mean, it's not going to happen. Everyone needs to fucking calm down. Okay? But yes, that is a problem. It's a totally fucking crowded. Congratulations to Rep. Delia Ramirez for securing the Democratic nomination in Illinois 3rd. Posters need to fucking calm down. You think people are going to be rational about this? No, I don't think so. I think a lot of people a lot of people are not used to taking L's, and being a leftist is about taking L's gracefully and learning from those lessons and adapting, okay? I think a lot of people got it in their minds that like the real democratic process thrives in this fucking dumbass country, and they're wrong and stupid for thinking that. You just have to literally be super careful all the time. You can't make any mistakes, and it'll take time for you guys to understand. Unfortunately, for many people, they'll get black-pilled from this experience, and they'll go, oh, it's over. I'm done. Right? It's over. I don't believe in democracy anymore. And it's like, you're going to have to get used to this, okay? You're going to have to get used to failure. Failure after failure after failure. Yeah, DSA was functionally non-existent 10 years ago. It was like comprised entirely of 85-year-olds. Why are you guys so in love with electoral democracy? Who the fuck cares if Kat wins? She wasn't going to tear down bourgeois democracy. You guys are pissed. Take up arms and take over your police station. Okay, dude. Shut the fuck up. Dumbass. It's not about overtaking bourgeois democracy through the electoral process. That's never going to happen. But it is about building a movement or actively trying to move the country in its politics. Move the country's politics in a much better direction. Paul Noli for securing a Democratic nomination in Illinois 16th Congressional District, standing against genocide is a good policy and good politics. Mike from PA says, 4 years ago, a candidate like Biss winning would have been a sign of the left rising. The fact that he's being challenged by someone to his left so closely, even after tens of millions of dollars being spent in the race, is insane. Yeah. It's true. That's absolutely correct. I think for a lot of people, the issue is every leftist and progressive and their brother is running in all these limited urban and suburban primaries when they should try to run in ex-urban districts and bring these politics to rural USA or working out who runs in that district and secure support. I agree. H. Bizzle, a lot of these people aren't old like you are. Okay? You're an old ass. Okay? So you understand what American politics used to look like for the working class not that fucking long ago. A lot of you are young or only recently started paying attention to this kind of politics. So for you, this is like a devastating defeat. You don't have the capacity to understand how unimaginable of a change that has taken place in American politics, where you can have a Palestinian 26-year-old run and almost unseat a established, relatively progressive guy like Biss. It's just not even a question. Zoran's got everyone's hopes too high. Cat is not the candidate Zoran was. And Illinois 9 is not the constituency NYC is. No, that's not. Everyone needs to stop thinking this is going to be like Zoran. There was things in this race that made it a lot easier than Zoran's race. And obviously no one has the same fucking ground game that New York DSA has. Y'all are being crazy. Working Families Party and DSA New York City were able to basically dominate the ground game. No one else comes anywhere near that. Brad Lander has something to say about AIPAC's influence. Tens of millions of dollars in super PAC money flowed into Illinois primary race, crypto, AI, and dark money PACs that hide where the money came from. AIPAC spent $22 million through shell PACs and never even talked about Israel. Sadly, we're going to see it in our primaries as well. My opponents support AIPAC money. I don't. Dark money erodes public trust in our democratic process. That's why I passed the strongest local law in the country, so donors have to sign their names on IEs in New York City. It's time to get dark money out of politics. even if Cat doesn't win, Apex Fall will come through them, having to dump millions into every race in order to keep their candidates in play while smaller races go towards true left candidates. No. APAC has unlimited funds. It's just a matter of who they fucking focus on. Zoran ran through DSA. Cat didn't. That was a difference that was maybe needed. We need to be aware of going forward. No, you're also thinking that New York DSA's operations are similar to any other DSA around the country. That's not the case. Come on, you know that better than anybody else. New York DSA is a different demon with 14,000 members now at this point. Unfortunately, the other DSAs around the country are nowhere near at the same level of seriousness, including our own DSA in our own backyard, DSA LA, right? Chicago DSA is fairly prominent, but it's not the same, you know? It's not. I mean, Chicago DSA initially, if I'm not mistaken, well, I don't know if they actually endorsed Brandon Johnson, but Brandon Johnson was a DSA candidate. Like, I mean, he was in the DSA. Chicago isn't that bad. They can make a difference. They got those members by running races. You want to fix LA DSA? We need to recruit candidates. Yeah. Chicago DSA did not endorse Brandon. Concession in Illinois 7. Melissa Conyers, Irvin has conceded to LaShawn Ford in Illinois 7, a defeat for AIPAC, which puts millions behind Conyers Irvin. She got even protested over it. The real issue is there is no equivalent to like conservative movement, which focused on organizing everywhere. So they had infrastructure all over the GOP. DSA is clustered in cities way too much. They don't work strategically nationally. Need CPC to actually do this. Pfft, the CPC is not going to do shit. Okay. I'm sorry. The CPC fucking sucks. Okay. Unless you're talking about the Communist Party of China. And I know you're not talking about the Communist Party of China. I know you're talking about the Congressional Progressive Caucus. And it fucking sucks. Sorry. It fucking sucks. And I say this as someone who actively wanted Greg Kazar to be the fucking leader of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, which he did become. They've been so fucking weak. Make it not suck. What am I? I'm not a fucking elected. What can I do? What can I fucking do? I can't do shit. My guy became the leader of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. And ever since then, he has been absolutely dog water. He endorsed BIS. And the CPC already has a policy of endorsing incumbents, even if the incumbents are fucking dog shit, like Valerie Foushee. Valerie Foushee in North Carolina was terrible. The Congressional Progressive Caucus endorsed Valerie Foushee, the 87-year-old pro-Israel congressperson. What the fuck is the Congressional Progressive Caucus good for? Time for New York DSA to get serious. What happened in Illinois can happen here. Yes, 100%. To be fair, she's 69 and she ran on criticizing Israel because it's so unpopular. Yeah, okay, she's 69 years old and was pro-Israel until this last election where she had to literally flip her positions. And then in a panic state, Hakeem Jeffries took a bunch of AIPAC donations and hid it under subsidiaries so that they could still funnel money into Valerie Foushee directly from pro-Israel groups. I know. It's fucking insane. It's insane how indecent and how undemocratic the Democratic Party actually fucking is. When you learn about how fucked up this process is, it's very difficult to still to still believe that we will ever achieve anything through electoralism. That's why my goal through electoralism is not necessarily to make the necessary changes in this country, because obviously it's not going to fucking happen that way, but more so to funnel popularity into outside organizations so we can build outside power to, one, hold politicians to account, and two, maybe even potentially build a third party down the line. The goal here is to utilize the electoral process and the weak Democratic Party to put forth candidates. To put forth candidates that will be closer to your vision. Since Congressional Progressive Caucus and AOC will not endorse non-incumbents as a consequence of their roles, there needs to be more outside power. Bernie's the only one who crosses that line usually, and even he doesn't do it for everybody. You could run, but I get that you can do more here. No, I can't fucking run, dude. What are you talking about? You want me to drop everything that I'm doing and focus on one race only to probably lose that race? Because literally the opposition... Do you know how much money AIPAC would dump into any race that I ran on? Do you understand? Dog, I'm not running for office, and already every fake Jewish advocacy organization that is actually just an Israel advocacy organization tries to bully every congressperson that even remotely comes near me. Why the fuck do you think that's the case? It would be the first $1 billion race, okay? You wouldn't be able to go anywhere without seeing how much of a fucking evil villain I am. Hasan Piker murders dogs for fun. Hasan Piker has only sex with underage people. That's what the AIPAC attack ads would say. Just complete bullshit, but it doesn't matter. AI galore. Hasan Piker is a fan of Al-Qaeda. Anyway, just make a new one. Congressional Caucus of Progressive, CCP to the CPC. And then if I actually did end up winning that race, I would just get assassinated. I'll be honest. Okay? I would get fucking assassinated. Like, I would absolutely get killed. 100%. Like, directly shot with a gun. Okay? Like, 100%. After the unlimited attack ads full of lies that AIPAC would launch, they would just kill me.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Yeah, eliminated. Hasan Piker, he was part of Hamas. And then Jake Tapper would go on television and be like, well, it's obvious that Israeli agents actually assassinated the congressional candidate Hasan Piker. But here we have Jonathan Concrucius, the report on exactly why they did it. And then Jonathan Concrucius be like, thank you, Jake, for having me on. Everyone knows Hasan and Hamas are very similar in name, and that is why we had to kill him, because he was Hamas. And Jake would be like, oh, very interesting. Next up, babies in Lebanon. How many of them deserve to die?
The National Counterterrorism Center, Joe Kent, resigned. He posted, quote, "I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. It has been an honor serving under the president and the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard." It's worth noting two facts as we read Joe Kent's resignation, which is rooted in conspiracies about Israel and its supporters. One, Kent's ties to white nationalists and anti-Semites were long established and almost held up his Senate confirmation. And two, much like other prominent MAGA commentators who opposed Trump's war against Iran for all sorts of reasons, many legitimate, Kent, in his statement, all but absolves President Trump from the decision to go to war. President Trump, the most powerful elected official in the war, absolves him almost for a U.S. war that literally only President Trump had the power to start. Now, Kent and some other members of the MAGA coalition blame this war not on Trump or Secretary of Defense Hegseth, Marco Rubio. They blame the war on Israel and its supporters in the U.S. Kent also blames Bush's Iraq war, not on Bush, but on Israel. He also blames Trump's war on ISIS in Syria, not on Trump, but on, guess who?
Tapper called the letter conspiratorial.
Major resignation today in the Trump administration because of the war in Iran. Joe Kent,
Bro, it's going to be really funny when 90% of the public, including the Republicans, are going to be like anti-Israel, and 98% of congressional representatives and senators are going to be pro-Israel, and people still won't understand what the fuck's going on. They still will be like, I don't know. Why are all the politicians so pro-Israel? Like, I don't understand. Why is he so personally invested in defending Israel? It's hilarious and so transparent. He's a massive Islamophobe and also a huge Zionist. That's why.
Director of the National Counterterrorism Center posted his resignation letter to Donald Trump this morning, saying that he cannot, quote, in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation. Joe Kent also said he, quote, cannot support sending the next generation off to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people nor justifies the cost of American lives. This is significant for two reasons. One of them is that this is the latest pro-MAGA, pro-Trump figure to break from President Trump on the issue of the war in Iran. But unlike commentators like Tucker Carlson or Megyn Kelly, Joe Kent actually served as an official in the administration. All of these critics blame to one degree or another the involvement of the U.S. in this war on Israel, which President Trump disputes. Some commentators note that this is an interesting way for these critics to absolve President Trump of what he himself decided to go to war in Iran. We should note that Kent, when he was nominated for Director of the National Counterterrorism Center, was criticized and faced opposition in the Senate because of his alleged ties to white supremacists and anti-Semites. Polling does not suggest any major split in the MAGA coalition when it comes to their support for President Trump and the war in Iran.
It just sucks because, like, his career is Benedict Ellison. No, you're oblivious to Jake. This is Jake Tapper being as honest as possible, because the Ellison thing is giving him room to just be even more aggressively in support of Israel, but he's always been this way. Hello, are you guys just finding out about Jake Tapper? The only thing that is correct about Jake Tapper's assessment here is that, yes, a lot of people in the MAGA coalition do engage in the maximalist cope that Donald Trump is not responsible for the events that are unfolding, and it's actually just Israel. Okay? Even Tucker Carlson refuses to say Donald Trump is the problem. Okay? There's a reason for that. Their understanding of the dynamic here is that Israel is somehow, using Jewish hypnosis or a Jewish style of blackmail or something. And that's the reason why our beautiful WASP representatives are in favor of unlimited baby murder. That's not the case. They love unlimited baby murder all the same. They've committed unlimited baby murder on their own when it came to Iraq, when it came to Afghanistan. That wasn't because of Israel. Israel certainly played a role in pushing Congress, right? Netanyahu personally played a role in pushing Congress, especially when it came to Iraq, but it doesn't matter. They were going to do it regardless because they love it all the same. But a lot of these guys don't fucking realize that, or just they cope with it. That's why they rarely ever talk about evangelical Zionists. Okay? Evangelical Zionists are an active voting bloc in this country. Evangelical Zionists are a far more consequential voting bloc in this country than Jewish Zionists are. Sure, there's a lot of moneyed interest on the side of both evangelical Zionists and also Jewish Zionists, okay, that comprise a big chunk of the Zionist lobby. But the reality of the matter is, as far as like totality of votes goes, evangelical Zionists are a far larger fucking voting bloc, a far more active voting bloc than all Jews in this country. Jews are what, 6 million of them in this country. It's like, it's not irrelevant, especially in like big cities, but given that they live mostly in big cities, it does somehow become somewhat irrelevant, even if they were to specifically vote for Israel first politics, which they don't, right? Jewish Americans don't vote for Israel first politics. Some of them might actually care a lot about Israel. Some of them might care little about Israel. But even then, they don't vote for Israel first politics. If that was the case, they would be voting not like this last election cycle. They would have voted entirely for the Republican Party. And yet 75% of Jewish Americans still voted for the Democrats reliably, as they always do. Because Jewish Americans, even those who say they care about Israel, even those who say they self-report as caring about Israel, still fucking vote for the Democrats because they're still American.
But Ken Sletter does note Trump's, quote, values and the foreign policies that he campaigned on in 2016, 2020, and 2024, that Trump, quote, understood that the wars in the Middle East were a trap that robbed America of the precious lives of our patriots and depleted the wealth and prosperity of our nation. And no doubt a lot of supporters of President Trump do feel that way, that President Trump had promised to end involvement in wars abroad. And some of the most prominent people who felt that way have either adjusted their views, as with Vice President J.D. Vance, or really remained silent and bit their tongue, like the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Kent is a veteran. He deployed 11 times. He's a Gold Star spouse. His late wife, a naval officer, was killed by a suicide bomber in Syria during the first Trump administration. It is unclear how much of an impact this letter will have, given the kind of conspiratorial nature of the letter, the fact that he blames Israel, Israeli officials, the American media, the Israel lobby. But we will see. This is certainly a very high-profile split from the president on this major issue, war with Iran.
Anyway. Ay, ay, ay. How on earth is this a conspiracy? Is Israel struck first? It's not. But he has to say that, not realizing that that makes him look fucking ridiculous in the eyes of most normal people. And the same with this. Anti-war anti-Semitism is still anti-Semitism. Breaking X will soon let users restrict both posts and replies from region or country. Oh, shit. The pro-Israel sphere wants you to believe two things. Being pro-Israel is going to resonate with your average Dem primary voter in 2028. Shapiro's right. And two, it's okay to funnel millions into primaries under pseudonyms like Elect Chicago Women because people hate Israel. Yeah. If Israel was a popular issue, AIPAC would have no problem being like, this is my pro-Israel candidate. Doesn't everybody love Israel? Everyone loves Israel, right? except wrong. They know that nobody fucks with Israel anymore. Their goal here is to literally muddy the waters and elect people who are pro-Israel without having them say anything pro-Israel at all, because they just want the reliable vote. They want people to literally turn around and go, oh, I don't know what happened. Why are we so anti-Israel and yet the average politician is so pro-Israel? Well, it's fucking happening. It's happening all the goddamn time. It's happening like this. Anyway, my big fear in all of this also revolves around like people like Tucker Carlson and many others unironically running on this like anti-Israel slant to basically win favor with a bunch of like liberals and you know, anti-Israel people in general without actually while not really changing their policies whatsoever. They're not winning with the MAGA base, I think. They're just winning with like liberals. I worry that liberals are getting convinced by Tucker Carlson and them, because unfortunately there aren't a lot of Democrats who are loud and proud in terms of just like actively leading the pack on anti-Zionism. But yeah, that's all I got for tonight. I'm so tired. I love you guys. I will see you tomorrow, obviously. So far, the anti-Israel slate does not exist in the right-wing vote in the United States. They won't win over liberals with just anti-Israel stuff. A Tucker-style candidate would do well with a small subset of voters, but that subset is growing. No, I worry that Tucker Carlson can carry the fucking MAGA base and also win favor with a lot of liberals, a lot of even progressives, and certainly a lot of independents. An anti-Israel MAGA would cook. Because all the evangelicals, sure, they have like psychotic desires around Israel, but many of them care about white supremacy, and Tucker Carlson has plenty of that. Are you streaming from Cuba? Yes, I am streaming from Cuba, but that's not till later in this week. I love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
Starting off the day, all the chatter's trickling in. Hustle people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kyle place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL we march the goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.